14 governors agreed, and we took a decision to go and advise Mr. President. While we are on our way to advise Mr. President, I think part of the discussion that we did leaked out to the press. When we still went ahead and we told Mr. President, Mr. President, being a Democrat, said no, he must listen to us. He will listen to us. And so Mr. President granted us the opportunity today. Our meeting today is to reaffirm our position on that letter. On that statement, we also apologize to him that that statement was made by all of us. And we reaffirmed the position, but we apologize that the statement leaked out before even our consultation with him. However, it is now in the message, not the messenger. And so Mr. President was very happy. He took our position. And out of that discussion, Mr. President, as a believer in democratic process, believed that any candidate was emerged through a transparent process. And the emphasis that Mr. President told us that for this election, for now, he has no anointed candidate. In the interest of unity, in the interest of peace, we recommended it, and also justice. Our recommendation is that the next president should come from the south.
The governor of Kogi State chose to excuse himself from meeting with Mr. President because he believes that he does not agree with our position. There are 14 APC governors out of the 19 northern states. 13 of us are on one page on this subject, and we all came to see the president. But the governor of Kogi State excused himself, and it is within his democratic rights to excuse himself. But 12 out of 14 is a supermajority. 13 out of 14 is an even bigger supermajority.
Well, to governors of northern Nigeria there, first we had the governor of Plateau State, who is the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum, Simon Lalong of Plateau State, and of course that right there was the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai. And in the last 2 hours, a governor of Kogi State and presidential aspirant of the APC, Yahaya Bello, has come out to say that he remains the leading candidate, that's aspirant of the All Progressives Congress, and will only step down if President Muhammadu Buhari asks him to do so. He says any decision to exclude him from the ballot is a recipe for bigger trouble for the party. Yahaya Bello made this known after meeting with the president at the presidential villa in Abuja on Tuesday. He also clarified why he stormed out of the Progressive Governors meeting with the NWC yesterday. Governor Yahaya Bello says he was not consulted over the decision of the northern governors, and he remains opposed to rotation of power. He says the visit to the president was to clear the air on his actions.
I am a free citizen, a free member of the party, a qualified member of the party. I contested. I'm contesting. I bought the form. I was cleared to participate in the election. And no reason for me to be excluded from the ballot. If they do so, then that is a recipe for a bigger trouble for the party. However, I don't think it's a decision of the party. It is a decision of few elites who may decide to use their whatever position to suppress the so-called minority. But I want to prove that in this country, I am not in the minority. We have the majority. I belong to the younger generation. I belong to the generation of Nigerians that are oppressed, and they are saying they must have their voice. And I believe strongly that getting into that arena today, I will win overwhelmingly. If the process and the normal regulations are followed, I will emerge victorious. I respect President Muhammadu Buhari, the leader of our party, and I respect the party. If the president asks me to step down, I will do. Only Mr. President. Mr. President did not ask anyone to step down. Mr. President said, let the delegate decide who becomes the flag bearer of our party. And he did not say anyone should be excluded. I am very optimistic that APC will return to power if we play by the rules of the game, following all the laws, non-exclusion of anybody who wants to participate, and carrying everybody along, and ensuring that there's fairness, equity, and justice. I am a free citizen, a free member of the party, a qualified member of the party. I contested. I'm contesting. I bought the form. I was cleared to participate in the election. And no reason for me to be excluded from the ballot. If they do so, then that is a recipe for a bigger trouble for the party. However, I don't think it's a decision of the party. It is a decision of few elites who may decide to use their whatever position to suppress the so-called minority.
Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi State, who is also an aspirant, he's looking forward to replacing President Muhammadu Buhari come 2023. He says he's not stepping down just yet, except the president asked him to do so. Well, for the latest developments from the special convention of the All Progressives Congress, well, let's now join our team of correspondents at the Eagle Square for an update. And I'm being told that our director of news as well as political editor, Somna Sambo, is standing by. Well, Somna, thank you so much for joining us this evening on the program. Can you bring us up to speed, really, as to what is happening there at the Eagle Square?
Thank you so much, Amaka. The latest we have right now is that the convention is here to start. Of course, our viewers can see the pictures emanating from the convention ground. And of course, we've been seeing some dignitaries coming in right now. We've seen Abubakar Badaru, the governor of Jigawa State, who is one of those that initially said he had dropped out based on the resolutions of the northern governors in the APC, but later on said that his withdrawal it will only be if President Muhammadu Buhari endorses the calls for power shift to the south. So he just walked in here, and I can see him still talking with a few persons. And earlier on, we interviewed Senator Kabiru Gaya, who's the Director General of the Yemi Oshibajo campaign organization, very enthusiastic that the votes will come their way. And of course, we've been speaking with other top politicians, including the Minister of FCT, who's like the host of everyone here. And of course, he assured us that the territory is well safe, the Eagle Square is well safe, and we've seen it that it's very watertight here, and that the delegates can go about exercising their voting franchise if indeed there's eventually voting without fear of anything happening. And of course, the electoral process has been put in place by APC, and of course, the convention was meant to start at 4, but it's not starting at 4. We hear it may be around 6 p.m. And of course, the electoral process will be outlined. There will be speeches by the aspirants. They'll be given like 1 or 2 minutes each to address everyone. And then we have also heard that there's a meeting of some top aspirants, especially from the southwest, going on right now. The last minute attempt to have a consensus candidate, as a consensus aspirant, but this time around not for all the entire aspirants, but just for southwest aspirants. And I was reliably told that there may be at least, if not 1, there may be 2 being resolved at. And then, of course, we have heard that as far as this convention is concerned, that President Muhammadu Buhari is still insisting that he doesn't have a preferred aspirant and that the process must go on. Well, how is the process and procedure going to be like, especially if we're going to have a vote in here? I have a member of the Electoral Committee of the APC National Convention, a special national convention for that matter, Mr. Oluseyi Odunton, right here with me. So good to have you, sir.
Good to have you too.
Yes, you're a veteran of the political process. I just want you to tell our viewers how the voting process will be like if indeed there's no consensus and the process will have to be adhered to.
Well, I'm Otumba Oluseyi Odunton. Of course, I come from Ogun State. I'm a member of the Election Management Committee. A lot of work has been done in the background. First, the Accreditation Committee, which more or less handed over to us, and they've done a fantastic job the Accreditation and the Venue Committee. They've done a fantastic job preparing this place for us. If you look around, by the time you have a chance to look around, every single area has been beautifully adorned, well spaced out, and we are ready to roll as soon as we get the go-ahead. Now, our own election management committee, of course, is headed by Governor Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi State, and he's had meetings with us. We had meetings last night until very late, and we had meetings this morning to tidy up things. First of all, the security aspect has been well taken care of. It's very tight here. The whole place has been swept multiple times. Voters and participants and stakeholders have confidence to actually come in here and know that a good job is going to be done. With regard to the process, well, it's fairly straightforward. All the 36 states have their own booths, and all the delegates are in those booths. And what we've done is that each member of the election management committee has been assigned to a state, along with what we call election agents, party agents, who will accompany them to support them to deliver. Now, when it's time for election, whether it's 2, 3, 4, or 5 aspirants that emerge, we are going to do that election. If it is unless it is one person, of course. But right now, whatever number of aspirants that are put up, we are ready for them. In the case of the election management committee members, they will go to their respective states, bring out all the delegates from that respective state. The accreditation was done last night. It was fairly good.
I've seen how watertight it's been. I mean, with technology being embedded in the accreditation process here and there.
Technology has been introduced to a large extent. For example, if you look at my card here, it's barcoded. And so we've introduced that to ensure that we have a watertight arrangement and there is no fraud. When we go out, for example, if you go to Lagos State and there are 60 delegates, there will not be 61 delegates. There could be less, but there will not be 61 delegates.
Well, okay, just tell us what's the number of delegates we're expecting, though we have heard there is 3 delegates per state.
Yeah.
Per local government, I mean.
I think it's 2,326.
No, 22. 2,322. I wanted you to confirm that.
Yeah, I knew you were going to catch me with that. Well, 2,322. Sometimes I forget it's 2,322. That's the number of delegates, but they are split into the different states, with, of course, Kano holding the largest number of delegates of 136 members from their state. Now, when we bring them down, they will get ballot boxes, ballot papers, and they are going to write the names of the aspirant, their preferred aspirant, and they're going to put them in the ballot boxes which have been arranged over there. Those who...
Okay, quickly, I'm being told we don't have enough time. Just very briefly, what of those who cannot write their names, the names of their preferred aspirants on paper? Are we going to have people assisting them like we've been seeing on social media videos?
That was exactly what I wanted to say, that those who are unable to write whatever incapacitation they have, we're going to get people from their state to assist them to write the names of the members. But most importantly, we want at least 2 names on each ballot paper. For example, there are some aspirants that Ahmed is common to them, and we don't want to have that all mixed up. So we're looking for at least 2 names on each ballot paper.
Okay, we must thank you so much. Mr. Oluseyi Odunton is a member of the Election Management Committee, and of course he has told us this. And coincidentally, there are, I think, 3 Ahmeds. We have Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have Ahmed Lawan, and I think another Ahmed again. So you have a tough job ahead of you. If one of the voters comes in and he writes Ahmed on the paper, I don't know how the election... Okay, at least
2 names.
Okay.
That solves that problem.
Okay, that's good. So it must be 2 names. That's the first name and the last name of the person. Well, it's based on this that we'll now throw it back to the studio for Amaka to continue.
Well, Sumner, I'm not going to let you go off just yet. Yes, we do have 2 Ahmed and 1 Ahmad. That's the Senate President. He's Ahmed, not Ahmed. But of course, we'll look forward to how the process unravels. But as it stands right now, Sumner, I'm sure you must have heard about that report that the APC governors and the NWC had actually eliminated about 17 of the aspirants, and we have about 5. What are you hearing on ground in terms of how many names the delegates should expect on the ballot papers when they're going to cast your vote?
Well, Amaka, it's not actually in the NWC. It's just this set of northern governors who have been meeting, and then with President Muhammadu Buhari, and we were told earlier on by party insiders that they submitted a fresh list of 5 names to President Muhammadu Buhari to be able to guide them. They didn't want to say that he should choose one. They are saying that he should guide them as to how they'll be able to arrive at one of them. And of course, some other party, some other aspirants too have said that they reject that they wouldn't accept a situation whereby the governors are trying to narrow the number of aspirants to 5, and so that the electoral process within the APC National Convention should be allowed to go on. But what we are hearing from credible sources, actually some top party insiders, even some of them close to some of the aspirants, is that some of them will step down at the convention. And I can tell you that I got that information from about 3 top party insiders who told me that, look, Sumner, we have reached a point where we just have to help the APC not to have a convention that will be difficult for collation, and then that may lead to chaos. Our principals have decided that they will, in the interest of the party, step down. But who are those persons? Well, it's left for the viewers to find out, because anything can happen, and then they will change their mind just before the main convention voting begins. So that's what is happening at the moment.
Well, Sumner Sambo, Arise News Director of News as well as Political Editor. We'll come back to you and get more updates, but for now, we'd have to say thank you so much for keeping us updated with the latest out of the Eagle Square. Bakare, the former Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission. He's also a member of the All Progressives Congress. Thank you so much, Danladi, for being here, as well as Professor Jidofor Adibe, a professor of political science at the Nasarawa State University. Gentlemen and lady, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Well, what a day. This is a day that, we anticipated would have happened earlier than it did. But here we are today. And the All Progressives Congress is set to now actually decide who is going to fly the party's flag come 2023. I want to start with you, Idayat, really. You are of the Center for Democracy and Development. I want to talk about, the intrigues that we have seen in the last 24 hours playing out in the APC. Idayat, if you can hear me, I want you to talk about, the impact some of these intrigues, especially coming from the presidency or the national chairman of the APC or even the Northern Governors Forum, all of these intrigues, let's talk about how this helps shaping our democracy, if it does or not.
I think it does. I think actually they've given us very interesting primaries. It's been more interesting than we envisaged, starting with the numbers of aspirants, 28, 1 woman, the role of money in politics, 2.8 billion expectedly. The numbers of aspirants, but also the quality of some of these aspirants. has actually made the contest to be quite interesting as the general elections will eventually be or will not be. We have seen it with the APC primaries. The intrigues are quite interesting too, because we've seen people try to twist the other again, which tells you the lack of internal party democracy, the attempt at all time for the governors to act very supreme, while some demagogue also within the parties want to make it a winner take all. We have seen that. We have also seen the politics of zoning coming, an alliance here itself. So it's really been very, very interesting, and it will actually help to deepen democracy or of course, it will never lay democracy to rest. I think that I'm very certain of, with the numbers, with also the way Nigerians are actively participating in this process. At the beginning of the whole process, we all thought that people will sit back, there will be voter apathy, but online, the way people are mobilizing to get their voters card with what they have seen in the last 1 month, I think is going to make the general elections to actually be much more interesting, no matter whosoever emerges out of this APC primary. So whatever APC has done, they've actually helped us to galvanize interest in this whole political process, aside from what happens to them as a party after today. I think that's something entirely different about APC than about Nigerians and our democracy, which we all hold very dear. But I would say that it has been a very interesting contest. It's been one that kept analysts up all night, wondering what will happen, where will the goalposts shift, and how this will actually determine the 2023 elections. And I think it's the climax also for the elections itself. As soon as we know who the APC presidential primaries the presidential candidates will be, we can start the permutation of who gets into Aso Rock in 2023. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, Hidayat, you're not wrong there, because at the end of the day, the All Progressives Congress is the party at the center. So, of course, they are the party to beat at the end of the day. But I want to go now to our Lagos studios and have a conversation with Chike, who is standing by. Okay, so Chike, I've been told, will come to us. But let's come to Professor Adibe. Of course, you are a professor of political science. You have been studying political development from time immemorial. But let's talk about the intrigues of the last couple of days, especially looking at the presidency and the mixed communications coming from there, from the president saying, you know what, governors, if you are in your first term, you have actually decided, I've let you, have a bite at the cherry. And if you are in your second term, that means, you have already picked your successor. And let me pick mine. So also him now coming to say, you know what, you as aspirants, decide within yourself and come up with some sort of consensus. Professor Adibe, can we talk about consensus and the democracy of Nigeria today?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, what you call intrigue is the blood wire of politics. In our own case, I think one of the things to note in our own situation was the conflicting messages from the presidency. Early in the life of the presidency, people talked about his body language. So the impression people get is that some of the people that made pronouncements, that this person is the consensus candidate, and then the president would say, no, I've not anointed anyone, seem to be again trying to decode or deconstruct the body language of the president. But one interesting thing like this is like reading a good novel. A good novel is built around good suspense. So we don't know what happens next. And because people don't want to know what happens next, that excitement is built up. And you see a lot of people, young people, going up now to get a voter card. Added to this is what happened in the PDP primaries, where suddenly you see people be moving in and energizing the Labour Party. So the whole thing got very exciting. We don't know, but I see also some kind of challenges ahead. The Electoral Act is very clear. If you want to go the consensus route, every single candidate must accept it. And you have seen here Yahaya Bello saying, look, I do not accept it because the president has not told me so. to step down, which implies that the recommendation of the governors, Northern Governor, is not binding on anyone. If you say you have a short list of 5 and you exclude me,
okay,
and the president has not expressly said so, you are acting on the body language of the president.
All right.
I can challenge that.
Well, Professor Adibe, of course, this is a long conversation we're all going to have tonight, but live pictures coming out of the Eagle Square can show that the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, so that's Senator Abdullahi Adamu, has just arrived at the venue of the special convention to decide who becomes the flag bearer of the party ahead of the 2023 general elections. Of course, you can see him there walking in, and this is a man who's been in the news and in the lips of a lot of Nigerians due to, of course, a lot of intrigues that have happened in the last couple of hours. Yes, the national chairman has arrived, so we're looking forward to the commencement of the special convention at the Eagle Square right there, and still live pictures coming from the Eagle Square. We can see beyond the national chairman some security details and even members of the party putting the last minute touches to the convention to ensure well, that looks like representatives of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Of course, they are supposed to observe the primaries, which is enshrined in our laws. They have to see how this plays out. But, of course, we'll cross back to the convention ground. But for now, let's come back to the studio and have a conversation with our analysts. Of course, we do have 4 of them, one in Lagos, another in the UK, and, of course, 2 gentlemen live with me in the studio. And of course, let's come back to the studio here in Abuja and speak to Dr. Danladi Bako, who is the former Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, and of course, he's a member of the All Progressives Congress. Dr. Bako, thank you so much for being here. I know this is a tough day for your party, looking at all that has happened in the last couple of hours. But picking up from where Professor Adibe did stop, he's saying that, you know what, consensus might not be feasible, seeing that some aspirants and saying, no how, we've spent too much, we've exhausted our resources, our time and our energy to see that we get to this position. Let us get to the polls. So, Dr. Bako, do you think a consensus candidate is still possible at this point in time? And marry that with what exactly is happening with your party, with all sorts of information coming out from the NWC, which will see some denials, and eventually, you know, at the end of the day, Nigerians are still wondering what is happening with the APC, looking ahead to the convention.
Thank you very much, Amaka. The bottom line remains that consensus is one of the options that are listed in the Electoral Act, but you know yourself that eventually there has to be voting. People will have to vote, and that voting process will take place. That's why you find the ballot boxes there. Whether it's an affirmation by voice vote or whatever, some voting has to take place. Technically, as we speak, all the delegates, 2,020, 200 and something of them, will come out individually and make sure they drop their ballot papers. Now, that explains to you that whatever has been agreed backstage, there comes a time where the delegate is with him and his ballot box, and he has to face his own conscience. If he has collected whatever amount of dollars, or whether he's listening to the voice of the president, or whether he's listening to Yahaya Bello, or he's listening to Abdullahi Adamu, that point where he stays there with the ballot box, he has to make up his mind what the country expects of him, what the party expects of him. So clearly there will be a voting process. That's 2,000 of them. So we'll go through all of that. We hope that because of the way the numbers have reduced, we're not going to stay all night. Clearly because just 2,000 voters. But for me, consensus is a process that helps to reduce the number. It also helps to identify those who are pretenders and those who are serious people. Now, the final part of this is that we saw the last PDP convention. A lot of governors that made a lot of noise, a lot of heavyweights, eventually got 0 votes. I love the process of voting because it lets you see who is the real man. So all those that got 0 votes in PDP, now their mouths have shut up because they can't brag anymore. The bragging rights are no more with them. So when you say you're a governor from a northern part of the country, you're an owner of a publishing house, you're whatever, you cannot score 0 votes and make noise anymore. So that takes care of that. Voting process will decide today who are the real contenders and who are not the real contenders in the APC presidential primaries.
Right. Well, Dr. Bako, we'll come back and circling on that conversation in terms of consensus, especially looking at the role that President Muhammadu Buhari played in your national convention, where eventually for certain positions there were no votes. But you know what, we'll have that conversation. But for now, let's cross back to Lagos studios and speak to Chike Ogea, and of course he is a former Delta State Commissioner for Information and a Rise News analyst, and of course he joins us now from our studios in Lagos. Well, Chike, I'm sure you must have been following all of the intrigues that has been happening with the ruling All Progressives Congress, and we want to talk about, you know, especially in the last few hours, the fallout of that report that came out that the NWC had agreed on one man, which was different from what, you know, most of the northern governors had said in terms of zoning the presidency to the south. Well, the national chairman was fingered that he was responsible, as to mention in the president of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, and now the NWC has said that is not the case. Can you talk to us about, you know, all of these confusions in the APC going into the special convention to pick up its flag bearer, and how much of an impact do you think this would have on the eventual outcome of the entire process?
Well, if you ask me, this is the usual before convention drama. Although in the case of the APC, it seems to be somewhat uncoordinated. First, we had, if you recall, the president gave an inkling a while ago and said that he had a preferred candidate, but if he named that candidate, some harm could come to him. And because of that, he didn't name anybody. Well, that was in tandem with his philosophy of belonging to everybody and belonging to nobody. So that was fine. Then the usual drama proceeds. Then we begin to get towards the convention. They were supposed to have this convention, you know, at the same time with the PDP. Something happens, the president travels out, they postpone the convention. People felt they were waiting for the PDP to see what step the PDP would take. You know, where are they going? Are they going north? Are they going south? So they can know what, you know, to do about it. Well, PDP picked Atiku Abubakar in their own convention. Obviously, he's from the northeast. And then the drama goes into full throttle in the APC. I guess that was the move that they've been trying to respond to that has caused all of this. That, again, if you notice, brought up the drama in Ogun State with one of their leading candidates. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, we all know, is a very astute politician. He's been at this for a while. Even when Chief Obasanjo got rid of the whole of APC in the southwest, he was the only man standing. So that begins to tell you about the kind of politician he is. So when I saw the outburst in Ogun State, you would know that he didn't just start saying those things he was saying. He was obviously reacting to some information that was not in the public domain. And I think that was his own way of trying to push back whatever was coming at him. Now there's been a lot of criticisms. How could you have done that? A politician of your standing, how do you let your emotions run crazy and all of that? But again, we see the development, and it's still one transaction and it is still ongoing. Then, you know, the chairman of the APC comes up with this great idea that to counter Atiku Abubakar, they had to get maybe a candidate from the northeast, and says that the party had agreed. Obviously the party, meaning he must also have agreed with the leader of the party, who is the president, that Lawan, you know, the Senate president, is the party's candidate. Then that takes a life of its own. But before too long, there becomes another kind of pushback to that from everywhere. Then we see the 14, I think there are 14 governors from the north, and 13 of them decided that no, indeed, we are saying that this thing should go south. Only Yahaya Bello, who has been on this for a while, I think, was not too happy with that decision. We saw him stage a walkout and all of that. Now, that act of the 14 governors, even if it is, it furthers the whole drama, and it is just politics. It is good politics. That is the kind of politics we need in Nigeria. Whether they meant it, whether it's altruistic, whether it's something that came from the heart, just say it, and it helps soothe a lot of nerves, because the message from there was one of unity, was one of equity, was one of showing that, you understand that in a complex, multicultural, multi-ethnic society, it is important that everybody feels a part of it. And if you ask me, I think that's the best thing that has come out of this process so far. But like I said, that is just another step in the development of the drama, because we are still heading into this convention, and I can assure you that there are still lots of surprises to go with it. There's this talk now about how many candidates. There are just 5 candidates left. I think they said Ashiwaju, Amechi, Fayemi, the vice president, and maybe Umahi or something. So much is coming out, so you can't even keep up with it. I think I read somewhere in the last couple of minutes that they are now being pruned down to 3. Amechi, Ashiwaju, and the vice president. Nobody knows. But like I said to you, all this will go on till the convention. Thank God it's not like the conventions we used to have, in the early 2000s, where, we practically take the whole communities all over Nigeria to Eagle Square, and you are there all night. If you remember when Tommy Kimi was counting the votes, and you'll be there for like 16, 17 hours. Now I think they have a way of picking delegates and all of that. As I said, with so much happening, even with this APC convention, we don't know how many. Some people say about 2,000 delegates. I know that of the PDP was far less than that. I think theirs was 1 delegate per local government. But now I don't know how the APC has arrived at 3 delegates per local government. I thought all these things were supposed to be standardized. In other words, what the PDP does is exactly what the APC would do, and every other party, so there can be a uniform yardstick for all of that. But I guess to each his own, and each party, if they are happy with what they are doing and it passes the litmus test of INEC, then that's fine. So that's where we are now. We will go into that convention, and just like you said earlier on, in somebody you were talking to, we might even have people coming up, depending on how many people are actually going to stand for the election when it starts, and people doing all sorts of things like endorsing someone else and stepping back and all of that, and that again shortens the process until we get to a stage where, finally I think they will come up with a candidate. So that's exactly where I think the process is right now.
Well, Chike, I will agree with you in terms of the fact that we are in for a lot of surprises today, because as it stands right now, no one knows for sure. But until there is a contrary statement from the party, as it stands, 2,322 people will cast their ballots. That's 3 per local government of all 774 local governments across the country. Chike, we'll come back to you and, of course, have a conversation. You've hinted on something which I want us to really expatiate on, looking at the chances of the South, especially the Southeast. But that will be much later. Chike, we'll come to you and, of course, my guest in the studio. But for now, let's cross back live to the Eagle Square, where Arise News Director and Political Editor Samna Sambo is standing by to give us the latest as it stands right now. Well, Samna, it was built to start at 4 p.m., but this is just a few minutes to 5. It's yet to start. We've seen the national chairman and even the former national chairman, Oshiomole, who will be vying for Senate come 2023. But what exactly is happening at the Eagle Square?
Thank you so much, Amaka. This convention may likely start around 6 to 7 p.m. Because based on what the APC has outlined in its program of events. We are here to see many of these dignitaries arriving. A few of them have arrived, and then of course the Eagle Square has been set since around 2 p.m. But of course, we hear that one of the major reasons for the delay is because of a last-minute attempt at reaching some form of consensus within some of the camps, within the geopolitical zones. Like, for example, the ones that we had was that of the Southwest, where we hear that there's a last-minute attempt to see how they can prune down the number of those who are the top contenders from that zone. And then, of course, the attempt is to try to see how they can present a unified aspirant. We are all waiting to see if that will happen, but I can tell you here, a lot of journalists are here, the security is in top gear, and of course the delegates are arriving. We've seen majority of the delegates here, though we heard that some of the delegates are still left. So that's why I said, as it stands, based on the unavailability of some of the delegates right now, due to the tough accreditation process, it may be around 7 p.m. And of course, I have with me here a top member of the APC too, who is from Lagos State and is he was a former aspirant of he's an aspirant actually of the recently concluded House of Reps election, primary election of the APC in Amuodofin local government area of Lagos State, and he was a former local government chairman in Amuodofin local government. And of course, I have you here now, Ayodele Adewale. Tell us about what you have seen so far, and then of course why your party, the APC, is starting this convention late.
Thank you for having me. The party is very organized. You can see the way the Eagle Square is right now. About 90% of the delegates are already seated. What we are waiting for now is the commencement of the special convention that will give the party the opportunity to present its standard bearer. People are going to file out. They are going to vote for aspirants of their choice. And at the end of the day, it will make the party stronger.
And you're from Lagos State. We hear that there's this last-minute attempt by the Southwest Caucus of the APC, where we have many of these presidential aspirants coming from, to actually unify and then get, either at least one or two persons standing in for the election. What have you been hearing?
Well, the elders of the party, the leaders of the party, especially in the Southwest, are doing the needful, because there's no point in you going for a contest like this and you break your ranks. So what is expected is that we mop up all interest and put it into one, and we also bring out the best from our geopolitical zone. And to be candid and very frank, the best among all of them is Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And as
some people will dispute that with you, telling you that Professor Yemi Osinbajo is there. You have Kayode Fayemi, he's there, and some will even add Tunde Bakare or even the Meji Bankole.
Well, people have their views, but if you look at their trajectory, if you look at what they've been able to confront, especially in government, Asiwaju towers above all of them. Asiwaju came on at a point where the nation was in dire need of leadership, especially in Lagos State, where its economy was in doldrum, an economy of about 600 million per month, and he rose it to over 16 billion per month. A situation where he had to take the federal government to court in order to create more local government as enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution. Even though Lagos was starved of funds, that did not grind the governance in Lagos. People continued a situation where the whole environment was filthy, and there were debt all over the place. He was able to mobilize funds and also mobilize the manpower to clean it up, and to the extent that the economy of Lagos became, I think, the 8th largest economy in the whole of Africa before he left as governor.
So that is enough to qualify him to be the president of Nigeria?
That is one of the things we should look at. You understand? Right now, the debt of Nigeria is very huge. We need a leader that can build something from nothing. A leader that will stop borrowing. A leader that we can leverage on his political capital to the extent that investors and investments we brought into Nigeria. That is what we need now.
Okay. And the fear is that if Tinubu gets this ticket, where the vice presidential candidate will come from will be a tough call. And of course, you know the voting blocks of this country. What do you make of that kind of thinking?
It will not. It will not. Already there are talks about that. They do not want to repeat what happened in 2015, where interest was not thoroughly discussed before the elections. And of course, you saw what happened in the National Assembly, where Mr. Saraki had to, put up a stand against the party leadership. Right now, things like that are not going to happen. So many things are being discussed, and I can assure you that was one of the reasons where all the northern governors have to agree that power must shift to the south. Those issues were also discussed behind the curtains.
Yeah, and what has the Southwest Caucus been talking about in terms of this huge support, which a lot of politicians say is a deal breaker for the southern part of the country, that 13 governors from the north in the ruling party will stand and say, let power shift to the south. What are politicians like you in the ruling party from the south been talking about?
For us, we are very happy to what the northern leaders have done, saying that power must shift to the south. Because if you look at the demographic numbers that they have, 19 states, even if all the southern states comes together, you can't defeat them if they are resolved to push forward. But for them to lay down their interest and say, oh, let's be equitable, let's push it to the south, is something very commendable and something that history will continue to celebrate them for. So it behoves on us in the south to come together and rally around Asiwaju so that we can leverage on his political capital, like I've said before.
Okay, as we try to round up this conversation, a lot of people from southern part of Nigeria are angry that the southwest would dare to bring out aspirants for the presidential ticket of the APC when it has done 7 years going to 8 years as vice president under the APC, and it had 8 years of presidency under Olusegun Obasanjo. Why not push for someone from the southeast or south-south? Because that's being used against Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
You will agree with me that politics is about building bridges and building friendship, and of course being very plain and becoming an observant, so as to absorb all interest. How I wish Dr. Alex Ekweme was alive. Somebody of that capacity, somebody of that carryability, and somebody that have built networks all across, perhaps would have been a force to reckon with. I am not saying that we do not have people from the southeast, but we need people that can imbibe such culture, such behavioral tendencies of Dr. Alex Ekweme, who also happened to be my in-law, because he was married to my aunt and all of that. So we have somebody in Asiwaju that has such attributes that even he will command a lot of following in the southeast and of course the south-south.
And if Asiwaju doesn't get the presidential ticket of the APC, what do you think will happen to him and his political structure? There are fears of defection too.
I'm not thinking that way, because I know that Asiwaju has already won. Looking at the structure on ground, looking at his network, looking at the political arithmetics that have presented itself. By this time tomorrow, you and I will have to shake ourselves and be looking forward towards a Nigeria of greater development.
And what if it goes south?
It will never go the other way. I can assure you of that.
All right. We can see some form of confidence here by Comrade Ayodele Adewale, who is someone that is a key player in the politics of the Southwest, and of course from Lagos State. He has been part of the Bola Tinubu campaign team in one way or the other, and of course he was a former local government chairman in Lagos State, and of course House of Rep aspirant in the recently concluded APC primaries in that state. And of course, we are still here coming to you live from the Eagle Square, where the APC presidential convention is yet to begin. And of course, we have heard that there are still things that we expect to happen now, which is here to happen. And of course, I will now hand over to my colleague, Ndi Amogo, who will now take the former national chairman of the APC, Comrade Adams Oshiomole, who is a senatorial candidate of the party. Over to you, Ndi. They are not coming. They are going to...
All right. You're still, this is live. Arise News is live here at the Eagle Square at the APC Special Convention Presidential Primary 2022. And I'm just going to join me in a while now is Comrade Adams Oshiomole, former chairman of the APC, former governor of Edo State. He's here with me at the convention. All right, I'll introduce him now. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. What should we expect for your convention in the light of all the intrigues, the drama, the yes, the no's, the conflicts, the postponements of the screening, even the convention proper?
Yeah, I think all of that points to the importance of the occasion. It's like when you are preparing for Christmas. People are shopping, they are looking for money, buy food and everything. Day of Christmas, like, people celebrate. I think all of those things you saw reflect the importance that every member of the party attached, to the exercise. But I can tell you, like the president said yesterday, no mistaking terms, that the anointing oil is with the delegates. And that is what it should be. Nobody knows who the people want more than delegates from the 774 local government areas. And you have at least 3 persons per local government, which means that we are to that extent more inclusive, whereas PDP has only 1 person per local government. We have 3 per local government. So regardless of the tendencies in each local government, they are all converging here and saying through their pilot, this is who we want. But of course, if people decide to step down voluntarily, the electoral act is also clear how that can be done. But I think the preparation here is based on the understanding that whoever has offered himself to contest is willing to face the challenge and the judgment of the delegates.
All right, you raised 2 issues. I want to talk to you about 2 issues. Number 1 is the question of consensus. What do you make of it? What we're hearing is that the way it is now, it may be trickled, it may be reduced to about 3 or even 2. And then secondly, the president has said that no delegate should be induced, that they should be allowed to make their choices. Tackle those 2 questions.
Well, I don't know about reduction, but you have watched previous conventions. The other day I saw someone I respect very much, a governor of Sokoto State, saying at the last minute, I'm stepping down. That does not devalue the democratic process. It doesn't.
We will see that in this election.
I think that, like every child, you wake up with some dreams. Some daylight dreams, some real dreams. And as the day goes on, you begin to ask yourself whether this dream was really what you thought it would be. And some are courageous enough to say, look, in the interest of whatever sentiment, I would rather stop it here. So we say, no, I'll go the whole hog. Whichever way it goes, the important thing is, it is the delegates that are coming here across the 774 local government areas that will make the decision. In fact, talking about bottom-up control, this exercise shows that it is not the big men of power. It is the ordinary villager from various villages where you don't even have cities, where we have wards, local government that are here. Now, consensus will emerge if everybody else withdraw. Nobody can impose it. And I think the president has sent a very, very encouraging message when he said, and he is the leader of the party, he said, he as the president, he has not anointed anyone. And he even added, and I will not anoint anyone. No leader can be clearer than that. And he says, if you must use the word anointment, I can expand it by saying that it means that the anointing oil
has been distributed to the delegates. And they will use it to anoint who they want, democratically. And he said there should be no opposition. So we have all that's the level playing field you need. So nobody is going to say, hey, I'm just coming from the village. This is what the president said. Those name droppers will be out of business. However, until they blow the whistle, you can't say it's still possible for more people. After all, you are talking to me now. Initially, I wanted to contest for president. I did declare. And at some point, I declared to purchase the form, and I decided to go for Senate. So I think that everybody, you know, in the world, you do your evaluation. You ask yourself, what would that one of those candidates cannot do? If you think that there's someone else who is also ready to do what you can do, you can as well team up with that person and get the job done. Because it's about Nigeria. But if it's about yourself, this is a different matter. So for me, I am confident that as you see the delegates, they are armed. Very powerful weapon. The weapon of a ballot paper. And I can see the boxes. I saw it even last night that the Electoral Management Committee has rightly put in place ballot boxes, which means that whereas anything can happen with regards to consensus, if a consensus emerge, they are primarily preparing for a free, fair, transparent primaries, which will make, I think, give Nigerians a sense of pride. And I also think that whether anybody likes it or not, it will appear that the leaders of the party, the leadership of the party, and leadership is a collective word, those who know, those who cares about the unity of Nigeria, and to my delight, I will tell being prompted on their own reasoning, like I watched from Arise TV, you know, governors of states saying, look, we think in the interest of the unity of this country, let us listen to those who feel that this ought to move, and not out of threat, not out of fear, out of conviction, and as a mark of their own sacrifice to contribute to nation building and addressing the concerns of people, you know, because the capacity of a system, in my view, should be measured by the extent to which it is able to do justice to the minority in its midst. If it's a game of the might, then we don't need democracy. So I am excited, I am happy. I had the privilege of sitting next to my successor, the chairman, the national chairman, and we expect other chairmen to come, previous chairmen. So we have left the offices, but we have not left the party. We remain committed, and we have faith that, God willing, we will get it right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arise, for the job you do for Nigerians.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're just speaking to the former chairman of the APC in the person of former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomole. You heard him say that he is sitting privileged to sit beside the current chairman of the party, Senator Suleiman Adamu. And of course, you've heard him talk about the fact that some governors have come together to say power must shift to the south. Of course, you know that one of the governors, Abubakar Badaru of Jigawa State, has in fact stepped out. What the governors were saying from the northern extraction was that the rest of the governors should, you know, let the power shift. That the governors from the north should step down. So we watch and see how things play out. We have Amaka in the studio, my colleague. Amaka, Ude, over to you in the studio.
Indeed, thank you so much. And of course, we'll come back to you when you have more updates for us. And of course, Ndi Amugo there at the Eagle Square has been speaking to Adams Oshiomole, who he was national chairman at some point, and now he has emerged as the candidate of the APC, looking at Edo North. Well, he was an aspirant. Let's not forget, he did put down 100 million naira, that price tag, for the nomination form for the All Progressives Congress presidential ticket, but he decided to run for Senate, and of course eventually ousting Senator Francis Ali McKenna, who is a two-time senator who has now decamped to the People's Democratic Party. But of course today is all about the All Progressives Congress and this special convention. And let's not forget, looking at, the list that has been put forward, they have been regarded as the frontline aspirants that has been pushed forward by the national chairman and the NWC. Well, it depends on who you're listening to. The NWC, some members are saying, no, we're not in support of those who are calling for 17 of those aspirants to step aside and let 5 of them run this race. But let's come back to the studio now and speak to some of our guests, especially Dr. Danladi Bako, who is a member of the All Progressives Congress, and he happens to be a former Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission. And Dr. Bako, let's come back to you and have this conversation, really looking at what has been regarded as the frontline aspirants. If you look at that list with me right now, we see the likes of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former governor of Lagos State. We see Rotimi Amechi, former Minister of Transportation. Kayode Fayemi, who is the governor of Ekiti State. Not forgetting Dave Umahi, the current governor of Ebonyi State, who is the only representative for the Southeast, and Vice President Yemi Osibajo. Dr. Bako, in all of this right now, looking at what played out in the last 24 hours with that name of the Senate President, speaking about Ahmad Lawal, who is from Yobe State, northeastern Nigeria, looking at this entire list right now, do you think all of those projections that the APC might decide to go the way of the PDP to counter the candidacy of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who we know is the flag bearer of the opposition PDP? The northern chances.
Amaka, the truth of the matter remains that on election day, people have a way of falling back to their primordial sentiments of religion and ethnicity. You have a situation where if you take your candidates from the southern part of the country, there's no guarantee that those 15 million votes in the northwest, you'll be able to capture them. Remember that Southeast and South-South together have 8 million and 7 million votes. They have just what they need. Southeast and South-South make up the votes of the northwest. So what are you going to do with the northwest if you go and pick a southern candidate? A lot of the governors...
Are you saying there's no southern aspirants as is a northern aspirant looking at 2023 and the politics of it all?
The complications of the elections are such that with religion and ethnicity, a lot of sentiments. I'll give you a simple example. 2019, eve of election, some cultural icons and some clerics mentioned that a particular candidate running for president had accepted American pressure to approve gay laws for the country. Everybody, whether Christian or Muslim, felt that that candidate was going to fall victim of allowing LGBT to become an issue in Nigeria. And so the joke was that, oh, your son can wake up tomorrow and say he's gay, and you won't be able to do anything about it because a candidate you elected, of course he lost the election. Now, the truth of the matter remains that those 15 million votes in the Northwest, you need to know what to do and how to get them. And as we speak, because of the nature of politics within the southern part of the country, the governors that mentioned the 5 names, with all due respect, I think they're just looking for positions of vice president, that's all. All of those who are talking about equity are being selfish. One of the governors that mentioned equity is having a Muslim cabinet, himself and his vice and his deputy governor. That same governor also... Are you
speaking of Nasir Al-Rufai of Kaduna State?
I want to believe so.
Okay.
There are lots of them like that. They have all sorts of... When the president asked them, you guys, I did not interfere with your choices of candidates, with your choices of senators, with your choices of... He explained to them. He said, you give me my choice now. At least let me make some substantial input. Eventually, the voters will decide. Long and short of it, voters will go to the polling booth and decide. That's the truth of the matter. But he just indicates where his choices are. There's no law that says you must follow the president's choice. There's no law that says you must say the governor's choice.
But as a leader of the party, would you know the power that he wields?
Yeah, absolutely. So if he says so, and that takes me to the final point, Amaka, those governors from the north are selfish. They are just looking for vice president positions. One,
Right.
they are lobbying to get. If you get an Ahmad Lawan into office, that means that he might be around for 8 years. So all those northern governors are out of it till death do us part. That's why.
So
There's
you're
no long
saying
story about
it's
it.
more about their own personal...
Absolutely. And I think that the point will come, as you do know, I think there will be stepping downs. I think a lot of that will take place a little later today. Because people will realize, first of all, they don't have a chance, so they better come out in public and do the drama of it.
Right.
Oh, I'm stepping down for this person. They will do all that drama. We might end up with about 5 candidates altogether. But I can assure you that what the governors have done, they have just formed themselves into a power base. Professor Jidevo has mentioned about power bases. The governors are just one set of stakeholders. The National Assembly is another set of stakeholders.
Absolutely.
Even as we speak now, the governors should have even asked members of the National Assembly who their candidate is. The National Assembly members have 160 House members supporting Lawan.
But they are statutory delegates, which they are not, according to the Electoral Act 2022, they don't have any voting powers.
That's what I'm saying, that they have constituents within the delegates.
Absolutely. Dr.
They control some of them delegates.
Of course, it's going to be a long evening tonight where we're going to have these conversations as we look forward to who emerges as a flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress. But let's not forget the fact that the APC, as it stands right now, in the 19 states of Nigeria, has about 14 governors in there. And just in the last 24 hours, 13 of them agreed to actually zone the presidency to the south. And just one of them, speaking about one of the aspirants, Yahaya Bello, who's saying, you know what, I want to go to the polls, and I believe I can emerge the flag bearer. Dr. Adibe, we're going to come to you and have a conversation because the fallout of that decision by the northern governors of the APC has now led to some aspirants from the southeast extraction, speaking about the likes of Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, Honorable Chukwuemeka Nwajuba, His Excellency the Governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, as well as Senator Rochas Okorocha, not forgetting Barrister Mrs. Uju Ken, and Chief Mokelu, who is now saying that since the northern governors are agreeing to zone this to the south, it's only fair that the southeast should get a bite at that cherry. But we'll come back to Professor Adibe as well as Dr. Bako, not forgetting Chike in our Lagos studios, as well as Idayat Hassan, who is in the UK. But for now, let's cross live to the Eagle Square, where Ndi Amugo, my colleague, is standing by with one of the aspirants, speaking about Tunde Bakare, who used to be a pastor, but now he believes he will succeed President Muhammadu Buhari. Ndi, it's back to you. I'm being told that MD is getting ready to have a conversation with Pastor Tunde Bakare, who used to be the lead pastor of the Latter Rain Assembly in Lagos State. But now he says, you know, he's been the running mate of President Muhammadu Buhari, but now he says he will succeed the president. Okay, MD standing by.
In a bit, we're going to have join us on this interview Tunde Bakare, one of the aspirants contesting to become the president of Nigeria come the 2023 election. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you very much.
Fine. Let's straight off. You have 4 candidates for Ogun State. Why is it hard for one of you to step down for the other? Wouldn't that share your votes? I mean, divide your votes.
Well, it's not a question of dividing one's vote. Every man of vision and conviction pursues his conviction to its logical conclusion. The reason you bought the form is because you would like to contest. And if I feel, yes, let the delegates judge, let them be the judge. The more the merrier.
The more the merrier. All right, why is this so difficult too? Now that the northern governors have ceded power, that are saying power must shift to the south, why is it difficult for the south, you know, particularly southwest, to come together and pick one candidate? Why is that so difficult?
It is not difficult, but nobody initiated it. I wasn't involved. They invited for meetings and they spoke generally. Be fair to each other, don't abuse one another. Nobody has asked me to step down for anybody.
Okay, so if you're asked, would you do that?
It depends on who.
What do you mean it depends on who?
It depends on if it is the party that is asking me or Mr. President.
So if Mr. President asks you, will you step down? If the party asks you, will you say no?
No, if the president and the party say step down, in the best interest of the party supremacy is sacrosanct. I'll have to apply with that.
So what do you make about the governors from the north? Abubakar Badaru of Jigawa State has already stepped down. They asked their northern aspirants to step down. Power should go to the north. What do you make of that?
Power should go to the south.
Power should go to the south. And then what do you make of what transpired yesterday, where it was said that, well, the chairman of the party dropped a name of the Senate president and mentioned the president, that he said it, but the NWC didn't agree with him. The governors had to hold a meeting and go to his house concerning that matter.
I do not take my cue or my information from social media because it's all conflicting. And for example, this morning, the chairman of the party said, anywhere I said so, produce the video. He denied it. So if I hold on to that, I'll be wasting my time. I wait for the officials of the party organ to speak. Then we can listen.
All right, you were the running mate to the current president sometime in 2015. 2011, sorry. This time around, he's not running. Has he in any way maybe promised you anything in the event that you do not get this ticket?
President does not talk carelessly. He's a man of few words and he's a man of his word. And whatever transpired between us is not for public consumption. Two friends, two brothers, the big brother. We have had many talks about the progress of this nation. But he will not say a thing he cannot keep. He's a man of few words. He stands by what he has said. What he said to me is personal, and what he said to others may be personal. Time will tell.
All right. In the event that a candidate is chosen, either by consensus or direct primaries, do you see the party imploding if that doesn't happen? And then you are aware of what happened in a war on the state. You're a clergy in the church, insecurity. People were worshipping their God and they were attacked. What comments do you have about that?
I'd already given a public statement and I'd called the governor to commiserate with him and to extend our love, our prayers to the victims. It's unfortunate. What happened in the mosque, what happened in the church will happen in the mosque. Let us first and foremost say somebody or an entity, a crime organ whatsoever, they're trying to limit our freedom of assembly and our freedom of worship. And we must all rise to face it, because it has happened in church now, it will happen anywhere tomorrow. So we must rise, all of us. Those men who will go into church or mosque or marketplace to shoot people, they live within the community. We don't leave it alone to just the military or to the armed forces. We all must rise and give information on such people so that with intelligence we can track them down and bring them to book. Until we do that, God forbid, you myself can be the next victim. So, government is doing its best. We must rise up and support the government. And you mentioned that if somebody wins the ticket, there will be an implosion. There will be no implosion. The moment we have one candidate, we all rally around the candidate and make sure PDP does not come near us and take us backward again.
All right, thank you so much. We've been discussing with one of the aspirants, Tunde Bakare, a cleric, and he's been talking to us about several things, ranging from why they have about 4 candidates in Ogun State, and yet not one has stepped down for the other, and why the West do not seem to be able to, in spite of the fact that the northern governors have said power shifts to the south, have not been able to come together and say, okay, we'll choose this person as our candidate to run for the election.
Well, thank you so much, Ndi Amugo. That was an interesting interview with Tunde Bakare there, and of course he used to be the lead pastor of the Citadel Global Community Church. And speaking about the southern aspirations, let's come back now to the studio and speak to a professor of political science, speaking about Professor Adibe. Professor Adibe, thank you so much. Let's have a conversation, really, looking at what has happened in the last couple of hours, especially as it concerns the Southeast, who have actually clamored ahead of the primaries and even the electioneering period. They've said it's only fair that the Southeast produce the next candidate and even the next president of Nigeria. We're looking to the peculiar case of the All Progressives Congress. Well, in the last 24 hours, we've seen someone who was regarded as the front runner representing the Southeast, a former Senate of the Senate President of Nigeria, Kenny Namani, step aside. He says he believes the All Progressives Congress have not been fair to the Southeasterners. So, Professor Adibe, my question to you, do you think the Southeasterners have played their politics well enough to actually deserve to become the flag bearer of not just the All Progressives Congress, or maybe even the next president of Nigeria come 2023?
Yeah, thank you very much. First, let me start with my brother Bako's assertion that the total number of votes in the Northwest is equal to Southeast and South-South combined. That is a very simplistic assumption. If you just look at the figures of registered voters if you limit it to the Southeast, you are forgetting the fact that in virtually every other place outside the Southeast, the Igbos will constitute the second largest. In the Southwest, for example, you forget that in Kogi, in Kwara, in Edo, you have substantial Yoruba population. So that statistic is not already quite correct. But in terms of are they playing the politics right, I'm not sure what it means to play the politics right. The politics started by the Southern Governors Forum declaring that it is done. You have to assert, put a narrative in the public domain, which they did well. But sometimes there is often a convergence between popular sentiments and pushing your own selfish agenda. What prevented, for example, the Southern Governors Forum? I think the problem started with them. If they had said, oh, we want this thing to go to the Southeast, and the other two arms will support it so that APC will not have any option to zone it, then we will have breached the contradiction in the South, which is often ethnic. So that because the Southwest has seen presidency under Obasanjo, vice presidency under Oshibanjo, there is a moral burden, a moral question of why are you talking about power shift to the South? Only for people to start discerning that might be there is an invisible hand that is teleguiding this, especially when they show this hand and then put the headquarters of the Southern Governors Forum in Lagos. And people just felt, well, okay, this is the part of the agenda. The same thing happened with the South-South. We had the good luck. I believe in one thing, Amaka, that is, if the Southern governors had closed ranks by says the two sides supporting the Southeast, and I also believe the Northern governors close rank or resolve their religious contradiction, the Governors Forum will become a clearinghouse for us to solve major problems. Because the Northern governors and the Southern governors will then have to do a lot of horse trading on contentious issues, which will then help us. Whatever they clear at the Governors Forum goes into the National Assembly for rubber stamping. But there was a lot of hypocrisy in my own opinion, and this started from the Southern Governors Forum. So when the Southern Federal Forum were equivocating, then it opened the ground for other people to come in. And it is not just, it was people suggested, felt it was an agenda for one of the candidates. And then let's bring it back to these Northern governors. People are applauding them now for saying it should go to the South. Why didn't they say this earlier? In fact, some of the suspicions we had was that some of the governors were pushing when the chairman suddenly said they had not taken a decision on who will run. Some of the governors were agitating for the nomination window to be opened so that some of them will enter into the fray. And when that failed, as my brother Bako, some of them started eyeing for the idea of vice presidency, and of course, doing a lot of moral grandstanding. So I think the nature of Nigerian politics is that there's no one group that will say you have. Even in the north, there are these contradictions, Kanuri religions and all this. You have to be able to, and I think the Igbo politicians or the Southeast politicians are doing what they ought to do. Right. But the structure is what, you know, when there's the will for people to do what is right. For as long as we didn't do that, and the article imagined complicated problem, and then paved the way for the argument for the APC that it's only a northerner that can defeat her.
Well, Professor Adibe, we actually hear you on that. But you know what? Let's not forget that prior to even the northern governors coming up with their own decision a long time ago, there's 17 southern governors cut across the PDP, the APC had spoken with one voice through the governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, saying, you know what, 2023, the only way we can support any political party is if only they zone the presidency to the south, especially looking at the fact that President Muhammadu Buhari, who's on his way out, is from the north. Let's go to Chike right now in our Lagos studio. Chike, we've seen the conversations we've had in the studio, and of course you have been listening and following all of the political developments in the last couple of hours with former Senate President Kenny Namani stepping aside. He's saying that the APC has not been fair to the Southeasterners, and of course we have now seen a statement credited to the aspirants from the Southeastern extraction. They're saying, you know what, if the Northern governors are saying, let the South have a bite of it, it's only fair President Muhammadu Buhari support the Southeastern presidency. Do you think, as it stands right now, that in the APC we might still see a Southeasterner emerging as the flag bearer? You think?
Well, like I said before, you know, in these conventions, and excuse me, anyone that thinks that anything is a done deal is deceiving him or herself. Anything can still happen. But be that as it may, you know, what the Southeast candidates are saying now is it's good. It makes a lot of sense. It speaks to equity. It speaks to justice. But I guess the damage to that cause has been done a long time ago. The damage to that cause has been done from the kind of governors that we have in the Southeast to start with. These are governors that I don't think have stood up to be counted where the interest of the Southeast has been. This obviously led to a situation where the delegates that were thrown up by the Southeast obviously do not have the kind of favor that I can feel coming from the delegates coming from the Southwest, for instance. Even though they have a major choice between, you know, a Bola Tinubu and a Yemi Osinbajo. But yet, you can see that there is some coherence there. 800 of the delegates out of 975 or thereabout from the Southeast did not vote for any Southeasterner. You know, so you just think about it, for instance. I mean, this was the situation in the PDP. So what are we saying? Now we come to the APC, which, you know, they're trying to see if they can get it through there. It is fine. But the way it is, the APC doesn't have governors that can, you know, they can warehouse that kind of struggle on that. The PDP that had it, obviously frittered it away. So if the PDP could not actualize it, I'm beginning to wonder how possible it will be in a situation of the APC where, you know, they don't even have anything. I think what Ken Namani did was the best thing to do in the circumstance, because I'm sure he looked left, he looked right, and realized he was all alone. And, you know, I don't know what kind of consensus they have built. That's the Southeasterners, even the other, you know, the other candidates there from the Southeast. I don't know what they have built around their colleagues and around the delegates. So if you ask me, it's looking a little bit difficult for the Southeast. And I don't think anybody, you can't really put that blame anywhere else but in the doorstep, you know, of the Igbos themselves. That, if you ask me, is my reading of the situation. But like I keep saying, you know, 1 minute can be a lifetime in these matters. Something new can come up between now and then, some new information, some new thinking. You know, somebody can come up with a great altruistic idea, just like the governors of the of the northern states came up with, and said, look, which is the right thing to do for us to keep this country engaged and to make everybody feel a part of it. We should actually cede this power to the Southeast. And then maybe amongst themselves, they can choose for them, because it is obvious that for a Southeasterner to be a president from the APC, he has to be made from outside the Southeast. That is the point.
Well, let's not forget that when it comes to zoning, it's not enshrined in the Constitution of the All Progressives Congress, unlike the PDP, which it's actually enshrined in Section 37 of its Constitution. But eventually, we saw that jettisoned during its own primaries. But you know what? Let's go back to the convention ground where our correspondent, Mary Chinda, is standing by. Mary, good evening to you. Can you bring us up to speed as to what's happening? We can see the leaders of the APC arriving right now. Tell us what the latest is.
Good evening, Bakare. While we were speaking just a few seconds ago, one of the presidential aspirants and governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, actually arrived. But of course, right here, we're talking about the elections that is going to be kickstarting in just a few moments from now. As soon as this actually kickstarts, of course, we're waiting for the arrival of the president. But I have with me one of the members of the Election Management Committee, Honorable Patricia and she's going to be bringing us up to speed about how transparent this process is going to be in the APC this night. But could you tell us, you are a member of the Election Management Committee, how much work has been put into ensuring that the process is actually fair and it's credible?
Thank you very much. We've been working assiduously, to make sure that we have a transparent and, if not the best election so far, should be one of the best elections. Yeah, if I tell you something, you won't believe it. The voters card we are going to use are already coded. So if anybody wants to filtrate the electioneering process, the person is going to burn his fingers. Therefore, I can tell you that we are really ready for the job.
Okay, so we're going to be having over 2,300 delegates, and these people are going to be voting. Can you tell us about the process that is going to be taking place here tonight?
Yes, they are going to be voting according to their states, and it's going to be on alphabetical order. When they come in, we have 45 polling booths, and we have at least 60 agents that is going to oversee that. And we, the supervisors, we are 58 in number. So we are really ready. Actually, we don't really have a state that is actually really large. Probably like Kano. Kano has about the highest number of voters. And we've envisaged that definitely they will go like about twice or thrice to cast their vote. And that will be the end. Some of the states just have even less than 40. So definitely it shouldn't take a long time.
Okay, there's been some information that's been going around on social media saying that voting is going to, the announcement of results is going to be sometime at 10 p.m. Can you verify this for us?
That you can't really determine, because the time we are going to start depends on when our leaders are here, most especially Mr. President. Once the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is here, that is when we are going to start. If he comes now, we are going to start. If he comes in another 4 hours and we say 6 o'clock we are starting, that is when our 6 o'clock is starting.
Okay, you heard it right there from one of the members of the Election Management Committee, Honorable Patricia, who's been telling us that as soon as this process starts, as the president comes in, and then, after all of the speeches, then the voting proper is going to start. And of course, the APC members of the Election Management Committee have ensured that the process is actually very, very transparent. The voting process is the biggest thing that's going to be happening this night, and that would shape the outcome of this convention tonight. It's over now to you, Amaka.
Well, Mary Chinda, thank you so much. Of course, Mary Chinda there on ground for us at the convention ground at the Eagle Square right here in Nigeria's capital of Abuja. She was speaking to former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Patricia Ate. Of course, she was Speaker back in 2007. And just a moment ago, we were having a conversation really looking at the agitation for Southern presidency come 2023 and if all hope is lost or not. Well, let's now cross live to London and speak to Idayat Hassan. Okay, Idayat Hassan, I've been told, will join us as soon as she can. But of course, we need to have a conversation looking at the agitation prior to the primaries of not just the All Progressives Congress, but even the People's Democratic Party, where, of course, a lot of the aspirants had said, you know what, for the equity and fairness of our jurisprudence, we need to see a Southern presidency. But that has not happened in the People's Democratic Party, and of course we're trying to see if in the All Progressives Congress there is still hope for that happening. But of course one of the frontliners, Ken Namani, former president of the Senate, has actually stepped aside. But as it stands right now, we have seen some names being touted. They're being called the 5 frontline aspirants, all of them Southern aspirants, speaking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former governor of Lagos State, Rotimi Amechi, former minister of transportation, Kayode Fayemi, the governor of Ekiti State, Dave Umahi, the governor of Ebonyi State, and of course the vice president, Professor Yemi Osibajo. Let's come back to the studio and speak to our guest, Professor Jideofor Adibe. Professor Jideofor, earlier on when Dr. Bakare was speaking, it seemed like he didn't agree with some of what he was insisting on, speaking about the fact that the PDP, as it went, the Southeasterner did not fare so well because they didn't get support from inside the Southeast. Do you think we're likely to see the same type of scenario play out here? Or do you think maybe, just maybe, there might just be a dark horse from the Southeast that emerges as a flag bearer of the ruling APC?
Yeah, again, thank you. Let me just say this. It is possible for us to analyze, use what we can call 3 levels of analysis to figure out the problems of the Southeast in terms of the delegates. If you use the first level to call it the national level, the entire Southeast has 95 delegates in the PDP out of 773. So even if the entire Southeast votes for one candidate, it's not enough. It doesn't make a dent. So the second level is that at the level of the regional. You know, if we come within the South itself, what is the relative weight? They backed initially the Southern Governors Forum, hoping that through that they can negotiate. So after a while, you see that the Southeast governors started to withdraw. When they sensed that really they were not agitating for Southern governors, they were actually trying to want power to come to the Southwest to benefit a particular candidate. So they withdrew. Then of course you are right, part of the thing, there are internal contradictions within the Southeast itself. The contradiction between Anambra, Enugu and all these things play out, we know that. Jonathan did not become president in 2011 because of the South votes. It has to be out of the 6 geopolitical zones, people coming out as Obasanjo did, as some other people, people from the North did, and say, look, we are going to support Jonathan. This is what the reason why I believe the South is. And let me mention something you mentioned about Ojikanu's position, and you said he was a traitor, he was supporting Lawan.
Yeah, he was one of the front runners, but he stepped down for the Senate president.
People say that in every household you need a particular madman, so that when other mad people come around, you have somebody from your household to confront them. Akanu's position somehow resonates with some people in the South. It's like, if my brothers in the South, there's no person, no group that supported Jonathan more than the Southeast. If they are not able to show sensitivity and love, then why would I want to be subjugated to them? The Southwest, if taken twice under Obasanjo and then Oshibanjo, are you trying to prove to me that Northern hegemony is better than Southwest hegemony? And so it's better, if you don't want to be sensitive, it's better that it goes somewhere else. Don't use me to argue it comes to South, when in actual fact you want it to come to yourself. That was Ojikanu's argument. And I can tell you, as irrational as it may seem, it resonates with some people. There are several people who you say selling votes during the delegates. Some of them argue that, well, we have just this, even if we vote for the entire one candidate, it's not going to make any difference. So we either follow somebody, we calculate my win, or we monetize our votes. It may not make sense, but there's some sense of economic rationality in it. So it's not. It will have been a different scenario. If, for example, there was a decision when the southern governors were agitated, you say, okay, we're going to just zone it to southeast. I can tell you, it will have been easier for the southeast governors candidates to arrive at a consensus, and you will get a block vote. Don't forget, in all presidential elections, you may say the Southeast are not united. They give block votes. They've consistently to PDP at the presidential level election more than any group. So that is solidarity. And they know how, once there is actually what thing they call Ibokwelu, that's solidarity comes up. But they have to have a cause. So in the PDP primaries, there was nothing to gain. Even if the entire Southeast votes for them, they will still lose.
Right, and if you look at the PDP, the top 5 of the aspirants, when the results were counted, there was just one Southeasterner. Speaking about Senator Ayim Pius, Ayim, who is from Ebonyi State. Well, Ebonyi had about 13 delegates. He garnered just 14 votes. Well, that is just one state out of the Southeast. At the end of the day, there were 5 states in the Southeast. One cannot really argue too much with those who say the Southeasterners did not support the Southeasterners back in the PDP primaries. But now, it's not about the PDP. We're speaking about the All Progressives Congress. And I want to come to you, Dr. Danladi Bako, right now. And let's look at the conversation that is being heard right now. Well, there was something called the dollarization of the process during the People's Democratic Party. And news just getting to us right now says, we are seeing almost the same type of situation play out with the All Progressives Congress, especially looking at the uncertainty that is rife. First of all, the president said he had an anointed candidate. He should be allowed to pick his successor. Eventually, he says, you know what, go ahead and decide what you want for yourself. And while we await the entire outcome of the primaries, the role of money in our democratic process and its impact in the long run, especially looking at the economic stance of the country as it stands. Dr. Bako, the APC, would you say you've done well enough, really, to see a clear process that is not dollarized or monetized, like the president has asked the delegates going into this contest?
Well, thank you very much, Amaka. Before I take on your question, I'll just briefly refer back to Professor Adibe's comment about the voting register and pattern of the Northwest. Just like you have Igbos everywhere. I had said it at one other occasion that if all the Igbos all over the world, diaspora, can come together and vote on an election day, they will get more than 8 million votes. But that's not the case. So likewise, we have Hausa people in Idiaraba, or Piweka, or Gui Road, everywhere. So if you're talking about those demographics, every tribe has other people living in all of those places.
So, Dr. Danladi Bako, we're going to come back to you, especially looking at fighting corruption is one of the pillars of the APC, and we'll look at, you know, the role of money in deciding the flag bearer of the party, especially looking at the President Muhammadu Buhari had said, delegates, go in there, vote with your conscience. Do not look at the money being used to induce you. But we'll come back and have this conversation. But for now, let's cross back live to the Eagle Square, where the special convention of the All Progressives Congress is currently happening. And of course, we can see leaders of the party arrive, and even some aspirants equally arrived, and maybe to try and woo the delegates ahead of the votes. But Somna Sambo, our Rice News Director and a political editor, is standing by with some guests. Somna, it's over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Amaka. And we've been seeing dignitaries arriving at the moment. And of course, I have with me here Senator Florence Itagiwa, who is a leading member of the All Progressives Congress, a top leader of the party from the South state of Cross River. So good to have you here, distinguished.
Thank you.
We just want you to tell us the atmosphere right now. You have been interacting with your state delegates, and what's the atmosphere like ahead of the voting?
I think right now you can see that the atmosphere is very serene, very well organized. I am a delegate as well as a member of the elections committee. So, I mean, I'm so tired. We've been here all day trying to make sure that everything is well secured, the ballot boxes and everything, whilst the discussions are ongoing. So, but I think we're going to have a very, very transparent electoral process. If they don't arrive at a consensus, and I think even that word I can't pronounce it anymore. Just like I cannot pronounce delegates, So the word delegate, because of the way the word delegate is being looked at now or being interpreted now.
It's time for delegates to make monies, and we hear monies are being shared and all of that.
I wish other states, on a very serious note, what my state has done is to let you buy a form, which is 90,000, and then they now do that each local government has the topmost people to contest, and out of like maybe 15, 20 people, they pick the best 3. So, and then they pick the 3 that will come to Eagle Square, you understand, to look at all that may have been following up on all the aspirants, and coming to Eagle Square, you're coming to look at the best person for Nigeria, not the biggest Ghana must go or the biggest dollar note, but the best person for Nigeria. For me, I'm standing here, my thoughts are towards, the man or woman that would address the economy of this country.
Yeah, at least there's a woman in the list.
Unfortunately, there isn't, because I'll come back to that sometime, not now, because it's really, really annoying. But the man that will look at the economy of this state, because if you address the issue of the economy of this state, you'll be able to create employment, and then the crime rate will reduce. So thereby, you address the issue of crime. So I'm looking at that. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm a Nigerian politician with a lot of problems, huge problem. So I'm looking for that person that will come and finally address the issue of Bakassi. You understand, the proper resettlement of Bakassi, people that have been disenfranchised, that have been roaming around the street for over 14 years now. I'm looking for that compassionate person that would address the issue of refugees in this country, the economy, the security. I'm not looking at the size of money, I'm looking at who will come and address these issues.
All right.
That's what I'm here for.
All right, we must thank you so much. Senator Florence Itagiwa is wearing 2 caps here. She's a delegate, and of course, she's a leading member of the All Progressives Congress. And of course, we've been speaking with her here, and here she is having a conversation with the governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and of course we will be having him join us right here as the preparations are ongoing for the final kickoff of the National Convention. Of course, we've just been informed that President Muhammadu Buhari is on his way to the Eagle Square now, and of course these VIPs have started arriving, and joining me right now is the amiable governor of Lagos State, very youthful always, and always full of smiles, joining us here. This is the state where one of the leading contenders for the APC presidential ticket comes from, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And of course, Mr. Governor, so good to have you here. You're looking so fresh.
Thank you very much. You looking, I like your suit. It's all been sleepless nights, but we thank God we're here today. And it's such an incredible, arena. And I'm hoping that, in another, half an hour or so, we should get it started. And we should all just, and put it behind us. The whole nation is watching us. The whole continent, if I dare say, is watching us. And we all need to just be at our best behavior and ensure that fairness, equity, transparency, and all of it. The boxes are ticked very, very well. This out here today. And at the end of the day, we'll expect the right man and the best man for the job to emerge.
And who is the best one to emerge?
It's the delegates. If you see them, they're so powerful these days. It's the delegate, it's the 2,320 of them that will have the opportunity to determine that. And that's the process that all of us have surrendered ourselves to as a party. And so we need to just respect that process and believe that they will do justice to what is expected of them.
Now, Mr. Governor, unlike previous conventions that I've attended, Lagos used to come with a huge entourage of delegates, but because of the statutory, you're only left with 20. No. 60 years, because you have 20 local governments times 3. So 60 now. Tell us about how you've been able to talk to these delegates to know how critical it is for them to exercise their voting franchise in such a way that will promote our democracy and deliver the best candidate for your party?
Thank you very much. I think to answer that, we'll also look at the process that threw them out. So one of the things that we said to our people is that let's ensure that we're bringing out people that have integrity, people that have their own self-starters themselves, people that in their various local governments, apart from being politicians, they're people that indeed can stand their own. So the process of throwing them out, I'm very happy with it. A whole lot of them are men and women that have in one form or the other have been something in their own life, and it's cut across brackets, very young people, middle-aged people, and a few elderly people. So that, given that process that I've thrown them out, we believe that they will do us right, they will do us well, and they will be able to, having listened, watch, all of the aspirants come to Lagos at different times, converse, vote from them, talk to them, encourage them, and say the things that they plan out for the state and for the country. They will bring all of that to bear today. And on a personal note, I've had to just encourage them, to say everybody will be relying on you. This is precious 60 that we have, go out there and just do the right thing and the proper thing for our state and for our nation.
Okay, Your Excellency, we've been told that there's been a meeting of Lagos governors from the Southwest trying to reach a consensus between some of the top Southwest contenders. Now, can you tell us how you're trying to arrive at one or two contenders so that the Southwest, which is almost looking like it's being favored, doesn't lose out because it has so many aspirants?
Well, that is a conversation that we've had extensive journey on. We've had it tremendous several times. And I believe that even out here, things can still happen. Never say never, right? And
especially learning from the PDP convention.
Absolutely. Well, we all have a way in which we do ours as well. But things can still happen here. 2-3 hours ago, I was still with one or two of the aspirants, still talking, and we're still asking ourselves questions. Shouldn't we put our best foot forward? Shouldn't we look at ourselves and say to ourselves, we're in the late hours, what are the issues that we cannot resolve amongst ourselves? So it's been an interesting engagement, and we believe that at the end of it, the Southwest, and indeed all the aspirants, will do us proud, and Nigeria will be better off for it.
And just before I let you go, this has been a difficult period for you, Mr. Governor, because you have former Lagos State Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a senator in the race with Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Tell us how you've been able to work out these details. I know that so many people are telling us that the Lagos State delegates are going for Ashiwaju. Just tell us what exactly.
So it's much more than that. Yes, like you said, Ashiwaju is there. Doing what he knows how to do well. The vice president too, has been everywhere. I have two governors that are also, from the Southwest. My colleagues, the PGF governor, Pastor Bakare, and several other capable hands that have been thrown up, from the former governor of Ogun State as well, that have been thrown out, from the Southwest. I think each one of them, have distinguished themselves in their own chosen career, profession, in one form or the other, right? And I think it's just going to get to the wire now, and the delegates, like I still said, will be the ones that all of us will be looking up to do the right thing at the right time when voting starts.
I must confess, I don't envy your position right now.
Well, it's one of the things, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Of course, here we have Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, been in a very tough position. He has colleague governors, and of course he also has, one of his strongest political benefactor, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, being in the race, and of course we have the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who has lived his life all in Lagos, represented Lagos in various capacities, and was a former Attorney General of Lagos State, and all of this. So here's the man who's in the middle of all of this, and it's been a very difficult scenario for him. Like I told him earlier, I don't envy his position, but that's how politics is. And of course, we are still waiting for President Muhammadu Buhari. Right now, we've been told that he's on his way. I can tell you the national chairman of the party, Abdullahi Adamu, is here. The secretary of the party, Yola Omishore, is here. And of course, we've seen other top party leaders, governors arriving. And of course, northern governors who have been very controversial in the sense that they have helped to stabilize and then, of course, to push forward their opinion that for now, they would want to canvass for a southern presidency, someone who would emerge as an APC flag bearer from the south, whether the southeast, southwest, south-south or so. And of course, one of the critical aspects that we've had is that they've been in a minority dissension, so to say. We have the Kogi State Governor, Governor Yahaya Bello, dissenting to that opinion. Out of 14 of these northern governors, Yahaya Bello has said that he is in the race to win and no one must intimidate him, and he would continue to go into the race up until the last minute. Now, not quite long, he just arrived there. He went straight to the Kogi State stand where he greeted a lot of the delegates, and I've seen him going around different stands of different states. And of course, it's going to be an interesting development because he was with Mr. President earlier on, President Muhammadu Buhari, to where he insisted that irrespective of what's being said, that his colleagues only form an elite within the APC and that they are not the top decision makers. There are only a few decision makers that the young people of the country have said they are with him and all of that. Well, he's entitled to his opinion according to what party insiders are telling us, but they are narrowing the chances to between 5 to 6 of the top aspirants in the party, and the latest we had is that they are also narrowing it down to about 2 or 3, with the possibility of being from the south west or so, but that information is not yet clear. And of course, we have one of the aspirants who is from the south of the country, Jack Rich, who is here. And of course, so good to see you here, and you're still looking very fresh. I thought you would have been worn out with all the meetings.
Well, I'm working harder, you know, working harder.
So how's it been? What's the last minute touch like with the delegates?
Well, I'm just here pretty early now, walking around and trying to say hello to the delegates, and also to let them recognize that the decision that they make today will affect this great nation in 2023. We need to elect a president that understands how to read the numbers, a president that understands the dialectics of macroeconomic fundamentals, not a man that give you a lot of money that you probably didn't work for. I'm a businessman. I know what it takes to make 1 million naira. So I'm here to also speak to Nigerians that it's important that delegates recognize the need to be that machine that's shaping society, because the decision that 2,000 plus delegates made will affect 223 million Nigerians.
Yeah, and a lot of analysts and pundits are not giving you the opportunity. They are not putting you among the top 5 or 6. How have you been taking that?
Well, a lot of my followers kind of weren't happy about that, but because they are looking at those who stunned politicians. You know what I'm trying to say? But the issue of 2023 is not about politics. It's about Nigeria, and the delegates must recognize that you need to vote for a president. You vote for a candidate.
Of course, Somna Sambo right there speaking with one of the presidential hopefuls there, Jack Rich. He's representing Rivers State, and he is still running to become the flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress. You know what? Just like the People's Democratic Party, we have confirmation that operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC, actually on ground at Eagle Square. But as some political analysts will tell you, the money, the dollarization of our politics doesn't happen on the grounds of the convention, but prior to the delegates getting there. But how far-reaching their presence will be, only time will tell. And if we're going to see the delegates vote according to who gave them the highest money, or if we're going to see a Douglas Wilder effect, well, in a matter of hours, we'll find that out. But from me, as well as all of my guests in the studio, that's Dr. Adanla Dibako, a member of the APC, as well as Professor Jidofo Adibe, not forgetting Idayat Hassan in the UK, as well as Chike there in our Lagos studio. Gentlemen and lady, I'd have to say thank you so much for joining me on this special coverage of the All Progressives Congress special convention to get their flag bearer. I am Amaka Ode from Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Also, thank you so much for watching, and of course, Arise News Hour is up next.
And you were talking, you were speaking to the probability that if he emerges the candidate, he will satisfy the Southeast agitation. But in my interactions with some members of the Southeast, they're saying that the clamor for a president of, for a presidency of the Southeast is regional rather than tribal.
Yeah, I agree that it is regional rather than ethnic. But I'm saying in the circumstances, this is the best maybe they can have. Ordinarily, I would have preferred, as I'm an Igbo myself, I would have preferred somebody like Dave Umahi or Bonayono you know, or well, not Wajuba, because I'm also a lecturer, and I don't think that I will support that candidature. But all the same, those are Igbos from the southeast region. But we cannot deny the fact that Amechi is an Igbo man, but not from the southeast. So if you are not having the southeast, then the second best option will be an Igbo from somewhere else. We have Igbos from the southwest, we have Igbos from the south, and any of them ultimately is an Igbo, even though this situation, this zoning should have been rightly to the Igbos of the southeast zone.
But even that in itself, Dr. Ona, isn't it a signal to the age-long perception about the division within the Igbos? If the Igbos would not see a Rotimi, let's not use Rotimi now, Chibike, Amechi, Igbo names, if they would not see him as sufficiently justifying the clamor for an Igbo presidency, just because he's from the south,
it's not a question of
not from the southeast. And how will that impact on the outcome of the voting if indeed the APC decides to go for indirect primaries?
It's not a question of justification. It's just like saying that Saraki, who has a Yoruba name and who may even be a Yoruba, can contest for the southwest. It is in the nature of Nigeria. It is in the nature of the structure of the country. We have zones and we have ethnic groups. Some ethnic groups, are found in more than one zone. The Igbos are found in the southwest, that is the Midwest, that is in terms of Delta, and even up to a little of Edo. Then the Igbos are also found in rivers. They are Igbos, and nobody is denying that fact. But the issue is that the South had had the presidency. And I'm sure that if the South were to have it again, Amechi would have still run as a South person. Now it is supposed to be in the southeast. And we would have preferred that somebody, an Igbo man from the southeast, will have it. Then we will know that southeast has had their turn. And then whenever it comes again, even the Igbos in the southeast can go and support the Igbos in the south to have it on behalf of South.
Professor Killa, I'm interested in knowing your meaning of this, but first of all, let's just quickly clarify that Governor Badaro has since withdrawn from the race. Yes, Governor Badaro has withdrawn from the race.
Well, my take on the zoning issue and the thing, well, it's a very sad situation in which the fate of a man is decided by circumstances that is not of his own making. That is one of the worst things that can happen to people. And I want our viewers to follow this very carefully, because this is an important point. The reason why we clamor for a good country, for a good society, is not only because we want good roads today and we want hospitals that work. It is because we do not want our children to suffer a fate that just because they were born in this country, they are worse off than their peers across the world. That is why we clamor for a good collective situation. When we have the situation where the destiny, the ambition, the career of human beings are managed around where they come from, it's a system that is not working. The presidential system, especially when it's a federal system, all over the world where it works, nobody talks about these things. The fact that we have to talk about that tells us that the people of tomorrow, those who are going to make a better Nigeria, need to go and think that we have a country where we don't trust ourselves enough to say anybody can administer for us. We don't ask the regional zone of a doctor, a nurse, a barber, or a baker, but then we're very keen when it comes to who goes to governance. It tells you that something major is wrong with that system. And I do believe that until we actually think it through, is either we're able to create trust amongst ourselves, then it won't matter where people come from anymore. Or we build a system where the central will be so weak and the federating part so strong that we will not be vying to go to far away Abuja anymore. If I had my way, I would make Nigeria in a way that the most important layer of government is the local government. So that when I come out of my house, the office that manages my road, my public school, my hospital, is one office I can maybe walk to, not somewhere I need to fly to or travel over hours to get to the office. In a country where diversity matters, ethnic, religious, geography, because we're also wide, I think we need to decentralize our authorities and devolve power so that it won't really matter, it will be vague. And I say this thing not as something impossible or a big dream. It has happened before. In this same country, those who grew up in the 50s will know that it did not matter who was really at the center. The moment the center mattered in this country was when the country started to break down. If you live in a regional government, in a federal system, it will just matter to you who's governing your little part. The consequence, which people tend to be scared of, is that parts of the country will grow at their pace. And let me say this, because Nigerians are big travelers. When we hear about Dubai, the United Emirates, it is not the whole Emirates that is Dubai. There are parts of the Emirates that are not so developed. You just allow people to develop at their pace, and where there is a good system, so nobody should be afraid of decentralization. Where it is a good system, parts of that system will go and take advantage of low development. So the people in Lagos will go and invest somewhere where land is cheap, given the amount of land here. So far there is a security system, a legal system that allows that. So when we are choosing our leaders, I think we need to start thinking of the leader of the future who can think along that line. And we the people as well, it's time we need to start thinking along that line. You see, because, and I stop on this zoning thing here, I get passionate about it because I see the consequence. This zoning thing, the way we say it, if somebody is 40 years old today, and we say we need to zone across regions, and each region will have 8 years. So if you are 40 years today, and it is your zone going to be president, you are fixed for the next 8 times 6 years. Because before it comes back to you, 8 times 6, I think, is 36, you're going to be what? 76 years old. It's over for you if we really follow the zoning thing. So it is not as good as it sounds. Democracy, modern form of government, is built around citizenship, around individual. When we make a case for collective identity, we are killing functional side of democracy. This is a conversation that needs to be thought through. But to do it, of course, we need a lot of things. We need trust. We need a state that works for all. Otherwise, what are we doing? When we talk about this zoning thing and we talk about let these people have their turn, these people are not ahead. Who are the we? Who are these people? Who are the they? We're talking of some people's jobs. It's not about our own lives. So what happens to me when somebody from my town becomes president of Nigeria? Except I'm planning to get access to power at the detriment of other Nigerians, I gain nothing from it as citizens.
But apologies of the Southeast presidency would disagree with you, and I hope Dr. Ona would have some views, follow-up views to that, but that will be after the break. You're still on to our continued coverage of the APC National Convention held to elect the next standard bearer for the party for the 2023 presidential election. Let's take a breather and we'll be back shortly.
believe that first we must complete what we have started, radically transforming our security and intelligence architecture, completing the reform of our justice system, focusing on adequate remuneration and welfare of judicial personnel, and ensuring justice for all and the observance of the rule of law, rapidly advancing our infrastructure development, especially power, roads, railways, and broadband connectivity, providing an excellent environment for businesses to thrive, taking the agricultural revolution to the next step, especially mechanization and developing the farm-to-table value chain, making sure that the government, its agencies and regulators serve the business community, creating a tech economy that will provide jobs for millions of young Nigerians, enhancing our social investment program to a full-scale social welfare program, completing the promise of lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty within this decade, completing the task of ensuring that all Nigerians, male and female, attend school, reforming our educational system for relevance to the challenges of this century, completing the task of universal health coverage for all, and strengthening the capacity of states and local governments to deliver on their respective mandates. Above all, front and center of our efforts will be the provision of jobs and opportunities for our young people.
Yes, welcome back to Channels Television Studios. We're reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos. It's our continued coverage of the APC National Convention held to elect the flag bearer for the party in the next election, the presidential election. And I still have two wonderful gentlemen who have been very patient with the process and have offered sound analysis. I have Dr. Emmanuel Ona. He's an associate professor, Department of Political Science, University of Lagos. I also have Professor Anthony Killer of the Center for International Advanced and Professional Studies. So just before the break, we were looking at zoning, which has been a big subject defining, the electioneering campaign ahead of the next general election, and indeed before this time. And I appreciate your thoughts on this, Professor Killer, but there are those who would say also, and you can't but stop and listen, they would say that there is competency everywhere, whether it's in the northwest geopolitical zone, northeast, southeast, southwest, anywhere in Nigeria, there is competence everywhere. So in the light of the fact that that decentralization of power has not happened, and we're still left with the system of government as it is, isn't it valid in the interest of equity and fairness that zoning should go to the southeast?
Oh, no, I get their point. I get their point. But actually, let me phrase it in a cruder but I think truer way. The way we talk about zoning, their concern is that one part of the country will not allow other parts to go, will not allow other part of the country to get access to power. Because they reason this way. The way Nigeria is structured, there are more votes from one part of the country, i.e. the north, than other parts of the country, i.e. the south. And then they go on to think, Ordinarily, Northerners will vote for Northerner, Southerners will vote for Southerner. So they say, allow us, even though we are less votes, even we have less votes, to go. That is, mainly the thrust of the argument. But that is a leadership failure. And I'll tell you why it's a leadership failure. Political parties are created to be vehicles that will align people based on interest and worldview, regardless of their ethnic or religious affiliation. So that way, it allows you to reinvent citizenship. What has happened is that in Nigeria, our political leaders, our political parties, have not been able to fulfill a basic function of political parties. They've not been able to turn Nigerians into socialists, conservatives, liberal Democrats, center, left, right. They've not been able to turn Nigerians to that. Why? Partly because they're incompetent, majorly because they're mischievous. Because rather than soar high and raise people, they are playing to their basic instincts of keeping people to be primordial, and they just go with their like, somebody who speaks like them. Forgetting, and this is where I talk about leadership, this is where the political leadership that has clearly failed, but I think the other kind of leadership, the educational, religious, all form of elite, need to really think and interrogate it, that truly, is it a good thing? Does it really matter that the person ruling comes from my side at all? Have I benefited from it? Will I benefit from it legally? And I think that is the leadership quest that we have.
It does matter. In fact, it matters everything. It's not a question of have I benefited, am I benefiting from it? Because benefit is both tangible and intangible. Benefit, in fact, the intangible benefit most times are much more important for this concept of citizenship that he's talking about. Zoning, for instance, is supposed to reinforce citizenship, supposed to define citizenship. For instance, I am a Nigerian, and the process is you're playing out now, which has literally excluded people from my area of Nigeria from becoming president. They have not been president before, and they can't be now. And they are telling me about citizenship of Nigeria. What type of citizenship? It gets to a point where sometimes you start listening to some other arguments that are even questioning that citizenship in the first, or that country in the first instance. I don't want to go to that extent, but if you deny me the advantages of citizenship, then you have no right to insist that I remain a citizen of that country. If, for instance, in how many years of the Fourth Republic, no Igbo man has become president. And there are people, there are sections of Nigeria that want to be president for 2 times, that want to be president for 3 times. And they are telling me that we are the same type of citizens? No, we are not. We are not. But I have told you that under the circumstance, the situation is not as clear as it is. We have had issues in the Southeast. Even the party as a party needs votes, and they have not been getting the type of votes that can win elections from the Southeast. Those are better arguments. But to come from the philosophical argument to tell me about citizenship that denies me the rights of citizenship, it is not citizenship. A country that wants me to be its citizen and is denying me the rights of citizenship is no country to me.
But Dr.
Naturally,
I agree totally with you.
Yeah,
I agree totally. But the point is this.
Make that brief.
I'm going to make it brief. The whole point is this. Nobody is stopping anybody to be president or own a store anywhere in Nigeria. The point is, when you want to own a store, you pay for the rent or you buy the
We can understand.
When you want to be president, you get the votes.
We can understand.
The problem we have is that we're saying that allow me to be president with your own votes. That is the problem that is not balanced.
That is also true. But that is also not exactly true. Because even economically, we are living as Nigerians with the resources of some parts of Nigeria. So a country is always give and take. A country is always You bring here and the other person brings there. So if you are insisting on your vote, making you president every time, then it means that you will be president every time. Sooner than later, I can assure you that even those votes will not mean anything to you.
Otherwise, you keep your vote and I keep my economy.
Your observation about the imbalance,
yes,
is key. And there are other consequences,
absolutely,
tied to this zoning thing. I wish we had enough time to look through that. But let's take our focus back to the presidential primary and look at Section 84(9) in the light of what's happening. It's past 6, I believe, almost 6:30 if I'm not wrong. And we still don't have a clear direction about where the party is headed in terms of the method it's adopting, either consensus or indirect primaries. Given the fact that all these are set in timelines, what are the implications that you see if the party is not able to get its, put its house in order?
Well, I think so. The party has a lot they have to do that they've not done yet. Let us preambulate it this way. What we have in the situation we're facing at the moment now is like that of a family trying to decide the legacy of a deceased father or head of family. And all the children in that polygamous family are fighting to say, I should get it. And perhaps their mom are pushing them that you should go for it. Unlike a polygamous family, the political party has two aggravating factors around there. One is that whilst they're fighting over who takes over, an outsider, i.e. PDP or any other party, can take the whole thing from them. So they need to be careful to do it right. The other aggravating factor they now have, APC in particular, is the INEC deadline. And you're right to cite electoral law, because whilst they're looking at party constitution, party niceties, and different kind of things, the INEC deadline is there for them. It has been extended, and people have argued that it was done to favor the APC. Unfortunately, there is a logic in that reasoning, in that suspicion. There's reason to believe that INEC acted in a biased way or in a way that favored this party. Well, as a coincidence, that needs to be proven, and prima facie, as we say in law. On the first look of things, it appears that way. But given where they are, even with the extension they have to decide. And they have to decide who the flag bearer is, they have to issue the ticket, and they have to submit that name. And I think all these, they have just about 3 days to do it. So technically, between now and midnight or by tomorrow, everything is to be clear. My major concern for them, actually, is I think they will go through these today. I mean, if they don't beat up themselves at some point, but I hope not, is that they then need to nominate a running mate as soon as possible. The other parties who have been ahead of them, who have done their convention, nominated a flag bearer, are a step ahead of them. So they're going to be playing catch-up. This is like the difference between a student who has studied throughout the year and the one who's studying 2 days to exam. You always see the difference in those essays when you read them. And APC at the moment is acting like that student who's reading overnight rather than do the whole year in the right way. And it's going to have consequences because they're going to rush a lot of things. And whilst they're doing it, the first consequence they can have is meeting the deadline. One single slip, if somebody goes to that convention and stops it for any reason or anyhow, they're going to be in trouble with INEC, and that could be the end of the party, at least for this election. The other one is deadline. The other one is the process that they're doing. If they get the process wrong, and one of these 20 people goes to court, regardless 23. Of what they say, 23 people, that's a lot of people, the spirit of man can be very strange. If one of them goes to court and puts the party in trouble, that is another risk. So I think they really need to be careful. I advise now that some people who have some understanding of the electoral law should go inside the room right now. I'm giving this free advice to APC. Go inside the room, restudy that law, look at the consequences, and let those managing the convention take note of those possible consequences for them. So that you have some people interested in the partisan elective process, then you're going to have some people interested in the institution of the party to save the party.
Dr. Ona, do you sense complacency on the part of the ruling party?
Certainly.
Perhaps because it is the ruling party.
Yeah, certainly, the party has not done well in that regard. Yes, they are at Abuja now, and I'm sure they will not leave Abuja until they finish the process, the physical process of nominating their candidate. I mean, that is just one aspect of it. That is the aspect that talks about conforming to the law in terms of deadlines and all that. But what of tying the loose ends? Candidate Atiku of PDP has been searching for his deputy since last week when he won the nomination of his party. Somebody is going to win nomination today or tomorrow, and then he must attach a deputy to his candidacy by next tomorrow. You know, you don't have time to do because some of these things cannot just be rushed. You are picking a deputy from state A. Meanwhile, the other state D is saying that they have never had it and all that. All those things you need to, handle them before you can really come up with all this. So APC, I don't know, but I can maybe say it's because they are the ruling party. The pressures are much more on them. For instance, they have 23 candidates. PDP did not have up to that, and the other parties are just having 1 or 2 candidates. I can understand, but then it behoves on them as a party that has pressures to work out modalities for handling those pressures. I said it. Allowing 23 candidates to buy forms, even when it was obvious from the beginning that some of these candidates were not worth it, was a failure of the party itself. If they had some modality that could have discussed with some of these people and then maybe told them point blank that there's no need, or you go ahead and all that, some of them would have dropped out. Earlier, no, without even buying the forms. Maybe by today we'll be talking about a manageable number. Maybe by now we would have even talked about consensus having worked, and then it will just be affirmation, and the whole thing will just be concluded in an hour or 2. But now we are in for anything at all, and we might not leave here till well into tomorrow, and that will be all.
But they will not leave there.
They will not leave there.
But one thing must be said. I do not think that they did this because they think there's a ruling party and they can get away with it.
No, not that they can get away, but because of the pressures on them. So many people want to contest under the party.
It's only 23 people. How many people? Let's not indulge politicians.
23 only.
Yeah, it's only. I mean, it's a country of 200 million people.
Okay,
how many students do you have in your class?
Let's see if we'll get more perspectives about whether 23 is only or just from my colleagues in Abuja who are set to take the baton now. Over to you.
Skin already. Skin already. Just a minute. course, maybe we'll be asking a little later perhaps what is responsible for this delay, but I think that one can guess. Political correspondents leave for days like this. It will not come very often. If you ask me, though, in terms of what is a little different about what we experienced here and what we experienced at the APC convention, no, not the PDP now, but the APC convention, which happened right here in the square to choose its own party leaders, I can tell you that the atmosphere was a little different. It was a little more vivacious, let me put it that way. It was a little more lively. There was plenty of music going on in the background. It was like a carnival. This has been a little more somber. It's been a little more, the sort of music used in the background has been maybe deliberately selected. But maybe we'll be asking one of the delegates what is responsible for that and what more they're looking to see.
Let's see if we can give them a bird's eye view of what's going on here in Eagle Square, because it's a pretty large ground, and so to the extent that you can almost hear our mics can pick up the ambience, so you can hear that and gauge the mood of what's happening. But we do have our correspondent Kayla Megwa, who is at some end in this ground to just also give us some background, some perspective of what is going on here in Eagle Square as well. Kayla.
It's a beautiful day in Eagle Square, right here in the nation's capital. Yesterday we said that all the members of the APC had to pray for was clear skies and fair weather. It's been a fair weather all day. The crowds are here, the delegates are here. We keep seeing arrivals of governors, delegates, top party officials. We're waiting on the president and the vice president to come in here anytime soon. But for now, what we have are delegates all over the place. They're walking around, so there's going to be a lot of that happening. Lots of delegates in here talking about, what their plans are for the rest of the day. And if we can take a look around this stadium, you do have to give kudos to the All Progressives Congress for this organization. People know where to sit. Everyone's state is designated. The state box is well protected. Everywhere has the detailing that is required for a successful convention. It is starting really late, though. By this time, according to the program, we were thinking that by now the voting would have started. But we're still seeing arrivals at this time, which means that this particular event might go way into the night, and it's one that we're all really looking forward to, because we don't know what the intrigues are going to be following all the consultations that have been going on for days. But right now in Eagle Square, people are seated. More people are arriving from all over the country, getting ready for this very crucial primary election by the All Progressives Congress. And that's what we're seeing right now. Loads of flags. We saw people dancing earlier. Every time some aspirant comes in, the delegates start to cheer. We see people dancing and, celebrating and really getting ready for a very eventful evening. And it is one evening that the whole country is watching out for. We still haven't seen the ballot boxes. We do know that 3 INEC officials are present right now to witness this particular primaries. But the boxes themselves, those tables that have the APC written on them, I opened those tables and there was nothing inside of them. So it's assumed that there's supposed to be some kind of ballot box on top of it, but we haven't seen any of those boxes yet. We did see some people called election officials earlier, but they've gone blended into the crowd as well. We don't know if they're going to be coming back out, but it's one that we're going to be watching to hear a lot of the speeches also from the chairman of the party, who is here. The northern governors are here. A lot of people who have been a part of the intrigues of the All Progressives Congress are on ground at the moment. I think it's just the president and the vice president and of course the Senate president and the Speaker of the House of Representatives that we haven't seen yet. But a lot of players of the APC are here at Eagle Square, and we're watching to see how everything works out in the next few hours. But it's going to be a really long night, and we're all going to be here for all of the magic of the All Progressives Congress to see who flies the flag of the party for 2023.
Thank you very much indeed, Kayla. Quite interesting. Some of these things do play themselves.
Okay, I've just been told right now that we have behind us.
It's supposed to be a rundown of what is supposed to follow, but at the moment, as we highlighted to you previously, that hasn't happened as of yet. And so, well, yes, you see lots of people arriving. Some governors have arrived, and you can see that some of the aspirants also just walking in. Some have walked in previously, but now you can see some of them more.
Indeed. we certainly will be seeing many more arrivals, at least up to when we now begin to see the arrival of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. By the time we see the arrival of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, we know that the President is close by, because shortly after he arrives, then we'll see the arrival of the Senate President, and then we will see the arrival of the Vice President, and then the arrival of the President, and we know that the event will start immediately the President comes in.
For the President of the Senate, is that going to be in what capacity? Because he is also vying for this position.
So is the Vice President as well. So it's just how it works. Quite interesting, I believe. But right now we're being joined by a delegate, and Chairman, I'll leave it to you.
He's a delegate, as a matter of fact. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on today. So much has happened behind the scenes. There's a lot people expect to play out here. For you, as a delegate, what are you looking forward to?
Well, I want to thank God and thank the managers of our party for the very beautiful environment that we have here. I think we've never had it so beautiful. So we should commend ourselves. Secondly, you also agree with me that the environment here is very peaceful, very friendly, and everybody is going about his duty. In comparison with the previous convention that we had, at that convention there were more than 500,000 delegates and observers. Here we don't have more than 2,500, at most 3,000. So everything is peaceful, there's no congestion, and the arrangement, is very perfect. I must also now use this opportunity to thank especially the northern governors, a majority of whom decided that for whatever it is, if we want peace in Nigeria to continue to be consolidated, if we want unity to continue to be consolidated, and if we want the best candidate, in the circumstances of our party and of Nigeria, we should have the position thrown to southern Nigeria exclusively. I think that has made my day, because when they suggested it, Mr. President could have said no. But Mr. President, in his wisdom and out of, patriotism, agreed that we should prune down the list of aspirants and that it should be exclusively made out of southern candidates. That certainly has removed a lot of burden from the shoulders of everybody, and I believe that with what we are seeing, we will have a very peaceful and very resourceful and result-oriented convention today.
Are you disappointed that it's not limited to, in fact, maybe we should even hear from you. Some did tell us that it is between 2 aspirants. Some think it's between 5 from the southwest. What do you think?
Well, whatever it is, I think everybody will be ready, because if people initially paid up to 100 million to collect forms, certainly they would not have considered it as a child's play. People came in with all the seriousness, but at the end of the day, by as time goes on, people individually would know that the game is perhaps more seriously involving fewer people than the whole gamut of aspirants. And so for now, it is not about the more the merrier, it's about the fewer the better.
Wow, so now, at the end of the day, when the ballot is done, how would you feel if your aspirant doesn't clinch the ticket?
Once it is meritoriously conducted, once all candidates have been given a fair opportunity, once every aspirant has a fair and level playing field, whoever...
What would that mean for you?
In the sense that once there is no imposition, and once there is no harassment of anybody, and once there is no cutting of corners, once there is no fraud in the process, whoever wins is a member of our party. We all, gather around him and work towards success. But I have always said this: the PDP has given us a challenge. They brought in their best. We must also bring in our best to confront the PDP. so that we can have hope that we'll be able to win at the general election. Because it's not enough to win this primary election. Much more importantly is the fact we must ultimately win in the general election.
Are you worried that the event is yet to start?
Well, for us, it's a festivity. For us, it's a festivity. Nobody's in a hurry. It will go on till tomorrow morning. Everybody has prepared his mind that we have a convention which will, the time of which will come up once in 4 years.
So, for politicians like yourself, this is normal, you say?
It is normal.
How do you prepare for this?
Of course, the preparation has been on for so long.
I mean, personally for you, how do you prepare?
For me, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm happy. I am part of it, and I'm happy that we will have a successful, outing today.
Thank you very much indeed,
It's my pleasure.
Delegate and former Minister of Communication. So that's what's going on. As you may have picked up with the ambience here, it's just gradually picking up. Yes, the temperature has dropped. Many are coming through. The governor of Ekiti, who is an aspirant, has also arrived. The national chairman of the party has arrived. Several aspirants are on the ground at the moment. The state box has some of them as well. So several security operatives are milling around, trying to ensure that people are in the places where they have to be, because as soon as certain principal officers begin to arrive, then you could know that it is going to be that time soon.
Indeed, I mean, you're already beginning to hear some music from the Guards Brigade right in the background as well. It looks like the hour is drawing close, and if we're to go by what we went with at the APC party convention, maybe it does signal that the hour is indeed close. But we're joined right now by one of the aspirants, one who perhaps will be able to tell us if the hour is truly close. Mr. Tain Jack Rich, who's an aspirant and founder of Bello Oil Producing Limited, joins us today. You're welcome to our live coverage here in Eagle Square. How do you feel about how the day has gone down?
Well, I think I feel super good going around and trying to connect with more delegates. I think it's good. I mean, things are going very, very well.
Indeed. The events of the last 24 hours have been, I don't want to say quite eventful, but the last 24 hours have been quite eventful. It's been one news after another. How have you internalized some of the news that we have heard from the governors of the northern region who have gathered to endorse 5 candidates or 5 aspirants amongst your fold, and the president saying he's not anointing any candidates?
Well, I think it's a good thing that the northern governors are recommending that the next president should come from the southern part of the country. I think that's super good. But the other part where you talked about, recommending 5, aspirants out of 23, I don't think that news is super. Because, I mean, what is a yardstick for that consideration? You have to think, you have to put the country first. Nigeria requires cutting-edge leadership for 2023, because the economic issues we're going to be dealing with is not going to be solved by, mere, political, evaluation, based on your political reach,
But it is.
Yeah. Are you on the ballot?
Oh yeah, I'm on the ballot.
How come? Because if they say it's been narrowed down to 5, your name wasn't among the 5.
Well, I'll tell you that I'm not aware that. That's what I'm saying. We had screening. You know what I'm trying to say. And if you look at those who did the screening and you go into detail, I'm number 1 on
you were number 1?
I'm number 1.
On what basis?
I mean, because it's all about your know-how. You know what I'm saying? Listen, this economy needs someone that can fix it by 2023. The numbers are very clear. Our debt will be about $100 billion, and our import is about $67 billion. Our foreign reserve is $38 billion. Our export is $45 billion. How are you going to run the numbers with high inflation of 42%?
We understand that while they were screened, they were graded. Did they communicate any gradation to you, the scores?
Well, I believe, we hear a lot flying around, and I think I did super well. Because, I mean, if you want to evaluate, the strength of every aspirant, let's roll them out and let's Nigerians, look at them and let them present themselves to Nigerians,
Did you get any communication as to why your name is not among the 5?
Well, they based on,
this guy is a politician, you know, he's a former governor, he's a governor and all that. But listen, the issues of Nigeria is not all about, you know, one that's been a politician for 25 years or whatever. It's an economic issue.
So the Electoral Act stipulates that if there has to be a consensus, those who agree have got to put pen to paper. Will you be willing to do that at the end of the day?
Well, I haven't been approached by anyone, you know what I'm saying? And listen, let me be very honest here. If the guy you're presenting is better than me, I'll take a bow. If he's better than me, it's better for Nigeria. Listen, if the guy is not better than me, it's not safe. We don't need a guy that will depend on loans. We need a guy that is a producer. And let me say this very quickly. This economy depends so much on oil-based foreign exchange revenue, because oil-based foreign exchange revenue accounts for about 56% of our total export value. So right now, you need a guy that can move production to 3 million barrels a day. You need a guy that can increase our foreign-based earnings so that we can mitigate that gap that our imports creates. You know what I'm trying to say? Our foreign reserve is $38 billion, like I said. The rule of thumb is very simple. For IMF and World Bank, you must have your foreign reserve equivalent to 6 months of import. If your 6 months of import is about, $38 billion, and your reserve is 38, and your import is $67 billion, how are you going to fill the gap? You're exporting $45 billion, so you need a producer to mitigate the gap and pay our debt and create employment that is private sector driven.
So how confident are you that the delegates have received your message already and will be willing to, vote for you tonight, as a matter of fact?
Well, the delegates are from homes and they need jobs, they need social security, they need, to live a dignified life. I've been preaching to the delegates, I've been to states, my footprints are there, and I've told them that, listen, you vote for Jack Rich, you vote for the future.
So would you say that so far, as far as you're concerned, this process has not been fair to you?
No, the process has been fair to me. But you have some sideliners who probably, believe they have friendship with some people. But listen, you cannot compromise this country for friendship. Or neither can you compromise this country for a glass of wine. You need someone with the requisite capacity. Listen, you need a president that understands the dialectics of both micro and macro.
Their contributions are welcome. Now, at the end of the day, what's important is that we're able to aggregate all interests and ideas to move this country forward.
What do you make of the president saying that the delegates must not let themselves be induced?
Well, the president, is the African champion of anti-corruption. And when he said, what, of course, he's trying to say, which he made very clear, is that delegates should vote according to their conscience and that they should not be induced or dollarized.
Dollarized, thank you so much, Dr. Dakuku Peterside, for being on Arise News. All right, that was Dr. Dakuku Peterside on Arise News talking about the fact that the president says delegates must not allow themselves to be induced, and he calls it dollarized. All right. All right, you're still watching you're still watching the live coverage of Arise News of APC's special convention on the presidential primary 2022, and we have in our studio here Dr. Enang, who is a former lawmaker. Glad to have you join us, Enang.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, let me start by asking you, what do you make of the convention as it is today? What are your expectations, and what should Nigerians expect from your convention, your party's convention?
The PDP did a very clean convention, and we are going to do the cleanest and the best, because we're a ruling party and we are more organized, better organized, greater followership, and I'm sure you've seen the level of security already, the level of screening that has been done, the level of care that has been taken, that it is only those who are who emerged from congresses that were monitored by INEC that are coming in to vote, and that you don't exceed the number of votes in your place. And if you have 2 or 3 lists, it is only the one that is monitored by INEC that will come in. And generally, we are going to have a very perfect convention.
I gather that in your state, one of your stalwarts, the former interim secretary of the interim convention committee, has left your party in the person of John Akpan Udoedeye. Is that your party disintegrating in Akwa Ibom? And how does that reflect on your party even at the national level? Do you see that happening too after this convention at the national level?
No, I see the convention, this convention, bringing the party together stronger, better, and more united. And uniting the North and the East, the North, the East, the West, and the South, all together in the name of the APC. We're not definitely going to have a breakup or any challenge. That is why we are ensuring that every person that is contesting is given a very fair level playing field. There is nothing, there's no consensus. People are coming to vote for aspirants of their choice, have opportunity to address them, and then they will vote, and it will be counted in the open. And everybody will be happy. And I'm sure you'll see that at the end of it, they will each stand up, embrace themselves, and make a pledge to work together and make sure APC wins the 2023 presidential election, and we win more states, and we have a greater majority in the Senate and House of Representatives.
Thank you so much for being on Arise News. That was Itai Nangbe speaking to Arise News. We will go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue with the live coverage of the APC Special Convention Presidential Primary 2022. Don't go away.
I'll be voting, and then the best man will emerge. The important thing is that we go through a free, fair, credible process.
Thank you very much indeed, Senator Olorunniyi Mamora.
Thank you very much.
So it's going to be an interesting one. So we'll get back to the scene. Well, Kayla, she was in one end of the ground a while ago, but now she's moved on to somewhere closer to the state box. Kayla, where are you now?
Yes, we're still here. We've witnessed the arrival of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Deputy Senate President, which means that the Big Four are probably on their way, so that's something that we're looking forward to. Hopefully we get them while we're on this carpet. But yes, the organization here going on pretty well. A lot of the dignitaries in the state box have started making their way downstairs, so that's making people believe that more arrivals are coming up right now. But that state box, like I said, is one of the most secure places in the nation's capital at this point in time, because it's housing government officials. The president is going to be there, the vice president is going to expected to be there, the Senate president and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, as well as friends and party leaders. All these people are expected to be in this state box today to witness this epoch-making event, one that Nigerians are really waiting to hear the result of. So the state box is in itself very secure, ready. The cameras are rolling there to get as many shots of the dignitaries and the leaders of the All Progressives Congress as they can get. We did say earlier that 3 INEC officials are at this venue to witness this particular primaries, and we're looking forward to what their report is going to be afterwards, if they give one. But they're here to witness the primaries. We're still looking to see if they're going to put those ballot boxes up on those tables. They still haven't put those boxes up there. But we do hear that there's going to be some announcements. We're going to hear who the APC is picking as its flag bearer as of the end of today. We're hearing that that is going to happen. So that's something that we're looking out for, with all of the intrigues and all of the drama and all the conversations around this choice by the All Progressives Congress. So that's something that we're looking out for. And we're hoping to get more arrivals. We're seeing a lot of security personnel making their way around the place, which means that a lot of dignitaries are on their way. But we're waiting really for the big four. The APC National Chairman is here as well. A lot of the northern governors are here. We did see some southern governors. I know there's a lot of talk about, the consultations that have been going on between both parties in the past few days. But they are on ground. We are here, and we're watching to see how all of this unfolds as the arrivals continue. But right now, waiting on the big four, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who's also an aspirant, and of course, President Muhammadu Buhari. We hear there's going to be a special speech by him at some point tonight, so we're looking forward to hearing what the content of that speech is going to be. He has been talking a lot about unity and unifying the party and things like that. So those are some of the things that we're looking out for this evening. A long evening ahead of us, but we are here and we're up to it, so we'll see how it all unfolds. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Kayla. And of course, at this moment, we're back and we'll continue with the coverage of the APC National Convention and the presidential primary. Of course, my colleagues, Chamberlain Uso and Malpe, are bowing out, and myself and Terry are back. Terry, how's it been for you? You've been on the ground.
Well, I must say that my concern now would have to be, when will this start? When will this start? You know that the initial schedule for this was for 3:35 commencement. But if you look at the hierarchy of arrival, the protocol of arrival, you find that perhaps it's only the Senate President in that hierarchy that has arrived, and it draws the question of when this will start. And I think to a great extent this is because of the delayed accreditation of the delegates.
And a lot of the horse trading that has gone on in the background. And of course, if you see what has happened, if you look at the arrivals, which are supposed to be the signals to the events to come. For example, let's look at those who have arrived, and based on the plans, for example, the Speaker of the House of Representatives arrival is supposed to precede that of the Senate President and the National Chairman before the Vice President and the President. But let's tell our viewers that so far we've seen the arrival of the Deputy Senate President, the arrival of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Idris Wase, the Deputy Senate President, who is also the governorship candidate of the APC in Delta State, Senator Omar Agege. All have arrived, and of course we've seen the arrival of the National Chairman, Abdullahi Adamu. There's also, there you see in the state box, there, one of the aspirants, the former governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosun. It suffices to say that with all of the arrivals that we have witnessed today, we're only waiting for the Vice President and the President. That then precedes the national anthem. So, in essence, I think we're nearing the moment for this exercise to begin.
Absolutely. You recall that the convention in March commenced at about 8 o'clock or thereabout, after all the horse trading in the background, just like what we're experiencing here today. And you know, we started this conversation at about 4 o'clock, talking about crowd control and security. And I think it's interesting, because then it seemed like it was too close, too early to call. But so far, considering the dignitaries that have arrived, also some ministers are here as well, considering the dignitaries that have arrived, I think to a great extent, it's a controlled environment. It's a controlled crowd.
Controlled. I mean, it's also safe to say that the security that you find around the villa has been imported into these arenas. It's watertight. There are some areas that people, you can't just walk through and walk into the areas around the state box. Where the VVIPs are seated, it's difficult to just move around that arena because it's starting now. The kind of the usual manner in which crowd move around the Eagle Square has changed. This event is totally different from what I have seen over the years covering events here at the Eagle Square.
Well, I think I'll agree with you to an extent. And I think that from the conversations we've had with some of our guests here, especially the aspirants, it draws the question of who is talking to the aspirants. So we find that we hear conversations saying that these aspirants, that the number of aspirants are being cut down, but people who have paid 100 million are not aware that these decisions are being made. So the question now is, yes, it's restricted to the governors who are narrowing it down, but how does it affect the outcome of this party? Of this, you know, we have talked about how important it is for the Electoral Act to be followed closely, and how every aspirant who intends to step down must put in writing that they have agreed to step down.
That's the dictate
so when you
of
hear
the
aspirants saying that they are not aware of this.
I mean, you remember what one of our guests has said here in this studio, that when we asked, what do you mean by we? He was talking about the party. But we know it gets to a point that some of the major stakeholders of the party, including the president, the governors, you know, they've made their decision, and in that sense, they're hearing the cutting down. And of course, we need to also talk about the arrivals that we're seeing as some of the major determinant of what will become the outcome of this exercise, will become the flag bearer of the APC, the governors. You can see Professor Babangida Zulum, the governor of Borno State, is already in that state box. You can see there the governor of Osun State, Governor Oyetola. And of course, I don't know why. The former governor of Ogun State and the presidential aspirant, Senator Ebifele Amosun, he's been there speaking with that man for a while now. And for what we're seeing, I think the master of ceremonies, they've tried to warm the microphone and warm the grounds in anticipation for this exercise to begin. For this exercise has not begun as expected. But Terry, it would be good for us to put our viewers through some of what will matter in terms of the figures. Who are the delegates? How many delegates do we have? We'd like to tell you that there are 3 delegates to represent each local government of Nigeria for the APC today. If they will be voting, these delegates will be the one to vote 3 times 774 local government areas. That is the number of delegates expected here today. And of course, we can, as we know, that takes us to about 2,340. That is the expectation.
Well, I think it's a good thing. It's a slight reduction. It's an actual reduction from the over 7,000 that voted at the convention or were expected at the convention. And that's because statutory delegates have been exempted. And then speaking of statutory delegates who will not be voting in this election, we have one here.
I'm not sure the party is following that. We've heard the chairman of the planning committee has told us that they won't be following that and they'll be sticking with the 3 delegates per local government.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we have
it's safe to say, okay, there you go again. You can see the state box. The expectations are high about some of those who have arrived so far. Also, you can see the governor of Niger State, Governor Sani, the governor of Gombe State, you can also see it. Those who are arriving there. Well, let's speak with one of the leaders of the party, one of the major stakeholders. He's the Minister of State for Petroleum, His Excellency, former Governor of Bayelsa State. Thank you so much, Mr. Timmy Persiva, for joining us right here in our studio. How do you feel? This is supposed to be a kind of festival, because they say elections are the festival of democracy. But this is some kind of election too.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've really been looking forward to this. You know, there were a few postponements, and we are happy that finally, the National Convention is on. And we will, at the end of today, have a presidential candidate for the APC. We are quite happy about it. I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know if you're privy to some of the information that we've had in the background. Someone calls it horse trading, which I think it is.
Yeah.
But what was your initial reaction to the northern governors insisting on a southern president and then you hearing that the chairman of the party had said that Ahmed Lawan from the North would be.
Well, you know, you see, politics, a politician is surprised when everybody is surprised by surprises. So I wasn't surprised at all. Politics is a game of interest. So anybody or any group is free to express their interest. So the Northern governors were free to express their interest, but in the end, what matters is what comes out of here. The president has said, and he has made it very clear, that it should be a free and fair primary. That means that everybody here is here to vote their conscience. There are no anointed candidates, either by the governors or by the president or by the party. And therefore, we are all here to vote our conscience, and of course, that's what matters. At the end of the day, we believe that we'll be able to produce the best candidate that will fly the flag of the APC.
That the chairman of the party would rather have a northern candidate. How much of a concern is it for you that the chairman of the party would rather have a northern candidate? And how much impact do you think that would have on the internal runnings of the APC?
No, I don't think that's a problem. I mean, you can see that as a chairman of the party, he is only one person. Even after that meeting with his own NWC, there were discordant voices that came out of that meeting with the NWC, which is just his immediate constituency. So I'm not worried. I mean, it's not, if he had that kind of discordant disagreement within the NWC, then you can imagine in the larger party. I mean, definitely that is discarded. Nobody is even looking at that at all.
How critical is this convention for your party? For those who say that it's a make or mark.
Well, you know, Nigerians they always consider every election make or mar. We've had a lot of make or mar elections. I mean, since 1999, 2003 was supposed to be a make or mar, because that was after the institution of the democracy in 1999. This is the first election, it's a make or mar. 2007 was the first election, a transition election from one government to the other. It was a make or mar. 2011 was a make or mar. 2015 was a make or mar. But said this is a make or mar. It's as usual. But I can tell you that at the end of the day, we'll finish this convention very peacefully. A candidate is going to emerge very peacefully, and Nigeria will go on and remain one.
You know, Sheila's concern, just as I think that I'd like to add to that concern, is we've heard that you also have heard from probably 2015 that once Buhari's tenure ends, the APC will disintegrate. And with all that's happening around here, the opposition party is probably looking and saying, we said this thing. And that is what is playing out, because your party is struggling to ensure that consensus candidates come out. Or people, we had conversations with some aspirants who are unaware that they're cutting down candidates.
No, but you see, look, for me, the fact that everybody is clamoring to fly the APC flag, to become the presidential candidate of the APC, shows that the party has come of age. You see, this kind of clamor was not there in all the opposition parties. In opposition parties, you have sometimes one candidate, the sole candidate. But in the APC, everybody knows that this is the party. That's why everybody wants to fly the flag. I mean, so for me, that should be counted as a plus for the party. But in the end, I can assure you that we are going to have this convention. We are going to peacefully go through this convention. We are going to vote peacefully, and a flag bearer will emerge, and all well-meaning party men will line up behind the flag bearer. And I can assure you, the APC is not going to be a one-hit wonder. It is going to be a party for all time, and that is what we that found this party believe in, and we are going to stand with this party till the end.
Mr. Temi Silva, Minister of State for Petroleum, thank you so much indeed for gracing our studio here, right on the grounds of the Eagle Square. Thank you so much. For some of the arrivals that we're seeing so far, of course, we're seeing more arrivals at the Eagle Square, and the exciting moment for some of the delegates it looks to me that one of the presidential aspirants may have just arrived, signaling that there is some kind of, I don't know how to put it now.
Well, I'd like to think that it's probably beyond the presidential aspirant, because I see that the national chairman, the deputy speaker, the deputy senate president have all arrived to receive this person. I'd like to think that this is
probably
a vice president.
I mean, usually what you see happens here is when you see the vice president and the president arrive. But we can also tell you that what you saw earlier was the arrival of the wife of the president, Ms. Aisha Buhari, and the wife of the vice president, Ms. Dolapo Oshibajo. Both of them have just arrived. You can see them on your screen. There's some of the exciting moments for some of the delegates, and it's looking like we're nearing the moment for this exercise to begin. And largely, the delegate stands are getting fuller.
Yeah, absolutely. I think more delegates. I think at this time we probably have about 20-something delegates, 20 states already with their delegates are available. You know, when we were speaking with Mr. Timipre Silva, he tried to emphasize how the party is not deterred by what's happening and how important it is that, you know, and how he's trying to emphasize that, see, every election, every year, there is always that clamor for or concern that this could be a make or mar. You know, the difference is this, Sheung, that in 2023, power will change hands. So that's why you have that number of persons, you know, coming forward.
There you go there, Terry. The wife of the president, Mrs. Aisha Buhari. And of course you can see that it sits directly with the inscription of and the emblem of the Nigerian emblem of the coat of arms. That's that of the seat of the president, awaiting the arrival of the president. Of course, it's telling us one thing, that they're nearing the arrival. Of course, we told you earlier that the sequence of the arrival is supposed to be the speaker, the Senate president, the vice president, the president, and of course we will then see the kickoff of the exercise with the national chairman speaking, the national secretary, Senator Yola Mishori, also giving the state of the party. Then the president will address the convention.
Just after the aspirants have spoken.
Okay.
And I look forward to that as well. I absolutely look forward to that because yeah, it'll be nice to know. And of course, we're looking to see if the Tambuwal scenario will play out here.
Well, we saw, there is another arrival, Terry. Just wondering who this could be. And this, of course, when you see governors, leaders of the party queuing up and in line to receive people, you know, of course, it's definitely going to be a heavyweight, and probably some of the leaders. Okay, now is the Senate president and one of the presidential aspirants, the one whose announcement as a consensus candidate has caused a lot of uproar. Senate President Ahmed Lawan.
Many have said tough until the end. And that's because despite the fact that the conversation of a southern candidate is becoming rife, Senator Ahmed Lawan has not shown any signs of him backing down. And when you hear Senator Abdullahi Adamu, who was a senator under Senator Ahmed Lawan as well as Senate President, speak of him in that manner, saying he is the consensus candidate, even though that had been debunked by the NWC. You understand the caliber of the man that is.
You can see the Minister of the FCC receiving Senate President Ahmed Lawan, and in his entourage is Senator Sani Musa from Niger State and the former Aviation Minister, Mr. Femi Fani-Kayode, of course. Now I can tell you, I'm seeing some of the close aides of the president. Right here, I see one of the PAs of the president. His personal securities they're being here, combing and making sure that his security here is not compromised. And of course, one person that will keep some of these heavyweights standing in this manner is the president, of course, and maybe the vice president.
hear the sirens already, and if they're not taking their seats as they arrive, especially the Senate President who's just arrived, it signals that the Vice President is near. And I can almost confidently say that with the kind of movements that we're seeing, and of course you hear the bikes, it suggests that the Vice President is here, I believe.
Yeah, Terry, let's just speak for a moment as we look at these live pictures. We can keep you right here. Let's just hear from one of those who in another race, not in exactly this race, is Mr. Tonya Cole, who is the governorship candidate of the APC in Rivers State. Thank you so much, Mr. Cole.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It's been a while. Congratulations
Thank you very much.
clinching the ticket of your party.
Not easy, but we thank God.
Well, your very good friend is in this race, Rotimi Amechi. But from what you can hear, what are your immediate reactions to some of the stories that we are hearing?
So, first and foremost, he's been a front runner for a long time, and he continues to be a front runner. And this is the day that we're going to test that front running. I believe that at the end of the day, we're going to have a Chibuike Rotimi Amechi presidency. That's what we believe, that's what we hope for, and that's what we are vying for.
But if the stories are right, we understand that 5 of them, whose names came up and been pushed out in the public, is himself, the vice president, the leader of the APC, Bola Tinubu, the governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, and the governor of the Ekiti State, Kayode, were the 5 that were tipped to have had the cut from 23 to 5. But we understand that that has also been trimmed down to 2. But evidently, his name is not part of the 2. How does that make you feel?
So, first, it's not true that it's been trimmed down to 2. We have not gotten any confirmation of that. We know for a fact that if there are any front runners in this, that you will have Rotimi Chibuike Amechi as one of them. He's here, he's in the ground here, and he's still not campaigning, he's still ensuring that he's visible. We also have the vice president as one of the strong contenders, and I believe the 3rd contender will be Senator His Excellency Bola Tinubu.
What makes you think that Minister is a top contender? I ask this because you agree with me with the saying that goes, charity begins at home. There are some concerns that he cannot even win in his state.
And that's a funny thing, because somebody who cannot win in his state was a critical part in ensuring that APC is what APC is today. This is one of the governors that sat down and sacrificed everything to ensure that APC is what it is. You cannot write the story of APC without writing the story of Chibuike Rotimi Amechi. You cannot write the story of this journey of APC to where we are today without him. And with that history of someone who has built APC, this is one of the tickets that he most certainly deserves.
What would Nigeria be missing if Rotimi Amechi does not get a ticket?
Somebody who cares about people, somebody who understands about bringing education to people right to the base, someone who knows about bringing infrastructure that alleviates suffering, somebody who looks towards elevating the poverty of people, who is concerned about people. Rotimi Chibuike Amechi's administration has always been and always will be about people first. Put the people first, and that is something that Nigeria dearly needs today.
All right, you can see the sea of heads there, and it's getting fuller. And of course, it's telling us one thing, that this exercise might just get underway any moment from now from the arrivals that we have seen. I figure that what we saw earlier is an arrival of the vice president and one of the front runner in the race, presidential aspirant, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. I have the feeling that he's just arrived at the arena. And of course, we cited officials of the FCC, some of those, as we talked about the arrivals of the delegates. Because what happens is that the arrival or the presence of the EFCC should scare anyone who is willing to buy votes. But this is probably the first time, apart from the PDP's convention, I will see EFCC officials being part of the convention like this. But you can see the chair and
absolutely, They are holding posters of the Vice President. So yes, this is the arrival of Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, whom we hear is among the 2 or 3, as Mr. Tonyeko has said, that Rotimi Amechi is part of that list. So I'd like to ask you this question. Just as we observe the arrival of the Vice President, when you look at, let's say that list comes to 3, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then Rotimi Amechi, what edge does he have over these 2?
Okay, so first and foremost, I would say, let me put it this way, APC is better off having these 3 standing out, because what you're seeing is a challenge for the top position with 3 top Nigerian politicians, and that for me is a great thing. For Rotimi Amechi, one of the things that he brings to the table is that tenacity to finish projects, to take things all the way to the end and drive it. It's courage, and what we need today for APC, for Nigeria, is someone who is courageous to push things all the way to the end.
All right, there you have it. The Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who has just arrived, one of the presidential aspirants. Suffice just to speak a bit about him, a professor of law, someone, a lot of lawyers who were tutored or who were taught by him said he taught them evidence in the University of Lagos. He went on to become the Commissioner of Justice and the Attorney General of Lagos State. From some people who ascribe some of the judicial reforms in Lagos State under the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration as Governor of Lagos State from 1999 to 2007. Professor Yemi Osinbajo also practices law up until the moment when he was appointed as the Vice President of Nigeria at his chamber in the Ikoyi area of Lagos. Is written widely on the concept of law and different issues about law. I guess there is another arrival, okay? This time, I think, is the APC leader and the former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju.
That he has also asked that the delegates should not be induced. Can the president enforce that? How do you check that?
Well, of course, there are certain things that you cannot really enforce because those are things that will happen in the bedroom. But of course, here in the convention ground, nobody can be induced. I can tell you that.
You believe that nobody will be?
Yes, because if you do it, people are going to raise alarm. If you do that in the bedroom, we'll understand. But here in the convention ground, the EFCC is here, everybody is here, and nobody can be induced here on the convention ground, which is what is most important to us.
All right, the president has said that the aspirants should gather together and pick a formidable candidate that can stand against the candidate that PDP picked in the person of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. Why has it been so difficult for them to get together and pick that formidable candidate?
One of the things I learned as a governor is that one of the most difficult things to manage in human beings is ambition. When people have ambition, you can't manage it. So for you to sit down and people to drop their ambitions for each other, it's a near impossibility. So we expect that it wasn't going to be possible, but we are here to determine it for them.
All right, thank you so much, Minister, for being here and granting us this interview. Thank you very much. All right, we'll just be speaking with the Minister of State for Petroleum and the President of Timmy Praise Silva. It's still a Rise News, and we're still covering the convention, the APC Special Convention of the Presidential Primary 2022. Keep watching. Yeah, Mongo there.
Well, thank you very much, India Mogo. You know, at the convention ground, where we have a very formidable team of, you know, reporters, correspondents, and analysts, led by very capable and experienced journalists. But I think we should go back to Emmanuel Efeni, if he's still there. Yeah, Emmanuel Efeni, if you are still there, if you can very quickly, go through your review of the strengths and weaknesses of the short list that is being bandied around. But I also like Waziri Adio here in Abuja to talk about the strengths and weaknesses. If not all of them Waziri, I would like to know how Ahmad Lawan, for example, suddenly showed up. Because I've tried to check his profile. But okay, I'll leave my opinion for now. Emmanuel Ifene, please carry on.
Yes, okay, let's just look at Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Yes, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, yes, is clearly the front runner over time because, as he said, this has been his long life ambition to be the president of Nigeria. I don't know how long that is, but you can see that he's been pursuing this ambition with vigor and with everything he has. Of course, his strengths, clearly, he has rich political experience with wide exposure. His days as governor of Lagos State, something he can really point to as his report card as he were performing at the executive level. And what he did in contributing to the building a major political party like the APC, because for once we thought you cannot get a behemoth of a political party like the PDP, but Bola Ahmed Tinubu, working with others, pushing, driving that process, they came up with the APC, and the rest is now history, as they say. So that rich political experience you cannot take away from him. It will count for something when it comes to the voting. Then, of course, he has connections, friends everywhere across the country. He's a dogged fighter, not ready to give up. From his days in Lagos, how he fought Obasanjo, then president, to a standstill. You cannot forget that. How he fought Obasanjo to a standstill over issues of local government, seizing of revenue. He's a dogged fighter any day. But one aspect of him that pops in your face like a champagne is that he has a war chest. Who can forget the bullion van episode on election day? But that is just a fraction of his war chest, if you will. And we know he has it. He has investments here and there. Of course, no need to go to his sources of revenue, but he has a formidable war chest. If you're looking for somebody who has the resources to match an Atiku Abubakar, of course, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has it in quantum, in all aspects. Connections, war chest, political goodwill across the country, he has it. Now, his weaknesses is seen as corrupt and wasteful. I remember somebody asking, how did Bola Ahmed make his money? It was a question that one of his handlers couldn't give an answer to. Of course, he's seen as corrupt. He's seen as a dictator, which is, in itself is a big minus. Because in Lagos, he simply sits and presides over everything from Bodilion Road, not far from where I'm sitting. And he dictates who becomes governor. We should not be governor. We should not do second term. We should be the senator. We should be occupying this position and that position. You only need to get the nod of Asiwaju in Lagos and in some of the southwest states to contest for a position, and they will tell you, Baba Sokwe, and that will be it. So that dictatorial tendency, it does not fit well with power at the center, and of course, that is one of his drawbacks. And of course, his health issues. He had this long stay in the UK over what he said was a knee operation. But again, videos have been circulated on the social media about his health issues. It's something that some will also have a rethink. Do we want to have another president who will spend a long time in the UK taking care of his health? And of course, he had to go to UK to do what they call knee operation, despite the well-orchestrated investment of the Lagos state government in health care in Lagos. He had to go to the UK. So, do we want a president that will be spending time in the UK? That is a drawback to him. Of course, he's also perceived as vengeful. If he gets there, all those who oppose him, they will have their day in his court and perhaps will have some repercussions for their action standing in his way. So that's Bola Ahmed Tinubu for you. Strengths and weaknesses. If you have time, you want me to go ahead, you let me know to go ahead with another aspirant. Ruben.
Waziri Adio, well, I mean, perception about source of wealth, perception about corruption, perceptions about dictatorial tendencies, talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let me pin it down to the issue of dictatorial tendencies. Would you say it has even paid off in Lagos and across the country, where, you know, you might want to say that Tinubu has used these dictatorial tendencies to appoint, to elect, or to select, you know, politicians who found themselves in different spheres at different levels in the country, whether at the state level, local government, even at the presidency. Has it paid off at all? Waziri.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start from where Ifeni stopped, and I don't want to go over some of the things that I said. But I would like to say that it's a formidable list. There will always be a short list. And this short list shouldn't be seen necessarily in terms of they will say, okay, everybody drop off. It's like, you know, the godfathers, the power brokers in the party, they are saying these are the people we want people to focus on. They are not saying the others should
not run.
So I don't think they will even succeed in doing that. Anyway, people will run.
While you bear that in mind, of course, don't forget to talk about Amechi and Fayemi, who are the two others.
What I want to say is that I want to look at the five of them together rather than look at them individually.
Fantastic.
I think all of them, any of them can be a good candidate for the party. What we should bear in mind is that, you know, it's the party now. So what happens after tonight? That's what will make the difference. No matter how strong you are, if the party fractures, if the party doesn't come together to rally behind you, there's a limit to how far you can go. Let's cast our mind back to 2007, the first time when we had this kind of experience of a transition, when the incumbent was tampered. President Yar'Adua, God rest his soul, was a political lightweight. Even some of his colleagues as governors didn't even have his contact. Right? And many people in the country did not know about him. But because a sitting president put him forward and put the instrument of the party and the state behind him, he put his political capital behind him. That was what made the difference. Of course, the election
wouldn't you say that the name recognition was also a factor?
The point I'm making is that you know, whoever let's look at it this way. Whoever emerges today is going to struggle. Because the election is going to be a referendum on 8 years of APC. Right? So whoever emerges is going to struggle. And no matter how strong you are, the backing that you get from the party and from the president and from others.
This is the president arriving now.
And the feeling so. But in the meantime, as we watch this big dog, the voice that you might be hearing next is that of Mr. Nicholas Phillips, the youngest APC presidential aspirant. Thank you so much, Mr. Phillips, for coming.
Oh, thank you for having me. Good to be here.
What are your feelings? Are you in the race? Are you still in the race?
Oh, yes. I'm very much in the race. I've been hearing about, you know, the aspirant being stripped down to 5, or I'm not aware of that, so I'm very much still in the race.
Will you be stepping down?
like I said, I don't have no issue for anything consensus. We just have to be carried along, and we just have to know who and why. So, as of now, I'm still very much in the race.
But what sort of conversations have you had with regard to this consensus candidacy that we've been hearing?
There hasn't been much conversation with some of us, the aspirants. And it has just been the meeting we had with the president. And we all pledged that, yes, we are going to support the consensus candidates. But the process thus far, there hasn't been much, told us.
But does it make you feel like the field is not level, the playing field is not level?
Jerry, apologies. This is the moment that
we've all been
APC party members have been waiting for the arrival of President Muhammadu Buhari.
We welcome you to the Special Convention 2022, a very historic day in our nation. Welcome, Mr. President. His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, takes his seat while we take the second stanza of the national anthem after opening prayer, and that will be done by Emmanuel Precious. So remain standing, everyone.
Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. If you intend to make it a clap for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and to also make that applause resounding for the All Progressives Congress, please let's put our hands together one more time. Your Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN GCON, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Adamu Turakin Kefi, National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress. Your Excellency, Distinguished Senator Ahmad Ibrahim Lawan, PhD, CON, President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your Excellency, Dr. John Kayode Fayemi, the Governor of Ekiti State and Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum. Your Excellency, Senator Atiku Bagudu, the Chairman, Progressive Governors Forum, leading all the progressive governors and their deputies to this epoch-making event. Principal officers and members of the National Assembly, members of the National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress, members of the Federal Executive Council here present, presidential aspirants of the All Progressives Congress here present, past presidents of the Senate, past speakers of House of Representatives, former members of the National Assembly here present, state party chairmen and all party stakeholders present at this occasion, INEC officials present here, led by 3 national commissioners of INEC, the chairman and members of special convention subcommittees here present, members of the diplomatic corps, civil society organizations, people with disabilities, members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Would like to, on behalf of the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, welcome all of you to this special presidential primary convention 2022. It is a defining moment for this great party. It is without much ado, and to also welcome you most formally to this event, that I crave an indulgence to permit me to stand on the existing protocols as I invite the Chairman National Convention Planning Committee, who also doubles as the Governor of Imo State, His Excellency Senator Hope Odidika Uzodimma, to please approach the microphone for his speech of welcome. Can we please welcome him with a resounding applause, please?
Your Excellency, President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCON, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. The chairman of our great party, the largest party in black and white Africa, Your Excellency, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Adamu Turakin Kefi, National Chairman All Progressive Congress. Your Excellencies, members of the National Working Committee, Your Excellencies, our governors, let me please, with due permission, rely on the protocol list already established. I'm indeed very delighted to welcome all of us delegates and party faithfuls to this very history event in particular, and also to welcome our beloved President, President Muhammad Buhari, who has creditably steered the leadership of this country in the last 7 years, and the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo. First and foremost, we must thank the Almighty God for granting us this day. Let me express my sincere thanks to our amiable National Chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, and members of the National Working Committee for finding us fit to handle this very special responsibility. I have been to conventions since my entrance into national politics. I've never seen a convention as colorful, as well organized as this convention of today. This convention is AP's third presidential nomination convention, the first being in 2014 in Lagos, and the second 2018 in Abuja. And this one is very unique and historic, being a transition presidential nomination for our great party, where we are transiting from an APC president who has completed his tenure to another APC presidential candidate, who by the special grace of God and the wish of Nigerians be our next president. Your Excellencies, distinguished party faithfuls, our party has always proven opposition wrong in all our activities, and I'm very sure that we will repeat the same feat today as we look forward to a transparent, free, and fair presidential nomination exercise. APC is a party that will always be guided by the rule of law and the progressive mindedness, and to the extent that we will ensure that today's event will surpass the imagination of our friends and foes alike. More so, today is exactly 2 months, 12 days that Senator Abdullahi Adamu Esco started, and we can see what they have been able to achieve within a very short period of time. They deserve our collective commendation. Mr. Chairman, members of NWC, we are grateful. Let me also deeply appreciate my colleagues, the progressive governors, ably led by our amiable executive governor of Kebbi State, His Excellency Atiku Bagudu, who have also worked beyond the routine requirements to ensure the success of other party activities, especially the organization and management of this convention. You will agree with me that the number of our presidential aspirants shows strength and acceptability of our party. We must commend all our presidential aspirants for the way and manner they have conducted themselves through this period of engagement with our party members. And we hope that this spirit of brotherhood and fraternity will continue today and even beyond. The party, to my mind, is supreme. Let all of us be loyal and submit to the supremacy of our great party. To our dear esteemed delegates and other party leaders who made various contributions to the success of this convention, I owe you a million thanks. My thanks also go to all the INEC officials who are here to monitor this convention, our committee members, security personnel, the media, and all our distinguished persons that are here to grace this occasion. I want to thank you all. May the God Almighty grant us a peaceful and successful convention. Thank you so much, and you are highly welcomed to this occasion. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, if your hands are not very busy, I'd like that we give the Governor of Imo State another resounding applause as we move on with this very special convention program. It is at this juncture that we then want to make bold to invite with all humility to the rostrum his welcome address, the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, former Governor of Nasser State, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Adamu, Your Excellency Turakin Kefi, we invite you to the rostrum for your welcome address, sir. Can we please applaud him as he makes his way to the podium? We'd also want to crave on the indulgence of all of you standing. Security agencies should please, or agents rather, should please assist us in ensuring that the thoroughfare is not blocked and that there is enough space for the national chairman to make his way through to the stage for his welcome address. Whilst we wait for his arrival here, would like the DJ to give us something to warmly welcome to the stage the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Turakin Kafi, Your Excellency Senator Dr. Abdullahi Adamu. Let's welcome him, please. DJ.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while we await the arrival on the stage of our chairman, can we ask everybody to please go to the stands of your various states? We don't want anybody milling around. Please move to the stands of your various states. Everybody standing in front of the booth, in front of the podium, please move to your various states, please, as we await the arrival of our chairman, who will be speaking to us in a moment. Please move to your various states. Every delegate, you shouldn't be standing, you should be at your state stand. Only the media personnel here are allowed to be here. Please, let's do the right things. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium the chairman of our great party, the APC, His Excellency. Our chairman, you're most welcome. Thank you very much. Our foremost chairman is here to talk to us. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. استغفر الله العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. وبعد. Your Excellency, Mr. President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the
the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Nigeria, Simbanjo, GCON, the distinguished Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all other protocols observed. It is with great sense of personal humility and gratitude to Almighty God that I warmly welcome you, distinguished leaders and members of our great party, to our historic 2022 convention. I cannot overemphasize the importance of this occasion for our party and our nation. You know as much as I do that the fate of our party depends on what we do here in the next 2 days. I urge us to commit the best practices in party politics by being honest and fair in our dealings, as well as keep our eyes on the ultimate prize, the post-President Muhammadu Buhari the presidency in 2023. Since this National Working Committee that I'm privileged to lead assumed office a little over 2 months ago, I have continually harped on the need for our unity. We can do nothing unless we are truly united in thoughts, words, and deeds. Unity is the only glue that can hold our party together. It should go without saying that we cannot go into the general elections next year and expect to remain in Aso Rock without putting our house in order. It does not take rocket science to unite the party. It takes sincerity of purpose, commitment, and determination to sacrifice our individual interests and ambitions to the larger interests of the party in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I confess that I am glad to see that the healing process has just begun. It has been faster than anyone could have predicted. Things are not falling apart. Things are holding up. I am grateful to you all for standing by me and members of the National Working Committee in seeing that we carry out the first order of business in our party, and that is the total reconciliation of all the state branches of the APC that were held hostage by avoidable grievances. The evidence of the new unity of purpose is seen clearly and positively in the conduct of the primaries at local government and state levels. We have thought the conduct of primaries elected candidates for the state houses of assembly, the House of Reps, the Senate, and the state governorship elections for the 2023 general elections. The elections were predominantly peaceful, free and fair to all who participated in them. The results have been accepted by the winners and the losers alike. But I must admit, in all honesty, there are some gray areas which are being addressed, as has been the case in our practice of democracy during elections. I must also confess that efforts are required to work towards perfecting the electoral processes in our great country. This feat would not have been attained without the cooperation of everyone concerned. It is a clear indication that our party has emerged stronger from the grievances. We are united and are speaking with one voice once more. And at the end of the current exercise, we shall begin a steady march towards the 2023 general elections, buoyed by our resolute commitment to win and win big at all levels of elective offices up for contest. I salute all of us. We begin this day the final lap in the preparations towards the 2023 general elections. The leaders and stakeholders in our party are gathered here with us. This is their day, and this is their time. The contest for who flies the flag of the party as presidential candidate has been robust, but generally sober and statesmanlike. We welcome all those who threw their hats into the ring. They are patriots with a zeal to build on the foundation of comprehensive national development laid by President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. The contest for president in all the political parties has heated the polity. It is particularly so with our party, which parades the largest number of aspirants. It is said that in war, as in all serious socio-political contests, truth is the first casualty. It is so in this context. We have watched with growing concern the feeding frenzy in the mainstream media and the irrelevant social media. The general public is daily fed with facts that are no longer than fiction about our party and even the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Wild speculations, half-truths, and blatant lies dominate political discourse because they are calculated attempts to mislead the uninformed and excite primordial sentiments. We recognize the people's right to freedom of speech and of the press, but all freedoms impose a measure of responsibility on those who exercise them and how they are exercised. A reckless exercise of that freedom from the high and the low impinges on the rights and responsibilities of all citizens. The struggle for the attainment of political power is a personal and legitimate aspiration, but it must not be the reason to divide our party or tear us apart. The inherent beauty in democracy is that all those who seek the mandate of the people must submit themselves to the judgment of the people in the electoral process. If we were to go by individual self-assessment as a yardstick for best persons for the job, we would not have democracy. We would have instead a government of the self-indulgent by the self-indulgent. It would be a strange form of government unknown to the rest of the world. We should have no desire to give birth to such a strange form of government in our country. In my address to the extraordinary meeting of the National Executive Committee on the 20th of April this year, I drew attention to the need for our party to be disciplined. It bears repeating that a political party such as the APC, the ruling party, at the heart of our national development, must be exemplary in discipline and fidelity to its own core values. Washing our dirty leanings in the public is not a mark of courage. It is a mark of irresponsibility. In discipline and the indisciplination to obey extant rules and regulations and play by them, we have nothing to gain from portraying our party in bad light. We have everything to lose by undermining the integrity of our great party. I found necessary to make these observations in order to prepare our minds for the conduct of the primaries. It is no easy task, but a task that must be done and done successfully to the satisfaction of all concerned. The successful conduct of the convention will be a feather in the caps of all the leaders and the members of our great party. It will be an achievement shared by all of us and members of one family. This convention is authorized both by party constitution and the extant laws of our great country, conduct our national elections to elect its flag bearer in next year's general election. Many have been called to this forum, but only one man or woman will get the party's endorsement. As they say, many are called, but in this case, only one will be chosen. This will be democracy in action, in the true sense of the phrase. Electoral decisions have inherited disappointments such that the man or woman considered to be the best does not get the prize. Some of us have been through those crucibles before. It is not strange to us anymore. It is the peculiar way of democracy. I am the first to confess that the choice of a flag bearer is not an easy decision the convention has been called to make. But it is a decision it must nevertheless make. Choosing one out of this glittering army of competent men and women is not just a task, it is a burden. The choice we make has ramifications for our party and our country. We cannot afford to make our choice out of sentiments or other primordial considerations. That will only impose on us a wrong choice we might live to regret. In the course of this decision-making process, we may be called upon to make compromises to achieve our core objectives as a party. Democracy, by its nature, permits of such compromises in the spirit of give and take. Indeed, no human society can survive without compromises. Let us not be afraid of making them with clear conscience and a sense of responsibility if need be. Permit me to appreciate our leader, our President Buhari GCFR, for sparing time to interact with primary stakeholders of our party, with our executive governors and flag bearers of our party in our federating geopolitical and administrative entities. Our aspirants, all of them that were cleared by the screening committee, and of course the elders, statesmen and women in our party, all and imbibing in them the spirit of family unity in preparation for this transition convention. The choice we make at this convention must fully reflect our collective commitment to a greater Nigeria. The flag bearer of our party must be a person with proven ability to respond to the challenges of our economic development, the security of our nation, and the effective management of our diversities in order to mold Nigerians into a cohesive whole reflected in our beautiful rainbow collection of tribes and cultures. Our cohesion has never been more important than it is at this stage in our national history. In conclusion, let me once more salute President Muhammadu Buhari for GCFR for his able leadership of both the party and our country. It is my sincere hope and prayer that his successor will be a man or woman who shares these ideals of a new Nigerian nation, forged from its many past eras of the head and the heart. Mr. President, distinguished leaders and members of our great party, I wish us peaceful, successful convention and elections. Thank you, and may God bless us.
Can we put our hands together for His Excellency, Most Distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, the National Chairman of the APC and Turakin Kefi. Unfazed, very committed, a disciplined party man, one who is resolute, one who is bold and unbridled, and of course, one who deeply, passionately loves Nigeria. That is what the National Chairman of the APC, Dr. Senator Abdullahi Adamu, stands for, the Turakin Kefi. Thank you so much. We will be calling on the National Secretary of the APC to give a report card of the party. I'd like to most respectfully invite His Excellency Senator Yola Omishore, the National Secretary of the APC, and I'd also like to call on the Chairman of the Progressive Governors to kindly be close by because you'll be coming on next. The National Secretary, please.
Your Excellency, the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, our First Lady, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, Your Excellency, the amiable Chairman of the APC, who just welcomed us to the convention, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, CON, Your Excellencies, members of the National Working Committee of the APC, Mr. Senate President, Speaker of the House of Representatives, our governors in various states, ministers and stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great delight to welcome our leaders once again, and members as well as a broad range of stakeholders to this historic special convention to elect our presidential flag bearer for a party in the next coming year election. Collectively, we have established well beyond the shores of Nigeria the enviable unity of purpose during our national convention that brought us into the Working Committee on 26th of March 2022. Under the leadership of our chairman, His Excellency Senator Abdullahi Adamu, we continue to make significant strides to deepen our unity, strengthen core functions in the National Secretariat, and position our great party to sustain the leadership of democratic governance in Nigeria. With over 43 million members, our unique ability to reach everyone continues to rise above both national and across the nations. We remain undisputedly a leading democratic institution, not only in Nigeria, but in the African region. We have taken forward the many of our provisions of our new constitution. This reinforces the clarity of our purpose and provide much needed framework with which we have vigorously commenced to establish systems of fair play, inclusion, and accountability to our members, but to the Nigerian population. Primary elections for flag bearers for gubernatorial, the Senate, House of Representatives, and State House of Assembly are peacefully conducted across the nation. Our primary elections processes include at the risk screening, appeal committees, the virtual elections. We have sought to ensure utmost inclusion across party members, taking into consideration geographic spread, gender, youth, and persons with ability. We have taken care to ensure that we remain responsive to the aspirations of our members and of Nigerians, and have given consideration to diversity in our vision, interests, and aspirations that was expected of a political party with over 45 million members. We have achieved this feat despite the tight timelines from the INEC and with full compliance to the procedures and guidelines. We must express deep appreciation to the President of the Republic of Nigeria, leaders of our party, the National Executive Committee of our party, for their visionary foresight to temporarily yield the executive powers to the NWC at this time. This realist approach has facilitated consultations and make decision-making process less burdensome, progressively proactive, and nimble. Our great party, the APC, gathered today to elect our flag bearer. The pathway to this day affirms the internal democracy within the APC, for which many value and have joined us. Today, with other members and leaders in each of the geopolitical zones, governors fora, and many other instruments of that democracy, we are prepared, and by the grace of God, successfully deliver a successful special convention and the presidential flag bearer acceptable not only to our members of this party, but to all Nigerians wherever they live, work, and play. And thank you for kind attention. Thank you.
National Secretary.
Thank you very much. That was the National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress. I'd like to crave your indulgence before I bring up the next speaker to please give us a clear thoroughfare. We want just the electoral managers, the polling unit agents, as well as the media. To avoid enforcement, we'd like to crave your indulgence to please go to the stands labeled with your state. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite for his remarks at this juncture the chairman of Progressive Governors Forum, who also doubles as the chairman of Election Management Committee, His Excellency Senator Atiku Bagudu. Can we put our hands together for His Excellency as he makes his way here?
Your Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, the wife of the President and First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yomi Osibajo, His Excellency, the Senate President, Senator Ahmed Lawan, the Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Femi Bajamila, the Chairman of our party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, and members of the National Working Committee, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Chief of Staff, Your Excellencies, Governors of the different states, members of the Federal Executive Council, members of the Convention Planning Committee, distinguished delegates, party leaders, members of the media, and security agencies that are here, good evening, everyone. And on behalf of the Progressive Governors Forum, I join in congratulating all of us for this achievement of organizing a convention, actually 2 conventions within a period of 70 days. And we are impressed with the level of the preparation. And on behalf of the forum, I congratulate the party. I congratulate our party leader, President Muhammadu Buhari. This convention is following a series of activities that have taken place in the different states, congresses and primaries that resulted in the nomination of various aspirants in various positions across the country. And we are full of commendation to the party for the organization, the support that has gone to successful primaries all across the states of the country. The governors are deeply appreciative of the support that the party has given in ensuring that we conduct very, very peaceful, transparent elections that we believe will continue to endear our party to Nigerians. This is in addition to many achievements recorded under the All Progressive Congress-led administration. Today, we are gathered here for a very, very momentous occasion, which we pray will result in the nomination of a presidential flag bearer for our party. And we pray all of us, as governors of the respective states, are here to show support. We are doing it when the Electoral Act have changed the nature of the delegates. About 70 days ago, when we gathered here, there were close to 8,000 delegates. But the changes in the Electoral Act resulted in fewer delegates, which we hope will make the election process more manageable. And since I'm speaking in two capacities, both of the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, on whose behalf I already spoken, and the chairman of the Election Management Committee, we appreciate our party for choosing us and bestowing us upon this important event. It's important duty to serve our party and participate in the process that will result in eventually the nomination of the presidential flag bearer sometimes this evening or early tomorrow morning. Your Excellencies, because of that, I will use this occasion to share on behalf of the Election Management Committee some information that as provided by the Electoral Act, only the duly elected 3 delegates per ward, i.e. 3 delegates for the 774 wards, local government, sorry, 3 delegates per local government, meaning 3 for each of the 774 local government will be allowed to vote after accreditation. There will be 2 voting points, each with 20 ballot boxes, and 2 states are going to be called one after the other, but they will vote at the 2 respective voting points simultaneously. Delegates are expected to write the names of their choice on the provided ballot papers. Delegates should please ensure that the name of their choice is fully written to avoid confusion, at least 2 names. Delegates who cannot write will be permitted to choose a delegate from their state to write for them. Delegates will be properly identified before voting commences. Agents of the aspirants will be permitted to sit to monitor the proceedings. All delegates are expected to return to their seats after casting their votes. At the end of the voting exercise, all the ballot boxes will be gathered together and sorted in the names of the aspirants. After the sorting out, the ballot of each aspirant will be counted, and the aspirant with the highest number of votes will be declared winner. Aspirants who decided to withdraw must inform the election committee, publicly announce their withdrawal, and sign a withdrawal form. Thereafter, there will be a translation in Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo for delegates who may not be conversant with the instructions as stated in the English language. I thank our party, and I thank Mr. President, and I thank all our leaders that are gathered here this evening, and I want to assure them that the Election Management Committee, and as part of the Convention Management Committee, will do its very best to ensure that whatever the result so declared will meet with the highest standard expected of our party. Thank you. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting set for the main business of the day. But we cannot go on if we are not seated. So may I appeal to everybody to please take their seats. We're going to have some entertainment, but in between that, we expect everybody to be seated. If we're not seated, we're not going to start, because we want to be free, fair, open, and transparent. And while we do that, we'll be calling on every aspirant who will be talking to us before the voting begins. As Governor Bagudu told us, we have 23 aspirants, and I'll call their names. When we're going to start, we'll call you in batches of 4 to come and talk to us and tell us exactly why you want to be President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria after President Muhammadu Buhari. So these are the names. His Excellency, Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu Vijagaban Bogu, and we're calling the names in alphabetical order. We have His Excellency Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, who is the current Senate President. His Excellency Senator Ahmed Sani Yerima, former Governor of Zamfara State. His Excellency Senator Ajayi Robert Boniface, current Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency Senator Ben Ayade, Governor of Cross River State. His Excellency Engineer Dave Umahi, Governor of Ebonyi State. His Excellency Right Honorable Dimeji Bankole, former Speaker of the House of Representatives. Honorable Emeka Nwajuba, immediate past Minister of State for Education. His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, former Governor of Akwa Ibom State and former Minister of the Niger Delta Affairs. His Excellency Senator Ibikule Amosu, former Governor of Ogun State and current serving Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, Governor of Ekiti State. His Excellency Senator Ken Inamani, former Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency Alhaji Muhammadu Badaru Abubakar, Governor of Jigawa State. His Excellency Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, former Governor of Abia State and former Minister of Science and Technology. Pastor Tunde Bakare. His Excellency Right Honorable Rotimi Chibuke Amechi, former Governor of Rivers State and current Minister of Transportation. His Excellency Senator Rochas Okorocha, former Governor of Imo State. Pastor Nicholas Nwagbo, Mr. Jack Rich Tain. His Excellency Governor Yahaya Bello, Governor of Kogi State. His Excellency Professor Yemi Oshibajo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria and current Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chief Ikiobasi Nokelu. And finally, and coincidentally, the only woman in the team, but her name starts with a U, so that's why she's number 23 on the list. Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Oheye. So, Your Excellencies, those are the 23 aspirants. They'll be talking to us. But before then, we'll cool our nerves a bit with some entertainment by the one and only Sir Shina Peters. I hope you're ready. But please take your seats, please. If you don't sit down, we're not going to start the program. So please, everybody, you should be seated in your various states, because we're going to be free, fair, and transparent. And nobody should cover the polling booth. So please, please take your seats. Once this is over, the aspirants speak to us, we're going to start the voting. Nobody should be standing in front of the booth, and we're going to be very strict with that. Thank you very much. As I hand over to Sir Shina Peters.
party, me I know they go. Now we dey put our eyes say, we trade that money, market women they happy. Cuckoo rolling everywhere, train they walk from south to north. Go wherever, back home never. APC the only solution. Mama, papa, shine your eyes, brother, sister, shine your eyes, everybody shine your eyes, APC the only solution. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. Now we dey put our eyes say, we trade that money, market women they happy. Cuckoo rolling everywhere, train they walk from south to north. Go wherever, back home never. APC the only solution. Mama, papa, shine your eyes, brother, sister, shine your eyes, everybody shine your eyes, APC the only solution. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote. If it not be APC, me I know they vote. Any other party, me I know they vote.
Okay, who would have thought? Yes, Asheo. Oh my God. How do you even start with this one now? Sachin or Peters, livening up the mood at the convention ground there. Yes, iconic juju musician.
Yes.
And let's talk about what we've been hearing before he came on.
Well, it's good that it's going to be a night of not just voting and delegates, but also fun. And, that will provide the drama you were talking about earlier. This is another dimension of it.
That really should liven up the night and energize the night indeed.
23 aspirants. They're just following the list.
In alphabetical order.
In alphabetical order. I guess if you paid as much as 100 million to get expression of interest and nomination for, you at least deserve a mention and an opportunity to take part in an open contest. Transparent contest, borrowing the words of Abike Dabiri Irewa there. And then, of course, 2,322 delegates at this event. So it's likely to be a very long night. It's going to be a long night. But we'll be here and our crew are there on the ground. But Waziri Adu, you were making some points about the Southeast. at the fact that the Southeast has not been able to come together, where the Southwest aspirants too have not been able to come together. Nobody is willing to step down for anybody.
The other.
Even in the North, we have at least one conscientious objector saying, no, I'm not going to
step down in the person of...
what do you think is likely to happen tonight, really? Are we going to have some kind of, people, some of the aspirants deciding to step down? Or are we going to have, all the long knives coming out? What are your expectations?
Well, in politics, you can't say anything for certainty with certainty, with 100% certainty. I think we should brace ourselves up for more drama. There will be all kind of dramas, there will be all kind of things that will surprise us, today. But what I expect is that they're going to have an election. 23 people. I don't think all of them are serious aspirants. I wrote an article on the 1st of May this year and spoke about pretenders, spoilers, and contenders. I think most of these people are actually there to be noticed. But they've taken the form, and I think they should allow them to either withdraw if they want to withdraw there, or nobody should put pressure on anybody. Like you said, they pay 100 million. So that's a lot of money. So nobody should put any pressure on anybody to step down. And also, we should make this very clear. Let them contest, and let's see the strength of the different aspirants. Some of them are going to score 0 votes. So let that be established. So don't let anybody hide under, maybe I will have won, if not that people put pressure on me and all of that. But at the end of the day, what do I see happening? I think there will be a contest, and ultimately, of course, one winner will emerge, and that winner will be the person that is able to cobble together delegates from the states that have the highest number of delegates, right? There are some states like Kano has 132, Katsina has 102, Oyo has 99, Oshun has 90, and like that, some states have, Akwa Ibom has 75. So you are going to be looking at the person who is able to get this backing of the governors of the states, of the 22 states controlled by APC, but also of the godfathers of the 14 states not controlled by APC. Akwa Ibom, for example, has 93 delegates. It's not controlled by APC. Delta has 75 delegates. It's not controlled by APC. So even when, everybody's been talking about the governors, right? But there are also some other states where the godfathers or whoever controls the structure of those states will be in play. So, we're all right. For an interesting night.
Yes, very interesting night. Absolutely. There's the Akpanodo and the Akpanodo faction. Right,
has gone to NNPP.
Yes, he has left the party. So,
let's bring in
Akpabio, that is the new godfather.
But Akpabio is also running.
Well, so maybe he takes all the delegates from that state.
Emmanuel Efene, I'm sure you've been watching and listening very, very with keen attention to all you've been hearing already since the APC chairman, Abdullahi Adamu, spoke earlier. We also heard from the National Secretary, Omishore, and the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, Atiku Bagudu. Let's pinpoint it to what Abdullahi Adamu said, the need to sacrifice individual interests for the good or the greater good of the party and, of course, Nigeria by extension. But let's even talk about how much of a job is it to converge personal interest with the party interest and the national interest, and really which one should come, at the very top in terms of priority? What kind of balancing act do you see playing out tonight?
Yes, for big wigs of the party, the chairman of the party, the secretary of the party, the talk has been about making sacrifice, unity of the party, and, of course, going forward after this convention. That is very important for the APC to still be intact as a party united in their quest to retain power after President Muhammadu Buhari finishes his tenure come May 29, 2023. But the hard part is that we have several candidates, 23, with their egos and, of course, their aspirations. Who will step down for who? Last time I checked, even the Southwest front runners, they're still thinking, talking, and consulting about coming up with a single candidate, a single aspirant in this convention. But again, they've not been able to come to any conclusion, because who is going to step down for who? The personal interest, of course, politics itself is who gets what, when and how. Many of these aspirants, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Yemi Osinbajo, it's like they're just so close to the trophy. So step down for who? Why? So it's going to be difficult for anybody to step down for the other. But for the records, out of that 23, we know that Ken Nnamani has stepped down or exited the race. And Governor Badaru has also exited this race. So the rest, we're talking about 21 now, they are still firmly in the race. The party interest should be what is paramount in the minds of everybody. But most of these aspirants have come with their ego very much up there, pursuing their interests with vigor. But at the end of the day, the delegates will decide. But will there be a master stroke? What Dr. Abati has called the tambuwalism of the process. Well, we'll just wait and see as this convention unfolds. Transition nomination convention of the All Progressive Congress, the ruling party of Nigeria.
Let's take a look at one of the developments ahead of the convention. One, the statement by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, national leader of the party, who said he made President Muhammadu Buhari president at a time when, you know, he had lost election thrice, and then eventually he was the one that gave him the confidence, and even when he was weeping on television, he was the one that, you know, supported him and led the army. Well, he had said, you know, his campaign organization said, oh, he was quoted out of context. But this was a video, you know, from last Tuesday in Abeokuta that everybody could see. So the evidence is out there. And the presidency has now said, well, nobody made anybody. There were small players and large players, to use the expression adopted by Garubashu. What do you think of that? Especially as the chairman of the party had reacted initially, before the Garubashu statement, to say there will be consequences. Would we see the effect or the nature of those consequences tonight? The second issue, with regard to the aspiration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will be the statement by former governor of Ekiti State, Peter Ayodele Fayose, that he suspects that if Asiwaju does not proceed with extreme caution, that he could be treated the same way in which politically Chief Obafemi Awolowo was treated, and also Bashorun MKO Abiola. Do you think that those may be factors that may affect the ambition of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Or you think it doesn't matter?
Okay, as I said in the last time I was there, I think Asiwaju made a mistake by speaking in Yoruba. I don't think he should have spoken in Yoruba. I think he should have spoken in English, because, you know, many things get lost in translation. And he has also walked back and said he didn't mean it in the way that it came out, right? I didn't mean to disrespect the president. So having said that, would that affect his chances? Possibly. It may. It's also possible that it might not. It's, you know, a day is a long time in politics. An hour is a long time in politics. You know, there's also enough time for both parties to have come to accommodation and decide to move on that. But at the end of the day, what will matter is, what will matter today. Yes, that statement, can have some impact, but what will matter will be who has whom on their side, right? And whether there are people who have veto power that they can exercise. So if Asiwaju is in the lead, or he was in the lead, it's possible that statement could have knocked him off a little bit, or to a great extent, and that is also what we're going to find out today. But it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. The way it works in our system, unfortunately, is that there are some people who are in control of the delegates. And those who are in control of the delegates are the ones that tell them this is the direction we're going. So you can almost say that if somebody, a governor, is going this direction, or a godfather is going this direction, most of the delegates from that state, especially elected delegates, the statutory delegates are more sophisticated. So if you are still good with the governors and the godfathers in the respective states, if you are not good with them, or if they are not convinced with your explanation, that's a problem. About what Governor Fayose said, I don't have the information that he has, and I spoke, some people even were struggling to understand what he was saying. Some people say that he actually meant it in Yoruba, that if you read it in Yoruba, you understand it better. I don't know. But
there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's called Yoruba English.
Yeah, no. I think he. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I think he was passing across some coded messages beyond even what you can see on the surface. And if you had read it in Yoruba, maybe you understand. So the message is for the Asiwaju, and the Asiwaju is left for him to decide on what he wants to do with that. I don't think it's something that should bother us. He is not a member of the APC. Right, and he was giving an advice to somebody, which he could have done. I'm sure he had access to him. So I don't think it's something, because it's more of like conspiracy theory. They did this, and all of that. And I think if you look at the issues, they are not the same. What happened to Awolowo is different from what happened to Abiola, and I don't see how those two are related to what is going on now. But having said that, I also have a sense that what people have termed the outburst of Asiwaju in Abeokuta might also have been in response to certain information that he might have had, that he felt that he needed to respond to, and to also signal that, well, whatever you guys are planning, know that you are dealing with a fighter, and this is somebody who's ready to fight. Go down fighting. So that's one of the things I take from that.
All right, Emmanuel Ofeni, what factors really do you think will play out tonight? What issues really should be on the front burner as this convention, to pick a presidential candidate, a flag bearer for the APC should be? Look, this is really not just about Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There are other people on the ticket. We do hear, of course, that
Nigeria must remain united. People with
one heart. This is all we ask for. We're determined to rebuild and restore. We're free and truth. If you need peace in Nigeria, please can we see your hands up? Where there's hope for I don't see your hands up. If you need peace in Nigeria, peace shall be. The unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable. If you know that you're with us in one Nigeria, can we see your wonder hands? Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Ishekiri, Efik, Calabar, Edo, we are one Nigeria. Raise your hands. Nigeria must remain as one. All the superstars of Nigeria are here saying one nation. Sakachi, Chechujak, La Vista, Uchabodo, Andy Chukwu, Rarara, Baba Chinedu. All the artists are here saying one Nigeria. Nigeria must remain as one. So we are many people. Our president, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Muhammadu Buhari, a peace-loving father. To His Excellency, Ozadema, the Governor of Imo State. His Excellency, Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, and all the executive governors of all the 36 states of Nigeria here present.
Thank you, Ambassador for Change Initiative. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Which is the bigger mic?
Thank you very much. Aren't we just blessed as a nation? One Nigeria, indeed. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving to the real business of this evening. It's going to be a long night, but I'm sure we're all prepared for it. Your Excellencies, sirs and ma'ams, we're now going to call the aspirants who are going to come on stage to tell us in 2 minutes why they want to take over from our president, President Muhammadu Buhari. So like I said in alphabetical order, may I call on His Excellency, Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu, to please come alone. Please, all aspirants, they are coming alone to the stage. Please, DJ, wait. Please, only the aspirants will be allowed to pass through
through to the stage. Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, Senator Ahmed Sani Yerima, Senator Ajayi Robert Boniface will be doing this in batches of 4. So can we call on the 4 of you aspirants to please come to the stage. Each aspirant will be allowed to speak for 2 minutes. Thank you very much. DJ.
Hey! Don't sleep, don't sleep. Wake up. Collect your money. Collect your money. Wake up. Collect your money. Collect your money. Wake up. Tera, 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 go get the moolah. Wake up. Oni to kala, kala go yellow. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up on me, come person, my dog, person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, go need my job. Let me see you, oh lo, let me see you, oh lo, buka, let me see you, the buka, oh lo, let me see you, oh lo, buka, let me see you, the buka, let me see you,
Ladies and gentlemen, DJ please. Ladies and gentlemen, DJ please. Only the aspirant, no orderly, no other person. Only the aspirant will come on stage and will speak for 2 minutes. And the first aspirant, as I said, is Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu.
Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money. Wake up. Collect your money. Wake up. Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up. Oni to kala, go yellow. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai.
Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, GCON. The Senate President, Senator Ahmad Lawan. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. The National Chairman of our great party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. My dear loving and beautiful wife, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, executive governors here present, particularly the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, National Assembly members here present, State House of Assembly members here present, distinguished national delegates, all ANEC observers, distinguished APC members, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Today,
as members of all Progressive Congress, gather both in celebration and instant test of our democratic fitness. We have all waited and worked for this day to come. Now it is upon us. We must rise to the occasion. We now stand before all Nigerians. We have always said this party may well be the last best hope for Nigeria to attain its finest destiny. Thus, we shall use this confession to show the world that APC celebrates democracy by faithfully participating in it. Soon, we will freely and fairly nominate the person to follow President Muhammadu Buhari as our next standard bearer. For you delegates, this is a heavy responsibility. I know you will meet this duty with the seriousness it deserves. The convention also marked the end of the first phase of year 2023 election cycle. This primary season has been one of intense competition among those who aspire to the nomination. I commend the other aspirants for the dignity and zeal with which they have conducted their campaigns. Such strong, persistent competition will make us better as a party. By today's end, you will have selected party's candidate. We definitely want to see a great process to win. We must emerge from today a unified force, focused on the cooperation and shared victory. As President Buhari has said, our party's objective must be to triumph in the next year's general election at all levels. The candidate you select must deliver victory in the national election and have the personal gravity and national recognition to pull us through to victory in the state and local government elections as well. He must instill a sense of victory and confidence. Moreover, the candidate must unite Nigerians of all walks of life from all parts of the country. He must have the experience He must have the experience, leadership, knowledge, and extensive personal contact to steer the diverse, complicated Nigerian through this challenging period, a dynamic world. The other candidates are all good men and women, but I sincerely believe I am the person this moment called for. I have the experience. I led the transformation of Lagos from a dangerous, unwelcoming place in 1999 to a clean, safe, and vibrant place, and the 5th largest economy in Africa today. I am a serious man with a serious purpose, and I will use all that I know and all my abilities to benefit our people. I'm a unified leader. I have constructed a formidable political structure, one that has delivered electoral victory after electoral victory. I do not put myself forward because I think this is a nomination in Nigeria. I step forward because I believe I can lead our party towards the brightest future. I have expertise, my record of corporate leadership, my financial expert, my experience as an executive governor of Lagos make me unique among all other aspirants, giving me the requisite skill to accelerate the progressive reform that will change the face of our national economy. I can not, on this day, talk of a brighter and prosperous future without declaring my determination to fight terrorism and insecurity to the very end. I mourn the lives already lost, proud to do everything possible to ensure justice and forever erase terror from our land. Today, you decide our presidential nominee. Let me be the man who can best articulate the vision of progress and development, then implement it. Let us always honor the promise of the APC, the promise we made to Nigeria. I humbly ask you to nominate me as the party's presidential candidate because I am confident, competent, courageous, and ready to start from day one. God bless you. God bless you. God bless APC. God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much. I love you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Standing on the existing protocols, without much ado, can we have your attention, please? Can we have your attention, please? I'd like you to pay attention. Please, supporters should please remain in your pavilions. Delegates, remain in your pavilions. Supporters are not allowed to come to the stage, neither should they come anywhere close to the stage. The next aspirant to speak would like that these fizzles out very quickly before we invite the next aspirant, such that we'll be able to pay attention to the message that will be coming from the aspirant in question. We crave your indulgence to please support us. Give us some moment, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Otito, Ejo, our supporters, Otito Bayo. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Just as Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu Ashwatu is walking back to the pavilion, may I, at this juncture, with all humility and respect, invite the next aspirant. And the next aspirant to address this convention, this special convention, is none other, ladies and gentlemen, than His Excellency, most distinguished Senator Ahmad Ibrahim Lawan, PhD, CON, Sardaunan Bade, President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Vice President, very distinguished and honorable Speaker, distinguished party chairman or national chairman, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu Turakin Kefi, other members of the National Working Committee, the Deputy President of the Senate, the Deputy Speaker, distinguished and honored members of the National Assembly present, our elders of the party, my brothers and sisters, the youth and women, very distinguished special delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, good evening, everyone. Your Excellency, tonight we are making history. Our great party, the All Progressives Congress, the APC, is making history. Next year, 29th May 2023, Mr. President, your tenure would have been full cycle, and by the grace of God, it will be. This event is a special event for us to elect the next person to fly the flag of our party in next year's presidential election, by the grace of God. Your Excellency, you have provided great deal of leadership in governance and in the running of our party. That's why we are here. This administration from 2015 to date, under your distinguished leadership, has done so much for this country, and APC has made its mark. You've laid the foundation for whoever will emerge this night to fly the flag of our party, to stand on such a very solid and strong foundation. And we are very proud of your achievements in the last 7 years. Your Excellency, you have provided leadership for this party, even when it will appear like we have difficulties looking insurmountable. The moment you step in, things go on to be straight and streamlined. And this is how APC will be, that APC will always be strong because you have set it on a very strong pedestal. Your Excellency, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am running for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria because I believe that this party has been built well around ideals that all of us here share. Today, we are proud that having sustained our economy, that despite all the difficulties in the world, our economy is still experiencing growth. Your Excellency, please. Your Excellency, we have dealt with insecurity in the Northeast. Even though we have some challenges in the Northwest particularly, I believe that the way and manner we dealt with Northeast insurgency is the same way that we will deal and conquer the banditry and kidnapping in the Northwest and some parts of North Central. Distinguished delegates, let me say that you are a special set of Nigerians who are saddled with the responsibility and task of electing the next president of Nigeria, our country. My belief is there cannot be any higher and more important responsibility than electing the president that will lead this country in the next 4 years from 2023. I will therefore appeal to you that look very closely, ensure that we elect someone who will ensure that the achievements so far by our administration are consolidated and others continued. I am of the parliament. I come from the parliament. I am a parliamentarian. Having spent 23 years in the National Assembly, having chaired very strategic committees of agriculture and education, having chaired the very important oppositional committee or the Public Accounts Committee, having served as chairman of the Senate Committee on Defense, having served as the majority leader of the Senate, and serving as the president of the Senate by the grace of God, I am eminently qualified. Distinguished delegates, let me tell you that worldwide, the developed democracies are run by parliamentarians. Developed democracies are governed by parliamentarians mainly. If you go to parliamentary systems, the Prime Minister is always an elected parliamentarian. If you go to the US and similar democracies, senators and members of Congress run the country. Today's president in the US, the President Biden, was in the Senate of the United States of America. President Obama was also a senator in the Senate of the United States of America. I have acquired sufficient experience working very closely with the Mr. President, our dear President, as the presiding officer and chairman of the National Assembly. I have learned a lot, and by the grace of God, if you elect me this night, I will continue and consolidate those massive achievements Mr. President and the APC administration have achieved. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the APC. APC! 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 Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly. The next aspirant to address this august gathering at this occasion, this epoch-making event, is none other than the former governor of Zamfara State and former senator, once a senator, always a senator, Senator Sani Ahmed Yerima.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير الحمد لله الذي مالك الملك تؤتي الملك من تشاء إن ربي لغفور رحيم. Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief Alhaji Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, our First Lady, the wife of Mr. President, the Vice President, and our National Chairman of our great party, all other protocols duly observed. Mr. President, before you are elected in 2015, this country was facing very serious security challenge. Everybody knows about the menace of Boko Haram. When you came in, you promised the country that you are going to have 3-point agenda to fight insecurity, fight corruption, and work very hard to improve on our economy. The Boko Haram, before you came in, were virtually in Borno and Maiduguri, Modoba and Yobe. They virtually captured those states, and they even bombed the UN headquarters in Abuja. All of us, both Muslims and Christians, have to be screened before we enter places of worship. But today, all that is history. On the economy, you did your best, because the PDP, when they were in power, the price of crude oil rose up to $140 per barrel. When you came in, the country witnessed downturn on the price and came as low as $30 per barrel. If it were not you, I didn't know what would have happened in this country. I'm presenting myself today to the nation, to APC, and to our distinguished delegates, because I believe that the current trend of new security challenges, of armed banditry and kidnappings are just new to us. And I believe that with concerted effort by recruiting more security personnel, improvement in their welfare, and making sure that adequate equipments are provided, the security challenge will also be a thing of the past. We have high-level poverty. Every leader in this country, in this world, must make sure that nobody, no Nigerian, sleep hungry. I intend to make sure that I come up with robust economic, fiscal, and monetary policies to address the challenges of poverty, and we are going to also make sure that one very important problem of Nigeria, which is ignorance, is addressed by making sure that the education sector is given due attention. Now, every child of Nigeria must be given free and compulsory education up to secondary school level, and we are going to introduce student loans board so that every child from either poor family or rich family can access loan to make sure that he pay for his tuition fees and maintenance to acquire education in this country. I will not bother you too much. I have only 2 minutes. I will urge the delegates to look at every candidate, every aspirant, and make sure they elect somebody who will deliver APC to victory in this country. APC! 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 Thank you very much, and God bless all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Senator Ahmed Sani Yerima. At this juncture, please, any artist that is not performing on the stage at this point should please leave the stage for the time being. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next aspirant to address this august gathering is none other than the Deputy Leader of the Senate, distinguished Senator Robert Ajayi Barofis. I'd like us to welcome him to the podium with a round of applause. Senator Ajayi Barofis, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, the First Lady, Your Excellency, Aisha Buhari, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Chairman of our party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, Urakin Kabi, and Sri Kinyanki, the Obateru of the Source. The Senate President, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Ministers, Executive Governors, distinguished delegates, and members of our respected party. Today is an auspicious occasion and a determining moment, not only for our party, but for our nation. In 2013, the APC was established as a progressive party with commitment to national unity, to progress, and to the socio-economic development of our country. Within 8 years of our government, under the able leadership and guidance of our President, Muhammad Buhari, the APC has made tremendous and remarkable progress in all sectors of our economy. Mr. President, I want to acknowledge the great work you have done in the infrastructure sector, completing the rail from Lagos to Ibadan, the rail from Abuja to Kaduna, the completion of the second Niger bridge, and many other infrastructural developments. My decision to come out to run for the highest office in the country is to build on your legacy, the legacy that has been built on integrity and honor. I believe that if we do this, this country will move forward. I am putting my administration on four-point agenda: security, the economy, education, and anti-corruption crusade. These 4-point agenda are drawn from our medium-term national development plan. And I believe that the 8 priorities of this plan, if well implemented, will lead this country to higher heights. I am selling myself to Nigerians, to our party, to the delegates. I have never lost any election. I'm serving my 3 terms in the Senate, and I've served on several committees: Navy, Education, Works, Science and Technology, and many others. At the moment, I am the Deputy Senate Leader. I started my adult career as an academia, and I reached the apex of my career as a professor, and even climbing the ladder of administration. I moved on to bureaucracy when I was appointed the Director General of the National Space Research and Development Agency, when I launched 3 of 4 satellites, the first and the only one yet in Black Africa. Therefore, thereafter, I moved to Senate, and I've served 3 terms on Senate. In my tenure, I've impacted on my senatorial district, building 5 hospitals, building 5 skill acquisition centers, building roads, establishing some industries like cashew processing unit and many other industries. I have the experience, I have the knowledge, I have the capability. It is time for us to bring science and technology into the mainstream of our socio-economic policy. Because the difference between the developed country and the developing countries and other countries is the level of their science and technology and application of science and technology to development. I want to assure you, the single delegates, if you vote for me, you'll be voting for honor, you'll be voting for integrity, you'll be voting for transparency and useful purpose in the administration of this country. I want to thank you, and I bless Nigeria. Long live Nigeria, long live our party. APC!
Your Excellencies, we'd like to thank all the aspirants who have come out. Would like to call the next 4. Would like to apologize that we need to stick to time. I know that each of you have very rich credentials and you are eminently qualified to lead the country, but you can't say it in 2 minutes. The next 4 would be, first, His Excellency Senator Ben Ayade should please step out to the podium. Would also like to call His Excellency Engineer Dave Umahi, the Governor of Ebonyi. Would also like to invite His Excellency Right Honorable Dimeji Bankole, the former Speaker of the House of Reps, to also come. And then to make the last 4, you have Honorable Emeka Nwajoba to please come to the stage. All 4 aspirants will be given just 2 minutes to give us a synopsis of what they can do for this country, how they feel passionately about this country. And if we cut you off, please don't take it personal. You can say the bit that you can, and I'm sure the delegates will make the best choice. Please, would like to invite all 3, and please make all 4 of them, make way for them to come so that we can take them in the order. I repeat, His Excellency Senator Ben Ayade, the Executive Governor of Cross River, will be the first to speak for exactly 2 minutes. And then he'll be followed by the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State, His Excellency Engineer Dave Umahi. The third to speak would be Right Honorable Dimeji Bankole, who would speak. And then to round up this last 4, we have Honorable Emeka Nwajoba. Would also like to urge our very respected aspirants that please kindly stand on all existing protocol. Kindly stand on existing. Your Excellency, His Excellency Senator Ben Ayade.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, great party men and women. My name is Senator Professor Ben Ayade, the Governor of Cross River State. I have come here to share my thoughts. This is a great opportunity for our delegates to make a choice on the future of this country. I present myself as a great intellect with a long-standing background in academics, in the Senate, and now as governor. I understand the challenges of a third world economy. I understand the security challenges of this nation with the concept of Afghanistanism, the collapse of Afghanistan, and the ambition of ISWAP and Boko Haram to take over Nigeria, recognizing our vast natural resource. It is obvious clearly that there's also an international connectivity, iconoclastic of some sort, with a conspiratorial theory that the vast wealth of the coltan deposit, diamond and platinum that we have, with the concomitants of our challenges, they believe that opportunity has come for them to colonize Nigeria and to drive out Christians and Muslims alike because they believe that their God-given territory is the West African province. As a country, we must be united by the resolve to address the security challenge of this nation. Therefore, my proposal when I become president of this country, to use a satellite videography, because the use of the contact approach, the physical military approach, is insufficient in a modern warfare. Nigeria at this point, therefore, will require a defense pact of a non-occupation origin, a defense pact to share military intelligence, a defense pact that will allow you opportunity to use unoccupied drone technology for the attack of terrorists. We must realize that I am the governor of Cross River State who refused to sign the anti-grazing law because I thought it was offending the trades of headsmen. I am one governor who have stood and have united this nation. I am one governor who believes in the fact that this country can only be united if we address the challenges of our security system. The most critical aspect as well is education and agriculture. The moral miasma and decadence that have characterized our university system, occasioned by the failed structure due to poor remuneration, has of course dovetailed into a challenge where young people come out of university without the Kantianics, without the morality, without the kinetics of good conscience. I come as a professor with a long-standing experience who will bring back education, restore the glory and value and dignity of knowledge. All over the world, the world has migrated into technology and knowledge-driven administration. Nigeria cannot be different. I present myself as a young man who shares the enthusiasm of a youth, but the wisdom of a 60-year. I'm an old head on young shoulders. I have education, I have exposure. I have worked with a system, I'm a system purifier. I believe that this country must show that the black man does not think from the stomach. If you put your vote and commoditize your vote and put a value to it, you have mortgaged your future. I come believing that the delegates will be worried about the future of their lives, the future of their children. I present myself as that firebrand, that catalytic power source that will create that opportunity where this country will realize that, yes, indeed, you have young men. In Cross River today, I have the garment factory, a pharmaceutical factory, a rice factory, a cocoa factory, a vegetable oil factory, Kalachika. I have a feed processing mill, and the list is endless. I have done so because I know job creation is at the basis of the peace and unity of this nation. I present myself in the absence of trying to impress you with how much money, but I present myself as somebody who have shown capacity, and I hope to show that capacity at the national level. God bless us all as I charge your conscience to vote for the future of this country and not vote for the pocket of today. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Senator Ben Ayade, thank you for your very illuminating speech. I'd now like to call on His Excellency Engineer Dave Umahi, the Executive Governor of Ebonyi, to make his presentation.
APC! Your Excellency, our dear President Muhammadu Buhari, and your dear wife, the mother of the nation. Your Excellency, the Vice President, our Vice President Semi Osibanjo, Your Excellency, the President of Senate, Ahmed Lawan, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the FME, the Chairman of our great party APC, and former Governor of Nasarawa State, Ade Adamu Abdullahi, and all the working committee members of APC, my colleagues, the governors, our dear delegates, my dear brothers and sisters. Your Excellency, Mr. President, let me first thank you very highly for being the first president in Nigeria to allow a party-free and fair presidential contest. It is the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I want to thank the party chairman and the committee that organized this beautiful convention. And I want to say that you have done very well. When people were very highly apprehensive about the success of this convention, I told them that APC has what is called a self-cleansing velocity. Today we are here, and let me pledge that whatever is the outcome of this convention, I will abide by it. And let me say that I put myself forward as a man who has proven his indices of all the developmental indices that the country Nigeria needs. I have been able to prove that you can do quite a lot with little resources. I have been able to bring Ebonyi State to compete with other states of the nation, irrespective of the date and time this our state was created. I appeal for the delegates that all that the nation Nigeria is looking for to improve on the great legacies of Mr. President, that I possess it. And I ask Nigeria that at a time like this, we should give an opportunity to a proven engineer. I'm a professional engineer, and I have proved it in Ebonyi State. In the area of agriculture, I can say that I am part and parcel of feeding this nation Nigeria. In the area of health, I can say that I have the best medical facilities in the whole of Nigeria. In the whole area of education, it is quite evident what I have done in the area of education. In security, in the area of national unity, I can say that I have proven the fact that I need to put my people, the Southeast people, in the mainstream of the affairs of this country. And that is the reason why I joined APC. I want APC delegates to look towards me and know that they have a young man who has the capacity, who has the ability, who has the wisdom, and who has the divine calling to improve on all that our dear president has done for our country. I urge you to give me your votes. I urge you to look through all the promises we have made. Nigeria in 2023 will not be looking at promises. They are going to be looking at your past performances and what we've been able to achieve. And I have a lot to campaign for APC with. So I thank you very much, and I have great faith in God and in you that you will do the right thing and give me your votes. God bless you and God sustain you, and congratulations to all APC members. APC! Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We've just listened to His Excellency Engineer Dave Umahi, the Executive Governor of Ebonyi. Thank you, thank you. We'll now like to call on a gentleman who was the youngest ever Speaker of the House of Representatives of Nigeria at the age of just 37 then. His Excellency Right Honorable Dimeji Bankole, who would now come and make his presentation.
Mr. President, General Muhammadu Buhari and his lovely wife, the chairman of our great party, please allow me to stand on existing protocol. Mr. President, about 60 years ago, some of our elders in this country decided to look for fine gentlemen like you all over Nigeria, give them the best training they could have, and handed Nigeria over to them. A few years later, Nigeria went through one of the worst periods of its time, just to show that those fine gentlemen were the best we ever produced. Some of them sacrificed their lives for us to be here today. Mr. President, you are one of those gentlemen. Today you are about to find out who your successor is. And I go by the genre, there is no success without succession. You have done your best over the last 7 years. It's time for someone else to move the nation forward. As an economist, I do have an idea that this is all about economy, economy, economy. Without solving that, we will never solve the security problem. Without solving that, we will never solve the power problem. It's just that we don't have enough time for me to talk about the power probe which I launched when I was Speaker. A major problem we have today that you have managed to solve for us is that of Boko Haram in the Northeast. I understand that for the past 20 years of this country, we have left local governments mostly ungoverned. Today, we have a different type of government in some of those ungoverned areas, and they are collecting taxes they're collecting taxes in form of kidnappings and the rest of it. Almost 20% of our budget is spent on local governments. It's about time that we begin to negotiate with our governors to make sure that the institution of local government becomes a serious part of our system. Without that, we cannot solve the problem of primary education and primary health. These are the major problems that we need to face in our country. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria may not be able to understand fully what's happening in different local governments, but he can bring about strong institutions as far as we need them in this country. Well, Mr. President, as a younger person, I proved to this nation with my colleagues in the National Assembly at that time, at a critical time in our nation, that it's possible for younger people to handle critical situations when we brought about the doctrine of necessity that actually saved the dignity of one of our former presidents and actually allowed our country to move forward. Mr. President, thank you. Again, I say there is no success without succession. As a former military officer myself, I truly hope that our party and delegates will consider the lives of those young men standing in all parts of Nigeria, making sure that Boko Haram and the rest of them do not take us to pieces. Thank you, and God bless all of you. And of course, I would accept a line with anyone that wins tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He said one more thing. APC! You're not shouting. We move to the next four, and we want to appeal to you, please, to stick to the 2 minutes. Our next four aspirants, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, His Excellency Senator Ibikula Amosu, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, And His Excellency, Senator Ken Nnamani, please come to the podium. And while you do that, who is the next performer? Who will be performing? Okay. So,
while you make your way to the podium, I'd like to invite Rara to entertain us. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful, wonderful, anytime, any day. To come with what we should expect for them if they are elected as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the aspirants have been talking to us. I'd like to go on the list Next is His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, former Governor of Akwa Ibom State, immediate past Minister, Niger Delta. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
APC Progress Akpabio Nigeria Buhari Nigeria President Buhari, Mr. President, the First Lady, the Vice President, Senate President, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellency, the Governors, my colleagues, the presidential aspirants, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear delegates. My name is Godswill Akpabio, Commander of the Order of the Niger. I am standing in front of you as one of those with great aspirations to become President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But however, I do not know the year. As a student of history, I want to let you know that the All Progressives Congress came to birth through very strong alliance between the then ACN in the southwest and the CPC in the north. Today I want to thank the progressive governors of northern Nigeria, my dear colleagues, having been a governor for 8 years, for their decision to ensure peace, stability, and unity of the country, that in 2023, the presidency of this country should go to the southern region of Nigeria. It is on that note that I do not want to speak much, but I want to say that their decision is laudable. Mr. President, I'm going to make a statement. I hope my supporters are listening. I hope my delegates are listening. The statement I want to make is that for 2023, I want to join you to go with a president that has vision. Helen Keller, the first blind child to have first class in Radcliffe University, after she delivered the lecture on the convocation day, a mischievous pressman asked her a question and said, "My dear, congratulations, but what do you think could be worse than being blind?" And the child answered, "To have sight and no vision." To have sight and no vision. Today, I urge all our delegates to look at all of us and bring out a man amongst us that does not only have sight, but also has vision. It was that sight that enabled me, it was that vision that enabled me to turn around a pedestrian state like Akwa Ibom State into a destination of choice for all Nigerians and the global community. And that is what they came to know as uncommon transformation. So I am ably qualified to be your president. I'm standing in front of you. I would have run this race on the basis of my track record. But having taken cognizance of the history of the APC and the efforts of the governors to bring peace in a fragile situation like this, that yes, we are looking at South. But I have seen a man who is older than me and who was the first visionary in governance. And that man enabled us to have good governance in Lagos State and also to have the development we have in Lagos State today. So, Mr. President, I would have delivered a very powerful speech today on my manifestos, which included 3 major items: that of security, that of unity of the country, that of the economy of the country, which involves infrastructure. And as a man who is known as the governor that turned boys into men, I would have said, yes, indeed, I would have done so. But I don't have to do so by being president. I will join the next president. I will join the next president to turn the boys in Nigeria into men. And therefore, I doff my hat, and I assure you that as I withdraw now, vote for Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. Vote for Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu the 93 delegates from Akwa Ibom, the hundreds of delegates across Nigeria, the 1,200 delegates that were ready to put me in office. I urge you, I plead with you to unite our party, let APT reign, and bring in this man to take over from our current president, and we will support him. I will be there supporting him. I urge you, vote for Ahmed Bola Tinubu as your next president. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Well, thank you very much. So as you heard, Senator Akpabio has stepped down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So we move on to our next speaker, who will be His Excellency Senator Ibikule Amosu, who will speak to us now. You're most welcome, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, President Muhammadu Buhari, his lovely wife, the First Lady of the Federation, Hajiya Aisha Buhari, the Vice President, the Senate President, the Speaker, please let me now rest on all the established protocols. Distinguished delegates, I'm here tonight. My name is Senator Ibikule Amosu. I am from Ogun State. I'm here tonight to let you know that I did not just present myself to be president of this country. I present myself because I know I have the wherewithal. I have the both private and public sector experience to govern this great nation, Nigeria. And these have done painstakingly on two platforms. And that is one, security, the other one, economy. Of course, there are 6 sub-themes. Our security in Nigeria, we have challenges, but I know there is no problem that is insurmountable. I know that we can resolve these security challenges. We all know what was happening in the Northeast. And now in Northeast, Boko Haram is seizing. All the banditry that we are having in Northwest and other in North Central, and what has just happened in Southwest, in Ondo State, we do not want things like that. This is not the Nigerians of our dream. This is not what our forebears planned Nigeria to be. And if you look at where we are today, we can improve on our economy. Our economy will be such that our younger ones, look at the millions of people that are aged between maybe 20, 25 to 35. They are about 60-70% of our population. These are able-bodied men and women that wake up every day, they don't have anything doing. We must create employment for them. We must create jobs for them. We must create wealth for them. A nation that do not cater for its younger ones will have security challenges. So those are one of those things that I plan to do. Look at our education. Our education when we were growing up was never like this. We were not running to London, to Europe, to America to read. We read in this Nigeria. All our children now, once you can afford it, you run away from Nigeria to go and educate them. That must stop. In this Nigeria of today, look at our power. We want to do something that within the first, maybe maximum 1 year, we are going to lift our power generation from mega 6,000 to about 15,000, and maybe within the next 2 years to 30,000. And it's just generation. We must, as we are generating, we must transmit. And as we are transmitting, we must distribute. Look at Nigeria. Look at our health sector. We are lucky. God was on our side when COVID struck. That Nigeria will survive it, that we will not be picking dead bodies on our streets, is to the glory of God Almighty. But we can do better. This is Nigeria. This is the giant of Africa. This is the giant of the black race. We must do better. Look at our infrastructure. And let me commend President Muhammadu Buhari. This administration has done very, very well on infrastructure. And unfortunately, the insecurity that we have is overshadowing this beautiful work that this administration is doing. We will concentrate on our infrastructure in a scenario where from Lagos to Abeokuta, it will take you several hours to do. Thank God now with the railways that is happening, but we will improve on that. Again, from Damaturu to Enugu, to Owode, to everywhere in Nigeria. We must be able to move from one place to another. We must be able to move freely. Growing up as a child, growing up in secondary school, it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter whether you are a Christian or a Muslim. We are one Nigeria, and that is what it will be. We are going to go on massive nation building. Genuine at that, we must do. Look at our agriculture. Agriculture that will lead us to food security. A nation that can't feed itself is no nation. And we have to thank President Muhammadu Buhari for coming up with the cliche that we must eat what we grow and we must grow what we eat. There's a lot that can be said. Look at our infrastructure. I've talked about that. Look at our infrastructure. I've talked about that. Look at agriculture. I've talked about that. Look at technology. We should not be left behind. We should participate. If we are left behind, if we don't participate, we'll be left behind. Nigeria should be a technology-driven nation. Now let me end this address by saying that our greatest gift, our greatest resource in Nigeria is the human capital. If with all these our younger ones, with all what Almighty has done for us, there is no reason for us as a nation to be where we are. Yes, we are on the right path, but we are not where we should be. But with concentrated effort, with concerted effort, we will get to where we are going. I can go on and on and on and on. But having said all this, let me now say this. First, I want to thank my brother that just spoke. Now, in the spirit of consensus building, in the spirit of the supremacy of our party, and most importantly, to hearken to the call of Mr. President and our people back home. For me, there's nowhere that is not home. But in where we find ourselves as a nation today, we must talk to ourselves. Yes, these are hard facts. For me, I don't care where Mr. A, where Mr. B comes from. But where we find ourselves today, of course, the presidency must go to the south. I want to thank my brother governors from the north. Thank you for your patriotism. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. That is the way it should be. I want to urge all my supporters. I want to urge all of you that believe in me that we have somebody that can do the job. We will rally around him to do the job. And it's no stranger to me. We have been together for quite some time. And that is Asiwaju Bola. So I believe with your support, with all of us coming together to support him, he will take Nigeria to greater heights. He will take Nigeria to the desired height. APC!
Okay, another of our leaders has stepped down again for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu Jagaban Bogu. APC. We're going to move on now as we call again on one of our brightest and the best. The governor of Ekiti State, our brother, our leader, Governor Kayode Fayemi.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, Mr. Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, DCON, the Chairman of our great party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, most distinguished Senate President and Mr. Speaker, my brother governors who are here, distinguished leaders of our party, distinguished delegates. Our gathering here today in the city of Abuja represents an important milestone in the history of our great party and of our beloved country's democratic advancement. in coming together from the four corners of Nigeria, we are once again demonstrating to Nigerians and the world at large that we're the true bearers of the hopes and aspirations of Nigerians for national unity and progress. Today, Mr. President, Nigerians at home and abroad are watching as we make an all-important decision about who will be the standard bearer of our party for the 2023 presidential elections, to build on your numerous legacies of achievement and also address the current challenges that we have. I have been honored, Mr. President, and privileged to serve our party and our country in various leadership positions. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, you would recall that on December 10, 2014, I was in this very historic position that my brother, the governor of Imo State, is today, as the chairman of the Special Convention and Presidential Primaries at the Teslim Balogun Stadium in Lagos, in which you emerged as the candidate of our party for the 2015 election, an election that you went on to win, and one that you did with a historic mandate to replace a sitting government. 7 odd years after that, you have made significant progress as our leader in tackling our challenges. And I think the most critical challenge that you have tackled is to ensure that our country has not disappeared into the abyss. Because if it had continued along the trajectory that it was going in 2014, 2015, we probably would not have a country called Nigeria again today. For that, we owe you a debt of gratitude. But the job of governing is never finished, Mr. President. You have come nearly to the end of your own term in office. And it is a historic duty and an opportunity for you to preside over the process of electing your successor in office. That is the process we are starting here today. And for those of us who have had the privilege of traversing the length and breadth of this country, because of the opportunities we have had in serving in government and as a citizen for many years, we know that it is only in unity and in cohesion that we can really meet our manifest destiny. That destiny that Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa spoke of in 1960, of being a pride to ourselves and a great hope to the African world. We have a duty, indeed a responsibility, to build on the labor of our heroes past, to ensure that we focus on security, that we focus on our economy, that we focus on our social security, and that we focus on addressing poverty, addressing inequality, addressing corruption, addressing impunity in order to build a better society. We must focus on empowering our women, on providing jobs, particularly for our youth, and in ensuring that we retool our armed forces and security services in order for them to do a better job of securing our country. Mr. President, this is the task before us today, and it is the task we are asking our delegates to decide on. And I must thank my brother governors for the work that they've been doing at the various subnational levels. We must continue to do that work. And our brothers from the Northern Governors Forum of APC have led by example by proposing to party members that the next candidate of our party, and by God's grace, the next president of our country, must come from the southern part of this country. And I have come to a difficult but necessary decision. And that decision is that we must look for the most appropriate person at this time to do this job. I am prepared to sacrifice my ambition to be the president of Nigeria. I am a young man. I still have a long time ahead of me. And one person that I have worked with in the trenches of democratic struggle and in the cause of governing Nigeria, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, a mentor, an elder, a supporter of mine, and a great fighter for democracy in Nigeria, that I would love to recommend to all my supporters, all my delegates, starting from the 48 delegates in Ekiti State, to all my supporters across the length and breadth of the country, is that you please accord me the respect to offer the support you are giving me to my elder brother, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I am not doing him a favor. For me, it is a duty. And it is a duty of care for Nigerians. I know he will do the job well. And we shall support him in delivering services to the greater majority of Nigerians. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless all progressive Congress. God bless the Federal Republic. Thank you. APC.
Thank you very much. Another aspirant has stepped down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He said he's young. He's not only young, but he's also handsome. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State. Thank you very much. Now we have Senator Ken Ndamani, who has actually withdrawn from the race, but will also speak to us on why. Yeah, just come and talk to us. Senator Ken Ndamani has withdrawn, but he's here. So it's already. So ladies and gentlemen, Senator Ken Ndamani, former Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, the Chairman of a great party or Progressive Congress, our governors here present, members of National Working Committee of APC, distinguished delegates, let me stand on the existing protocol. APC stands on three tripods: justice, peace, and unity. The theme of my short presentation will lie on justice. Justice does not mean that you must win your case. What justice implies is you have equal opportunity of winning or even losing. On March 26, we gathered here for another convention. On that March 26, all the offices which you are contested for were based on zoning principle. Zoning principle is synonymous with federal character in the Nigerian Constitution. It helps to give all the sections of Nigeria equal opportunity. All the offices held in northern part of the country were transferred to the south, and all the offices held in the south were moved up north. Today's convention suddenly has changed. It's no longer based on the zoning principle. I would suggest very strongly that we take a second look at the Nigerian Constitution, the area that concerns the federal character, which gives all parts of Nigeria equal opportunity to feel that that part is an integral part of the country. There is no section in Nigeria that has monopoly of knowledge or monopoly of experts. I think that the federal character plays a role in building the other arm of our party, which we call unity. I will recommend very strongly that we take a very close look at what is about to happen. If we jettison zoning, we may not have the effect right now. Because if we throw everything open, it implies removing the federal character from our constitution, and it will not be nice. So the same spirit with which our northern governors have shown by saying that it is nice, after having 8 years of governance in the north, that it should move southwards. I commend the effort and the spirit of unity and spirit of purpose and unity of action. Now, our brothers in the south, because there are 3 zones in the south, southeast and southwest and south-south, they should reciprocate. They should reciprocate the same sense of brotherliness which the north has shown to the south. I say this because I already implied that there's no section in our country that has a monopoly of experts. If we look deep enough, we find people who can give our country strong leadership in all the zones. So while I commend the party, but let the party not abandon what is started. The party should maintain that justice, peace, and unity. Justice in the sense that let us rotate or zone offices as we did on March 26. I don't see why we should do anything different this time around. Consistency matters. So I am told that if we maintain this singular principle, we will enjoy an untold peace and harmony. And one of the greatest or abiding principle or legacy that the present administration will leave is the survival of APC. APC should be stronger. We cannot just perform our function in only 8 years. I wish we can mobilize our members in all the sectors of Nigeria, because we have over 40 million members. And if all of them can come out with their PVC and vote, no other party can match APC. I thank you for your audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Ken Namani. Well, he spoke here before, but he's back again. Former Speaker Dimeji Bankole, Right Honorable Dimeji Bankole, says he has an announcement to make.
Mr. President and your lovely wife, again I stand on existing protocols. At this moment, I would also like to and as I say Yoruba, torí èmi náà fẹ́ dàgbà. I hereby withdraw for Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu.
You didn't hear what he said. He said he also wants to grow old. So he's stepping down for his father. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can you call the next, Andy, the next set?
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the father of a nation, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol as I then invite the next set of 4 aspirants that will be addressing this august gathering. I'd like to invite Your Excellency Alhaji Muhammad Badaru Abubakar, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, to please make your way to the podium. I also want to invite Your Excellency Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, former Governor and immediate past Minister of Science, Technology and Digital Economy, to please make your way to the podium. We also want to invite Pastor Tunde Bakare of Lateran Ministries International. And the 4th person is Your Excellency Right Honorable Rotimi Chibike Amechi, former Governor of Rivers State and immediate past Minister of Transportation. Can you, 4 of you, please make your way to the podium for your speeches as aspirants? Let's have some light music from the DJ just as they make their way to the podium. Your Excellency, bring it down a bit. For emphasis sake, Your Excellency Alhaji Muhammad Badaru Abubakar, the Governor of Jigawa State, Your Excellency Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, former Minister of Science, Technology and Digital Economy, Pastor Tunde Bakare of the Lateran Ministries International, and Your Excellency Right Honorable Rotimi Chibike Amechi, former Governor of Rivers State and immediate past Minister of Transportation. Could the 4 of you please make your way here? Thank you very much. Already, without much ado, His Excellency Alhaji Muhammad Badaru Abubakar, the Jigawa State Governor, is here, and I therefore invite you to the podium for your speech. Your Excellency, sir.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Her Excellency, our mother, the First Lady, the Vice President, Honorable, the Senate President, and the Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. If you recall, in 2018, I chaired the convention that brought about the leaders of the party. In that convention at that time, I pleaded for national unity. I pleaded for consensus that will help and stabilize our party. And for all these years, I'm an advocate of consensus. And just a few weeks ago, I also chaired the election committee of our great party that brought about the executives of the party at the national level and at the zone. During that convention, I also begged for consensus. We had 78 positions to contest for, and at the end, the contestants agree in most cases to a consensus. We were only able to do election in 12 positions out of the 78. In that spirit,
and in the spirit of brotherhood brought about by the decision of my colleagues, the northern governors, that power must shift to the south. I accepted that position then, and I stand by it now. For that reason, I wish to thank all the delegates here, all my supporters, for the wonderful job they have done throughout our campaign, and to tell them that we are trained to do what is right. We are trained to be just. We are trained to be fair. And we are trained to know that what is destined for you must come to you. What is not destined for you is never yours. For this reason, I want to reconfirm my withdrawal from this race and invite all my supporters and delegates to support our father, our leader, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you.
Jigawa State has stepped down for. But before I move on, we have with us Senator Agitation, who also had been here earlier. He says he has something to say to us.
Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the chairman of our party, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think I am for democracy and I am for progress of our party. I have made up my mind at this point to step down for a great leader, a disciple builder, a progressive leader, an achiever in the person of Bola Ahmed.
Okay, so that was Senator Ajayi Borafis, who has also stepped down. We move on now to our 14th aspirant, and this time, His Excellency, former governor of Abia State, His Excellency, Mr. Ogbonaya Onu, who was also an immediate past Minister of Science and Technology, will now address us. Your Excellency, sir.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, our First Lady, the Vice President, our National Chairman, party leaders, distinguished delegates, I decided to run for President of our dear nation, Nigeria, because I want to build on the work already done by this administration, of which I was a part, and the work done by previous leaders of our dear nation, to make Nigeria a truly great nation. Nigeria was created by God to be a great nation, a nation that all other nations will respect and all Nigerians will be proud of.
a nation that will be in a position to grow enough food for our people and to export the surplus. A nation that can produce many of the things that we need and stop relying on importation into Nigeria of all the things that we need. And then we can export the surplus so as to ensure that our currency, the Naira, regains the strength that it used to have before. This Naira used to be stronger than the dollar, and it can still be achieved. We want, I believe very strongly, that using science, technology, and innovation, and encouraging entrepreneurship, helping to ensure that all Nigerians are educated, and in the interim, to offer free education to all Nigerians and make it compulsory at the primary and secondary levels. Because we have seen that the difference between developed and underdeveloped countries are essentially nations that have ignorant people as their citizens. But this education that we are talking about will be different from what we have now. This education will now be influenced by science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I believe that one day Nigeria should be ranked in the stature of countries like the United States of America and China. That is why I decided to run for president, and also to make sure that we build a nation in which every Nigerian will be very happy to be a citizen. To achieve this goal, we will ensure that we allocate a minimum of 2% of the gross domestic product of our economy, to science, technology, and innovation within 2 years. We are doing less than 0.5% today, and we'll be creating a 1 trillion naira fund for job creation, because we need to create jobs for Nigerian youth. They need to be kept busy so that we can solve the problems we have with security, with all the problems that we have, whether in the health, whether in education, whether in industry. All this can be solved if we apply this directly, in our development. I also will want us to establish a ministry of national unity and values that will bring back the values that make this country very great. That ministry will ensure that we'll bring in discipline into our country, because once you discipline a society, you will now have progress and so on. There is some appeal that I want to make to the leadership of our party. Everybody in the leadership of this party know the role I played in bringing APC into being. The intellectual preparation for it, the initial bringing people together, nurturing them, and so on. And even up to the point that I paid for the money that was used to register APC. I would like to say that the motto of APC is justice. You have peace and you have unity. And we must uphold that motto. Because wherever you have justice, you will have peace. And the way you have peace, you will have prosperity. And I say this because I believe very strongly that Mr. President, who has done so well, we know his achievements. Many people don't even know it. But those of us who served under him, we know it. And we are proud of you, Mr. President. But Mr. President, what is very, very important, exceptionally important, is that we must ensure that this justice is upheld. Now, Mr. President will be completing his tenure by 29th of May next year. I think, naturally, it should be somebody from the Southeast. I'm not saying this because I'm from the Southeast. Somebody from the Southeast that will now replace him. And that will give the opposite of South versus North and Christian versus Muslim. And it will bring stability to our nation. It will strengthen the unity of Nigeria. And I believe that this should have been done. And I personally, 23 years ago, I made a personal sacrifice when there were 3 parties and I held the presidential ticket of one of the 3. But I had to let it go in order to solve a problem in the Southwest, to make sure that 2 Olus contested for the presidency. That head or tail, one will become a president. And that brought down tension in the country. And this is what would have happened if we allow the Southeast to, which is look at it. The Southwest has 8 years as president, 8 years as vice president. Can you at the South, they have 8 years vice president and president. Where is the justice? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? We need to do what is right. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless our party. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Dr. Ogbonna Onu. Moving on very quickly, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to then invite Pastor Tunde Bakare of the Lettering Assembly International. Pastor Tunde Bakare, sir.
The President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, our amiable First Lady, Dr. Aisha Buhari, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCON, the APC Chairman, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, our very own delegates from every local government in Nigeria, invited guests and observers, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the well-established existing protocol. Wherever you may be now, may I respectfully ask you to maintain a complete silence, whether you are standing or sitting, for a moment, for the victims of cold-blood murder across the land, the length and breadth of our nation, and especially the gruesome murder last Sunday at the Catholic Church in Ondo State. May we please remain silent in honor of these fallen heroes. May their souls rest in peace. God forbid that we lead without being compassionate and being sensitive to the pain of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, and our dear delegates, history is lived forward and it is written in retrospect. And those who do not learn from history will only repeat the blunders of history till they become history. Thank God that I have a living witness in this arena tonight. 11 years ago, on January 15, 2011, I received a call from the then General Muhammadu Buhari, retired, inviting me to be his running mate in the 2011 presidential elections on the platform of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, one of the predecessors
of our great party, the All Progressive Congress. In convincing me to accept his invitation, despite my initial hesitation, our leader, now President Muhammadu Buhari, said to me that he chose me because, having examined my records and trajectory, he was convinced that should the need arise, he could confidently hand Nigeria to my care, assured that I could hold the nation together. Mr. President, dear delegates, the time is now and the hour has come. Tonight, I'm not here to step down for anyone. I respect all aspirants, and I've said wonderful things about them, including Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. But I am here by the grace of God to step up with the support of the delegates as the 16th President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Dear delegates, as we converge in our nation's capital to collectively take a historic step towards the realization of a nation that works, I recall again with nostalgic feelings the very day APC was born in this same Eagle Square on February 6, 2013. It was my privilege to move the motion for the merger that brought APC. I'm going to nurture this party to ensure that it becomes strong, to ensure that it becomes great. Please allow me. Today, I'm offering myself to close the distance between the Nigerian reality and every Nigerian dream. And will, by God's grace, unlock the power of public policy to accelerate the transformation of our nation. I will infuse our young people with a surge of hope for what is possible. I will lead the most intergenerational administration in our nation. I will roll my sleeves up and work to solve Nigeria's most intractable problem in order to build a cutting-edge nation at the forefront of innovation. By the grace of God, the four pillars upon which I will run the administration are peace. Without peace, there cannot be progress. Peace, progress, prosperity, and possibility. And someone may be asking me today, what is your experience in governance? Experienced people have brought us to where we are. Many of the experienced people have padded budgets, have introduced corruption into the system. It is time to raise a new generation, a new breed without greed, a radical opposition to corruption, men and women, boys and girls who choose to win by righteousness. Many of these contestants, time will tell when EFCC is after them. By the grace of the living God, we do not need just experience, we need a genius. A genius is a man who does the right thing the first time without precedent. I praise God for General Buhari, our president, and everyone in leadership today. But to take our nation forward, we need more than experience, we need genius. Listen to me. Many have gone left, right, visiting the delegates, inducing some of them with money, but we sat and we reached all the delegates without traveling anywhere, by bulk SMS, by robot, because we want a cutting-edge nation that will be in the forefront of science and technology, that will move our nation far away from relying just on oil, to infuse this energy. This is why I'm here. I'm stepping up by the grace of God and by your support to be the 16th President of Nigeria. My name is Tunde Bakare. Vote for me and vote for the future of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pastor Tunde Bakare. We're moving on now. The next four will be Senator Rochas Okorocha, Pastor Nicholas Felix, Mr. Jack Rich, and His Excellency Governor Yahaya Bello. But in the meantime, it's now time to call on Minister of Transportation, the lion of the Niger Delta, the Right Honorable Rotimi Chibuke Amechi.
Let me tell them how the thing goes. How the thing goes. Okay. Chevy make a tamua. Say my pikin go join God. You want to bamba? You wanna tea with the big boys? Now you the wrong, kitty, you the wrong. Get a love with drink with a drop cup.
It's all right, it's all right. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and your dear lovely wife. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and your dear lovely wife. The President of the Senate, and your dear lovely wife. The Right Honorable, the Speaker of the Legislature of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, SGF, Your Excellency, the Governors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will not forget to recognize my dear lovely wife. Your Excellency, my name is Chibike Rotimi Amechi. Your Excellency and the delegates, I just turned 57. I may not be the youngest candidate, but I'm not the oldest candidate. Your Excellency, in my 57 years of living, I would urge this House for a minute's silence for all those who died in our war and those who died in the course of the train terrorism and all others who have died in the course of insecurity. May their soul and the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Your Excellency, in my 57 years of existence, I want to tell Nigerians and the delegates who are here, don't vote for me if I'm not qualified. Your Excellency, I want this debate or discussion or campaign to be about our referendum, to be a referendum on our performance. Your Excellency, I am the most experienced of all the candidates. Your Excellency and Nigerians, I was elected Speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly, and I served for 2 terms. Your Excellency, while serving as Speaker, I was the Chairman of the State Speakers of Nigeria, twice. After that, Your Excellency, I became the Governor of Rivers State, and I served for 2 terms. Your Excellency, after serving for 2 terms, in the course of my service to my colleagues as Speaker, as Governor, I was elected the Chairman of Governors Forum twice. Your Excellency, by your grace and the grace of God, you appointed me the Minister for Transportation. Again, I served twice. Your Excellency, you appointed me the Director General of your campaign. Again, I served twice. Your Excellency, the first Nigerian in the history book of Nigeria to have, in conjunction with others, not alone, led a campaign that removed the sitting government to bring in the opposition. Everybody in the party will attest to the fact that I, Chibike Rotimi Amechi, worked very hard, sleepless nights, to ensure with others that Nigerians elected our dear president. Excellency, while serving as the governor of Rivers State, I got Rivers State government to build between 300 to 500 primary schools. And I made sure that the children of the poor, anybody who attended our primary school, we paid school fees for them. Education was free. Your Excellency, we built about 150 health centers, for which every patient was treated free of charge. When we say free of charge, the Rivers State government paid for all patients at the end of the month. Your Excellency, the Rivers State government employed 400 new doctors. By the time I was leaving government, we had 600 doctors. We bought 600 cars for the 600 doctors as a way of retaining their services in Rivers State. And then we discovered that the only way to stop insecurity is to build an alternative economy to crime. The crime economy was such a huge economy when I became the governor of Rivers State. We built 500 roads, we built 300 to 500 health centers, primary schools, we built 150 health centers, we built power. And we employed people. We invested in agriculture. We had the Songhai farm. And by the time we were leaving government, crime had reduced. Insecurity had reduced. Kidnapping had reduced. My expectation, sir, is that all those who have come here to speak should have told Nigerians what they have done in their states. Judge me by my work. Your Excellency, when I became the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, railway was moribund. Today, there is railway from Itabetuwari. Today, there is railway from Lagos to Ibadan. Today, there is railway from Abuja to Kaduna. Today, work is ongoing from Kano to Kaduna. Today, work is ongoing from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. Your Excellency, your government is the first government that will build the first deep sea port in Nigeria, and it is located at Lekki. It was started by this government, and it will be concluded in September. So please, delegates, assess us by our contributions. Don't assess us by how much we bring here. Because if it's by how much we bring here, ask all of us, what is our source of revenue? What is our source of income? How did we get this money? The problem of the Nigerian state is all of us. Nigerian politicians will come here and talk to you and talk to you and bring out money. 4 years after, they will repeat the same thing and we believe them. Don't vote for me if I lie to you. Don't vote for me if I have not performed. But I have performed. I have. And I have decided with my wife and children, with my friends and relations, that there is a need to move forward, to come forward to provide service to the country, to ask Nigerians to hire me, and to fire me if I can't deliver. He said 10 minutes more. Thank you very much. If you vote for me, I shall do the following. The first thing is that you need to create an economy that will create employment. Ask all politicians who are telling you they will create employment to tell you how. These delegates must use that word. How will you do this? The Nigerian economy moved from agrarian economy to service economy. I shall bring it back to agrarian economy to industrialization and production. If we don't produce, crime will continue. Well, it is production that creates jobs. We will grow farm, we will grow cocoa, we will grow banana, we will grow cotton. We will add value to it. It is the value addition that creates jobs. We will rebuild our universities to become a place of learning. And the first policy, when you elect me, there will be rule of law, law and order. Anybody who commits crime will be punished for committing crime. People will not be let off the hook because you're important. Your lives are important. Trust me. Do what? Trust me. Very few of who are honest. May God bless you as you go out there, challenged by God, challenged by your conscience, and put your money in your pocket and vote for Chibike Rotimi Amechi. God bless you.
Thank you very much. That was Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, the Lion of the Niger Delta. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I call for his own remark. The next aspirant, His Excellency, the former Governor of Imo State, Senator Owele Anayo Rochas Okorocha. Put your hands together for him.
DJ Spinall, top boy.
Olalaje Miyashake.
ọmọ ológo kò ní sófò gbogbo ìṣòro rẹ ọ̀tá ní òkò ẹnu ẹ ò ní gbẹ ò ní mọ́fò ọmọ yìí kò ọpọlọ lè fi ń gbé.
Thank you. My paper, my paper. I'm here to sing a new song. I'm not here to sing an old song. If we keep doing this politics the same old way, we shall be getting the same old result. Your Excellency, Mr. President, my President, Madam President, Vice President, leaders of our nation, leaders of our party. First, let me start by thanking God Almighty that I'm here with you today. Because if this convention has taken place when it was scheduled to take place on the 30th, I wouldn't have been here with you because I was somewhere in detention. But thank God Almighty that God in His infinite mercy saw us postpone this convention. Hence I'm here, and I'm here to address you. I'm not privileged to be one of those who made the list of preferred candidates of this convention. Neither do I enjoy the blessings of the mighty and high in our society. In fact, I'm the bestest of them all. I'm an ordinary Nigerian who depends on the people to be elected and for the people as my strength and for the people to serve. The people are my strength in this case. I'd like to remind all of us again that power is a trust which can only be justified when used for the benefit of the common man. You must hear me and hear me out again. This nation this time must get it right. I want to say to you, my delegates, especially those of you in partnership, the hour has come, the die is cast. You must search your conscience. If possible, make phone calls back to your family and ask them, what must I do with the vote that I have? Lest you go back again
wallowing in hunger and poverty, which have left you in perpetual suffering. I hate injustice and I hate poverty. I have covenant with God Almighty that when He blesses me, I shall bless others. And when He gives me, I must share with those who do not have. Because on my own, I can do nothing. But I can do all things through God who gives me strength. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, my insistence in politics, after my traverse in politics, having formed this party, the APC, I have every reason to quit politics. But when I remember the poor, the widows, the sick, the needy, our nation bleeding, when I remember the insurgents, then I have reason to come back. I'm here to serve you. I've run for this presidency the third time, and I lack nothing. And I'm not in this presidency for primitive accumulation of wealth. I'm not here to buy cars or buy aircraft. I'm not here for anything. I'm here for one thing: to save the lives of the numerous poor Nigerians while uniting this nation. Nigeria must hear me out. Today, my dear delegates, destiny has bestowed on you the onerous responsibility to decide for us who shall fly the flag of our party. You must never do that with sentiments. Let me tell you, all this dramatic political jingoism which is going on here does not address the matter before us. I don't want anyone to step down for me. If you can step down the sufferings of the masses of Nigeria. I'm qualified in the three arms of government. I'm a lawyer with master's degree. I have experience in judiciary. I'm a former governor of Imo State 2 times. I have experience in executive. And I'm a sitting senator. I have experience in the legislature. I have this experience in all aspects of our nation. So to you, my delegates, thank God that this power today is not in the hand of the high and mighty. It's in your hand. I don't know what they may have told you. I don't know what they must have said to you. You must think twice before you cast this vote. Because when you go back, while in poverty and anger and hunger, no one is there with you. I'm your best partner. I hear every aspirant here saying, I will, I will, I will. I don't say I will, I say I have done it. Listen, let me be boastful for the first time. I'm the commander of free education who saw children not going to school, provided school for them. Arawanchin Nigeria kusarere tukuna. Atopia nana na so kusenche war ba ku de wani maso yi when they are rochers. Na so ku musu tambe da tuna. Duk Suleiman takla shugaban kasan nan. Wallahi billahi lazi. Basu sai masalan arewa ba, basu sai darajar arewa ba. Ni Rochas danji kan Sokoto na sai masalan arewa. Ku tambaye su kuna. Kuma su tambaya daya. Me kun taba yi mai arewa? Yanzu wato an zo siyasa sai ku tashi sai kuna hau kwaina a ce a ba ku Korea. Ku yi mai da Korean ba ku sai mutum da ba sai yanzu yaudara ce ka ku yada. Umunan dibon afum Russias uka akparakpa isi ka eji ekwe ya onye mara asụ ya asụ n'ikwe. Onye gamakwana siya sonala. I speak again. Let me tell you, those that are aspiring, everybody in this case, let me tell you why I'm a better candidate. I hear people talk about track record. Believe me, let me say this. And don't tell anybody anywhere. The truth is, everyone contesting this election today is government that made them. None of them made wealth before government. So if they give you money, it's government money. But Rochas was Rochas before politics. I have the business acumen to create wealth, and I can create wealth. My people, my paper. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the former governor of Imo State. Okay, thank you. I bring up the next speaker, the next aspirant. Thank you. Thank you. I bring up the next aspirant, Dr. Nicholas Felix, please.
Great Nigeria youth, greatest of the greatest Nigeria youth. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, and all protocol duly observed. My name is Dr. Nicholas Felix. I am the youngest presidential aspirant. I am 40 years old. First of all, let me thank the President for signing the Not Too Young to Run Law bill, which gave me the opportunity in 2008, when I was just 37 years old, to run for president. When I came out, everybody said, nobody knows you, you won't win. Everybody said, don't attempt it. But I went ahead, and I came third in the general election. When nobody thought it would happen, it was then I knew that dreams can still come to pass in Nigeria. It was then I knew that the son of a nobody can still become somebody in Nigeria. It was then I knew that the son of a retired civil servant whose pension is just 9,000 naira a month can still become somebody in Nigeria. Without effort, I decided to come the second time under this great platform, the All Progressive Congress. I have traveled to several states. I have met youths. I have spoken to youth. I discovered we have been marginalized. The only title they know how to give us as youth is to be SSA running around without offices. When the bill came, when the fee for the nomination form came, like every other person, I was going to be discouraged. But I refused to be discouraged. I said I must stand to represent the youth. After a while, going through the record, like the sons of Issachar, I understand the time that we are in. I understand that we must put personal interests aside. I understand we must think about the people who are dying every day. We must think about those who have just been killed. I understand that we must think about the youth. After careful consideration, I looked at it. If you look at it very carefully, we have the north, we have the south. And I thank God for all our northern governors. For what you guys did, I throw a salute for you all. For allowing power to go to the south, I throw a salute. But I must say, apart from the north and the south, Nigerians are divided into two religions. We have East Muslim and Christian. I grew up with Muslim, wonderful people. Many of them are my friends. But we cannot have a Muslim and Muslim ticket in this election. And that's why I have decided to step down and throw my full support to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Listen to me, all my delegates, many of you I spoke to you one-on-one, many of you I called,
Even until yesterday, I am asking, if you want the youth voice to be heard in Nigeria, if you want the youth to be in the cabinet, vote for Yemi Osinbajo. I have come to throw my full weight. I have come to support him. God bless the youth of Nigeria. God bless the All Progressive Congress. God bless Nigeria. I'll see you on the other side of victory.
Thank you very much. So another step down, this time for His Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who will also be speaking to us later this evening. So we move on now to another of our aspirants, Mr. Jack Rich Tane.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I want to thank my president, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Some time ago in 2017, I was here, right here, at the Eagle Square, to organize Nigerian youth, both Muslims and Christians, to organize prayer for my president, to organize prayer for this great nation. Because I said, as a little orphan boy, who lost his parent at a young age, when I was just a teenager, we can't afford to keep losing our president. And I organized prayers here, 3 nights and 3 days of fasting and prayers. And I said I will do that with young boys and young women. And we did. This is my second appearance right here, standing on the stage to speak to Nigerians again, to thank these wonderful youths that came down here and organized a prayer session with me, to pray for this great country and for the wellness of our president. NTA covered that event live right here. And I'm happy to say to God, thank you, because the president that we prayed for is right here before us. Again, thank you, God. Thank you, the youth of this great nation. I am the 6th child of my late parents' children. My mother was a brilliant woman who died when she was 42. I was 10 years old. My father was a soldier that fought the Civil War and had bullet wounds and retired at the age of 27. My late mother struggled to go to school, but she got a wonderful man that promised to get married to her. Because back in the days in the village, if you are so brilliant as a woman, all the men will flock around you. And they promised this woman marriage, and got this woman pregnant, and made her to leave school, shattered her dreams. The man just walked away. The second man came because she became vulnerable, promised her marriage again, and then got her pregnant and walked away again. And the third man came, promised her marriage, she believed him, got her pregnant, and walked away again. She was heartbroken. She resorted to being in the tomato cellar, hawking Gary around the village. And one of those good old days, she traveled by boat, 12 hours by boat, from my village to Port Harcourt. And she met this wonderful, handsome man who just left the military because he had bullet wounds. They got talking and they got married and gave birth to 5 children. I happen to be the 6th child. My parents had wonderful dreams. My mother had wonderful dreams. She couldn't realize it. And when they gave birth to us, we didn't know what they were going through. I was born in the city of Port Harcourt in River State on the 28th day of January 1975. My parents in Port Harcourt, they didn't live in the city. They lived at the waterside because they were Ijaw people. But life became so tough, and they decided to retire back to the village. Back in the village, I was there at the age of about 8. My mother was just hawking around, and I used to hawk with this wonderful woman. It's something she did. After selling her goods, she will always share the rest for the rest of the family members. And one day, this woman took ill and was rushed to the hospital. She couldn't afford a medical bill that was just less than 50 Nigerian naira. In my very eyes, this strong woman that I used to hawk around with couldn't walk. And my father just left us. We didn't know where he went. And in my very eyes, she died. And when she died, I felt that life was over. I retired back to the village through the same boat. I became a little fisher boy at the age of 10. An orphan boy without father, without mother. Paddling canoe all through the night to the next morning trying to survive. I was in primary school till I was 15 years old. And after primary school, I said to myself, I remembered I was born in the city where there were sounds of cars and birds making noise and singing those melodious songs. I'm going to return back to that city. I boarded the boat back to the city, not knowing where to go to. But when I arrived in the city at night, I said to myself, this is where I was born. I was just sleeping under the bridges, trying to survive, trying to make ends meet. Sometimes no food to eat. I would knock on gates trying to ask for a job. One of those days, I remember what happened. I knocked at the gate of a man, and he said, can you help me move out all the feces on the sockaway? And I told him, yes, I can do it. He got me a wooden ladder, and I moved into the sockaway, using buckets to move out, scoop out all the feces, right on my face, just to make ends meet. This young boy encountered destiny, and here I am before you, telling you that my life is a success story. When I encountered destiny, I said to myself, I will educate myself. Someone met me and gave me 25,000 naira. And with the 25,000 naira, I started my business with it. Today, 25,000 naira has created value of over $1 billion that I'm able to help humanity with my wealth. I did not know a councillor. I didn't know a minister. I didn't know a governor. I didn't know a president. A little orphan boy whose parents were nothing yesterday, being privileged to stand before you, going around doing good. I've got my footprint in the Northwest, in Sokoto State, in Kano State, in Kaduna State. I'm building 356 abolition center at the Sultan Bello Mosque for my Muslim brothers. In Castina, you see my footprint, providing water. In Gombe State, you see my footprint, providing water. In Bauchi State, you see my footprint, providing water. All over Nigeria, in the southeast, in Enugu State, providing water. In my Niger Delta region, helping people and all that. I am a development agent. This country needs a development agent. You need a president with the right visionary leadership. Listen to me. In 2023, the economy of this great country and the population will be challenged. The population of this country in 2023 will be 223 million. The population grow at 2.5%, which means 5.5 million of the population will be added to it. The projected population is 22 million. It means the leadership of 2023 will deal with a population of 240 million. You need somebody that understands macroeconomic fundamentals and somebody that understands the dialectics of microeconomy to turn the economy around. You need to vote for Jack Rich. A vote for Jack Rich is a lot of job for you. A vote for Jack Rich is a brighter future. A vote for Jack Rich is a world where you have someone that negotiates for you in the Committee of Nations. A vote for Jack Rich is to turn this economy and create dreams for young ones like you. I'm here to ask you to vote for me so that we can work together, create jobs. The North, the East, the West, the South. Work with me. Vote for me. And I will create a lot of employment opportunities for you. I want to thank you once more, knowing fully well that today is a deciding factor of how 2023 will be shaping. If you vote for me, the orphans and the widows now have a voice and I have a dream. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jack Rich. Well, we're moving on now. We're moving on now. Well, they call him the White Lion. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Governor Yahaya Bello, GYB.
Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, GCON, Your Excellency, the wife of the President, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawal, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila, let me recognize and appreciate all of my colleagues, governors here present. Let me profoundly recognize the chairman of our party, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Let me recognize the National Secretary of our party, Dr. Iola Omishore. Let me recognize all members of the NWC here present. Let me recognize all the founding fathers of our great party, including the national leader, Senator Bola Ahmed Ashiwaju Tinubu, including His Excellency Ahmad El-Rufai, including Dr. Bonaya Onu, my co-competitor, and all others numerous to be mentioned. Let me welcome and appreciate our delegates from across the country of the All Progressives Congress. Before I proceed, permit me to seize this opportunity to ask all of you to please maintain one moment of silence for those that were killed in our war when they were worshiping God, for those that were killed in Sasa Market, in Ibadan, in Oyo State, for those that were killed, those tomato sellers, the ram and cow sellers that were burned down in their cold blood in all parts of this country, for those that were traveling from Abuja to Kaduna on train, and these cowards, called bandits, attacked, killed some, and some are still in captivity today. And for those that were murdered in their cold blood by bandits, Boko Haram, ISWAP, kidnappers, and the rest of them. Those that lost their lives, may their soul rest in perfect peace. Just one moment. May their soul rest in perfect peace. I start on this particular note because today that is the most challenging issue that is bedeviling this nation, followed by unity of our dear country, followed by prosperity or progress. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will not bore you down too much with a lot of speeches. A lot of all of these problems that are confronting this nation today were bedeviling my state, Kogi State, as at the time I assumed office on 27th of January 2016. Insecurity, disunity, lack of progress and prosperity. 6 years down the line, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, insecurity is fast becoming a history in Kogi State. In Kogi State, unity of all of the tribes and religion is what we are enjoying in Kogi State. In Kogi State, there is religious tolerance. In fact, I am the first Muslim northern governor that built a chapel for our Christian brothers in Government House. After 28 years of existence of Kogi State, that is religious tolerance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we have a lot of our students from various tertiary institutions at home. They are not in the school. Their future is being toyed with. When I assumed office in Kogi State, 6 years down the line, no strike of any sort are existing in Kogi State. Today in Kogi State, every student will be assured, they are very sure that the very day they go into the school, they are graduating. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these and various problems that are bedeviling Nigeria today, we inherited them in Kogi State. With little resources, we have been able to put them behind us. Therefore, I am here running to become the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to provide leadership, to provide sincere leadership, purposeful leadership for this dear country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we might be playing politics today, but let's think of the future of this country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are the future of this nation. The younger generation and the youths of Nigeria that are gathered here today, and those that are watching us from their homes, from across the country and all over the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all other nations of this world that prosper, taken from Bill Clinton, Macron, and host of them, they are doing, some of them did greatly, in fact all of them did greatly, and those that are in position today are doing greatly. Give us this opportunity, support me. Please, when you are casting your vote, think of the roads you ply before you get to this point. Think of those that were coldly murdered, who in their sleep, in their businesses, on the road. Think of those that are troubled today. Women, youths, and people living with special needs today in Kogi State are part of those that have formed my government, and these are the young people and women that are doing very well. Let me use this opportunity to commend those that have stand very fast and firm in making sure that they stand for their generation, for their people. First among them here is distinguished Senator Binani, who is now the governorship aspirant or candidate of Adamawa State. That is resilience. She faced a lot of stress, a lot of suppression and oppression. That is exactly what the younger generation are facing today. President Muhammadu Buhari, I doff my hat for you. I salute you. You thought of the future of this country, and you graciously signed not too young to run bill into law. We didn't come this far to chicken out. We are here to win. According to my brothers, Anche Bamuparaba Dummidainaba. Bismillah ta'ala, wannan zaben zamu ci shi. Kafin ku dinga ƙuriyanku da Allah da Annabi, ku tuna da mutanenmu matasa da mata waɗanda suke cikin gidansu an kakkashe su, waɗanda suke talla wanda suke kasuwancinsu a ko duk Najeriya an kokona su an kashe su har yanzu ba yi magana ba. Ni bi iznillahi ta'ala idan kuka bani wannan daman iznillahi ta'ala Nigeria za ta canza. I am here to build on the legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari, and by the grace of God we are here to make a history, and this is the time for you to become part of that history. And I am very confident that after a clean, clear, transparent electoral process today, then I shall become victorious and I shall be the flag bearer of all Progressives Congress who will go ahead to defeat PDP, to defeat Atiku. I am that candidate that will do that. And how did I do that in Kogi State? I inherited a PDP state when I assumed office. And today, Kogi State has become 100% APC. And by the grace of God, it shall never go back to PDP again. So please, let us not make that mistake. Because we have the numbers. Youths, women, and people living with disabilities are those that vote. We have the numbers. Just a few weeks back, we tested a mic. Simultaneously, over 16 million Nigerians came out to give me support across this country. Women, people living with disabilities came out to give me the support. I have the ability to win the election, the general election, on or before 2 p.m. by the special grace of God. I thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity that you are giving to me. Igbo kwenu, Igbo kwenu, Amadu Amokiyo, Amadu Amokiyo, jama'a mu da Allah da Annabi kafin ku dafa ƙuriyanku ku tuna da Allah, ku tuna da matsayin da muke ciki yanzu, ku tuna da matsalan da muke ciki, ku tuna da ƙoƙarin da baba ya yi wa zai zo ya gina a kai. Ni ne zan zo na gina a kai. Ina roƙonku da Allah ku dafa mun ƙuriyanku. Allah ya sa mana albarka, Allah ya ba mu albarka, Allah ya ba mu alheri, Allah ya ba mu nasara. I thank you so much. APC! 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 Nigeria! Say Yahaya Bello. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is Excellency Governor Yahaya Bello, the Executive Governor of Kogi State. We have 3 more aspirants. We have 3 more aspirants to go. On this note, I'd like to invite Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu to please come to the podium. And of course, the only woman in the race, I have the singular honor and pleasure to invite Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Ohenye. Please let's welcome them.
Hello, Anna Bello, Onya Marita, Hello, Sandistoda, Bendero, Valendisaba, Bendero, money to come my way. If them know, they don't go let the money to come my way. So I pray, may they don't get that money come my way. Cause I know, what's in able to when the money come my way. When, no shingay, when the money no there, no shingay. When, no shingay, no shingay, no shingay. When, no
Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu is the next aspirant on our list. And we have Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Ohenye. As they make their way to the podium, we'd like to please beg those of you that are still on the aisle to take your seats in the various states you come from. Please go to your states as the electoral committee are about to get down to business. And they have said that they won't commence with the voting tonight. if you all don't take your seats and give us a clear thoroughfare. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu.
APC, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all other protocols observed. I want to start tonight's talk by asking you very simple question. How many of you here love President Muhammadu Buhari? If you love him, raise your hand. I love him. Raise your hands if you love him. Good. A lot of speakers, in fact, all the speakers who came on this stage started their speeches about knowing President Buhari from 2015. And the question is, did President Buhari start his politics in 2015? The answer is no. And to further what I'm telling you, I will ask you very simple questions. You answer me, we move on. President Muhammadu Buhari started his public life as a military officer and a GOC. Have you ever heard that he stole money as a GOC? The answer is no. He later became military governor of present Northeast State. 6 states today: Taraba, Borno, Adamawa, Gombe, Bauchi, and Yobe. In today's circumstance, President Buhari would have had not less than 100 houses per state. But President Buhari has no house except the houses he has in Kaduna and his village Daura. President Buhari could have had 600 houses, but he chose to have only 1 house in Kaduna and 1 house in Daura. President Buhari is not a thief. After his governorship, he was appointed Minister of Petroleum and Chairman NNPC. As I'm speaking with you, President Buhari has never had any filling station, not even a fuel dump. It is because he is an honest man. After his ministership, he went into other public life. He was head of state. He never stole government money. It is because of this that we brought him, because he's not a thief. That explains why we brought him into politics in November 2002. Most of the speakers who spoke here tonight will tell you stories about how they knew Buhari in 2014, 2015. What of 2002? It is because President Buhari has never stolen in his life. That was why we brought him into APP, All People's Party. and gave him the party ticket in 2003 to run for the presidency of this country. We knew Buhari is Fulani, we knew Buhari is Muslim, then we gave him that ticket. We all ran, we failed. 2006, for the 2007 presidential election, we gave him ticket again. He ran, we failed. We still knew he is Fulani and he is Muslim. 2011, we gave him ticket again. We ran and we failed. This is because this is a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. This is because he's a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. So, I want to let you know that for those who come on board and tell you how they knew Buhari from 2015, that is absolute rubbish. We will always talk about President Buhari and his sincerity of purpose. If we must redeem this country, we must cultivate the characteristics of President Muhammadu Buhari in order to salvage this nation. Distinguished delegates, this is your opportunity to put in a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. I want you to vote for me. I want you to vote for me because this is the only opportunity you have to reticulate the characteristics of President Muhammadu Buhari. If you remember, in November 2018, I founded the Stand with Buhari movement and spread it all over this nation in order to take Buhariism forward. So, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is my story. This is our story. Please vote for me. Vote for me to extend Buhariism. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. That was Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu. I'm going to bring up the only woman in this contest, a pride of the nation. Women should please give a resounding applause as I invite Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Oheye. Wow! Nigerians, my country, I love una no be small. Kai, thank you so much. Your Excellency, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, and his amiable everything go better because Mama they on board. I thank you all. I came on board actually because of you people, the downtrodden, the physically challenged, the indigent patients, etc., and the elderly women, etc., etc., and the youths. That is why I came on board, because I feel Nigeria needs a mother. I decided to come on board to be that mother of the nation. I love you guys so much. And again,
There are so many things I feel that a woman is needed to be done in this country. That is the only thing Nigeria is lacking. Woman expertise, economical and selflessness. That is what major thing that we need in this country right now. The men don't pay for this place, so 40 years. Una don't need mama. I thank you people so much. But after I've seen the event of things and how things are going, I found out that we still need some more time for it to happen. So based on this, I am pleading with all the delegates to know that their vote is a lifesaver. We have our children to think of, especially their future. We have our mothers to think of. We have our nation to think of. Let them try and vote right for somebody who will be able to achieve all this for the brighter future of our children. That is what I'm pleading with the delegates. Your vote is a lifesaver. Please utilize it well for the right candidates. And I feel, as Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Ohanenye, that I should step aside for that lifesaver and the best candidate, who is Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. I urge my delegates, my supporters, my women to please vote right and cast their vote for Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. That is what I'm pleading with you people. I love you all. I love Nigeria and I love you. Bye-bye. Give it up, Mama, way there on board.
Mother, I never forget you for the suffer where you suffer for me. Sweet mother, I never forget you for the suffer where you suffer for me.
Thank you very much, Mama, way there on board. Again, Mama has stepped down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the only woman in the race. We appreciate you, we respect you. One day, we'll get there. We are moving to the final aspirant now, which of course is the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But before then, we had called Honorable Emeka Nwajuba, but he didn't come up. Honorable Nwajuba, if you are in the hall, or if you are in the arena, can you please come on stage before we move on to our final aspirant? So we'll give you a few minutes. Honorable Emeka, are you in the hall, in the arena? I doubt if he is. Okay. So Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on now as I respectfully invite our very last aspirant for tonight, the one and only Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please welcome His Excellency.
Hey, collect your money, please wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up, only to bala, control. Supposed to be hard. Kill it, go on, shuffle. They see what I'm at. When I'm at the last of me, so my God, so far so good. Come me back down, let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Vice President Professor Yemi Oshimbajo, SAN, GCON.
Thank you. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. 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 Thank you very much. 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 Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the wife of the President, Your Excellency, please, thank you very much, please. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the wife
of the President of Nigeria, Hajiya Aisha Buhari, the President of the Senate, Distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, the National Chairman of our great party, the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, leaders of our great party, the APC, members of the National Working Committee of our great party, leaders of our party, members of our party, distinguished guests, all of our young people, ladies and gentlemen. The greatest of the greatest of the greatest Nigerian youth. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First, let me begin on a solemn note. I join you and the good people of Ondo State in mourning the victims, men, women, and children of the heinous and ghastly terrorist act that took place at the St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, and other victims of terrorism across the country. And I pray that the Lord God Almighty will comfort their families, and that we will never see a repeat of these heinous acts in our nation again. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today and to share this platform with 22 other exceptional members of our great party who today vie for the preferment of the presidential candidate of our great party, the APC. Like most of us here, I am a Nigerian. I was born here. My parents were born here. I went to primary, secondary school, and university here. I have worked here all my life. This country has afforded me most of the education and opportunities and the worldview that I have. I have seen and experienced the great prospects of Nigeria. I know that it is possible for us to have a world-class educational system. It is possible to have a world-class healthcare system for all Nigerians. It is possible to establish a tech economy here in Nigeria. It is possible to establish a bitumen processing industry in Ondo, gold processing in Zamfara and Osun, and exploit and process the finest precious metals and stones in the world, in Benue, in Plateau, and most of the north central states. We can exploit oil and gas in the Niger Delta, in the southeast, and now even in Bauchi and Gombe states. It is possible to manufacture our vehicles in Ninewi. Already, Innocent Motors is doing great things there. We can open up steel plants in Kogi, establish Africa's largest industrial city between Ogun and Lagos. We can establish the biggest gas and petrochemical plants in the world in the Niger Delta. We can sell fertilizer to Africa, as we already have one of the largest plants in the world, the Dangote refinery. We can sell shoes to the world. Already the Aba shoe cluster in Abia State sells over 1 million pairs of shoes every week to the rest of Africa. We can manufacture our weapons, our ammunitions locally. Daikon in Kaduna is already manufacturing munitions, manufacturing all manner of ammunition. And Proforce, a Nigerian company, Imperial, a Nigerian company, is making armored mobile platforms, armored personnel carriers, MRAPs, here in Nigeria. We can build drones, helicopters, and planes. Our Air Force is already manufacturing air platforms and manufacturing its own drones. And God helping us, in 2 decades, we can become the first nation
on earth to send a team of all black men and women as astronauts to the moon. We have the talent, the resources, and the resourcefulness to be one of the world's leading economies. We have the guts and the confidence to beat the world. We can run an open, honest, and transparent government. We can ensure the rule of law. We can secure our nation from terrorism. We can provide good-paying jobs for millions of young people. In this decade, we can lift 100 million people out of poverty. We can give all women equal education, equal opportunities, and we can establish a comprehensive social welfare program for the poor and for the vulnerable. Unfortunately, we are not starting from zero. We have already, in this administration, the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, begun the most ambitious infrastructure investment in the history of our country. We have revolutionized agriculture. Since 2015, young Nigerians have established 6 unicorns, technology companies, each worth over $1 billion. Everything we can imagine or dream is within our reach. All that is left is for us to make the right decision tonight. And so we stand today on the threshold of history. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, so much depends on so few of us. 2,322 delegates will decide the future of our children and their own children. 2,322 persons will decide the fortunes of Africa's largest economy and the largest population of black people on earth. 2,322 people. What an awesome responsibility. What an incredible moral burden. The future of our children compels us and compels all of you, our distinguished delegates, to vote right tonight. We are a religious nation. We believe in the power of prayer. We all pray for a country that is peaceful and prosperous. But God allows us, by our voting, to show Him whether we mean the prayers we pray or not. You cannot wish this country well and vote for someone you do not believe in. You cannot. So when you vote tonight, our dear delegates, when you vote tonight, be sure, our dear delegates, when you vote tonight, know that your vote carries the answer to your prayers for our country and for our future. That vote that you cast carries the answer for the prayers that you have prayed for the future of our children and for the future of our country. Over the past several weeks, I have gone the length and breadth of this country. I've engaged with you delegates in the 36 states and Abuja, and I've engaged with members of our great party. We have had deep and wide-ranging conversations on the issues that are most important to us all as a nation. You have told me your hopes, your fears, and your dreams. We have risen together on the future of our country. I have also served for 7 years, by the grace of God, as Vice President. While at the side of President Muhammadu Buhari, I have seen firsthand the nuances and complexities of the challenges that confront us as a nation. One thing is certain: our circumstances will not afford the next leader of our country any time to learn on the job. In discharging my duties as Vice President for the past 7 years, I have been prepared in the most profound ways for the task that lies ahead. And I will be ready from day one. It is for these reasons that I, Oluyemi Oluleke Oshibajo, by the grace of God, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, present myself to you, our distinguished delegates, for your consideration as the presidential candidate of our great party, the APC. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless you.
Hello. God bless you, Mr. Vice President. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. We have listened to all the aspirants, 23 of them except Honorable Nwajuba, who is unavoidably absent. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a break, invite 1 or 2 more entertainers to relax the atmosphere, and then we go on. The next artist to come on stage, ladies and gentlemen, is a popular Nollywood artist, singer, dancer, producer. To welcome on stage with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Sani Danger. As now concrete, they go abemona te go back kuna state stand. All delegates, make kuna go back kuna state stand. I beg. That shows everything. Because after now, you go serious pass like this. So at the beguna, make all of us go back our state stands. So I think go good pass, it go sweet pass. We say everybody go sit down, they see what they happen. Because after now, like I say, go this serious pass like this. Ladies and gentlemen, Sani Danger on stage.
Security officer. Very bad for you to be treated wrongly. Please, we need a clear thoroughfare. We are preparing for the speech of His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. So we need everyone to please take their seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. One of the northern talents, one of Nigeria's finest, a comedian, an actor, as well as a musician. Sani Danger, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DJ.
Hey. Well, while Sani Danger is getting ready, let's invite Agodai. Agodai.
The chairman of the convention, His Excellency Governor Hope Uzodinma, have instructed that the convention should be placed on hold until you all take your seats. Kindly take your seats on your tents. The screen in front of you will project whatever is happening here to you. I see you are this close. Where could I go back when I sit? ẹ lọ jòkó sí orí tẹ́ǹtì yín ẹ jọ. Ba ceku fita ba mu ceku. Da Allah ku yi baya kadan. Make una shift back. Make una shift back. Come on, speak.
Da Allah wannan tsayuwa da kuka yi ya bada sha'awa. Ya nuna kun zo nan da niyya kuma niyya na alheri. Amma idan kuka dan matsa bayan zai fi bada sha'awa. Kun gani akwai zarruka a ƙasa, akwai wayoyi a ƙasa a bayanmu da idan kuka taka duk abin da ya balle kuma abin ba zai ba da sha'awa ba domin ba za a ji an sakuwa ba. Saboda haka ina roƙon arziki da Allah waɗanda kaf suke gaban nan su yi haƙuri. A'a ba ma sai an abin nan ba, kaga mutanen arziki haka suna ma komawa baya ba sai an matsa ba.
Sound.
Ga kuma TV can a gefe a je a sha kallo.
Sound.
Yawwa.
Sound. 1, 2, 3. Sanja.
Udo Mariam, are you ready?
1, 2, 3. Right here at the Eagle Square in Abuja, the venue of the APC Presidential Primary and Special National Convention. A continued coverage of the event that will determine who becomes the APC presidential candidate. Thank you everyone for sticking with us right here on Channels Television. Terry, you'll listen to 22 of the 23 presidential aspirants of the APC, except the former Minister of State for Education, Honorable Emeka Wajuba. The atmosphere looked very much charged each time some of these aspirants climbed on stage. And for some reasons, we had Asiwaju Tinubu, who kicked off the speeches from the aspirant, and we had the Vice President who wrapped it up. So what an interesting scenario, the manner in which it has been aligned and arranged.
You know, for me, a lot of the aspirants, to a great extent, spoke with a lot of passion. Passion of what they wanted the country to look like in the end. Even those who stepped down for Asiwaju Tinubu and Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, they spoke extensively on what they expected the next president to do, because that's what they would do if they became president as well.
I think we should listen to one of the artists that has been called on stage.
If Sunny they blow, no, na government change. Sunny danger they come, no, na people change. Cause I got my sorry. My people sorry. My sorry. If you see my face, you go shock, you know that plenty. Everything that I do in the street, I do for you. Everywhere that I go, the danger, I take a passenger. Don't be made to do one more. Now go there, do one more. Sunny danger, people love me like crazy. Hey, all my ladies, they want dance for me. All my ladies, they bend down low. They show me love, they want dance for me. And they like my picture for Instagram. And they show me love, they spread me money. Baby, me they do more. They go there, do a more. Oh my ladies, they could love me gentle. Hey, oh my ladies, they could love me tender. Hey, oh my ladies, they could love me gentle. Hey, cause I got my sorry. My people sorry. My sorry. If you see my face, it go shock, you know that plenty. I got a one that was say sorry. I got somebody that was say sorry. My time is sorry. I got somebody that was sorry. I got carried away, I'm sorry. I got something, thank you, sorry. My time is sorry.
for me. All my ladies, they bend down low. They show me love, they want dance for me. And they like my picture for Instagram. And they show me love, they spread me money. Baby, me they do it more. They do it more. Oh my ladies, you gonna love me gentle. Hey, all my ladies, you gonna love me tender. Hey, all my ladies, you gonna love me gentle. Hey, 'cause I got my sorry. My people sorry. My sorry. If you see my face, you go shock. You know the plenty girl.
Thank you, sir. Please, as we await Mr. President, we need to clear the aisles again.
I think it's balanced now. We had Shino Peters.
At some point.
We had
Fanny Ganja. And
there's someone from the southeast.
the downfall drivers.
Yeah, we had downfall drivers. We had stereo man Ekwe.
Clear the sides of the aisles.
I think the die is cast, Terry, in the sense that there will be election. The concept of consensus defeated today here at the APC convention.
I think we'll wait to see the impacts that the stepping down of about 6 aspirants will have on the election process eventually. Now, while it seemed at the initial stage when these aspirants stepped down that it was almost a done deal for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the kind of reception that Vice President Oshibajo received while he got to stage and almost spent 5 minutes unable to speak because he was being applauded by delegates and supporters, draws to question how close this will be.
There, in the state box, the VVIPs, the president, the wife of the president, the vice president, senate president, House of Reps speaker. All of them are waiting, anticipating what will become of this exercise. Who will be the flag bearer of the APC for the 2023 presidential election.
Shane, what did you make of the speech by the only female president, aspirant, just before she steps down?
I think it's a whole lot that comes to play when you think about the role and the part women play in our politics, and the fact that the boldness and the courage she took, getting into the arena, it takes a lot of courage to be able to step into that way. And this is another performance. I have a love for music, and a lot of the times I love to listen to good music. Let's watch this performance for a moment.
Mr. President, you now announce. Oh, you announce it first. After this one, I will announce that there's going to be primary
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the Mother of the Nation, First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Aisha Buhari, Your Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCO, and Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. There are some short SMS making their rounds, being forwarded by persons that cannot be identified to delegates, saying that some tickets, if voted, is going to be a Muslim ticket. Please, delegates are advised to discountenance such an SMS. And the other one says that please be advised that due to the postponement of the primaries, all prior arrangements have been postponed. There is no primary election that has been postponed. The primary elections will hold very shortly after the speech of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The chairman of the Electoral Committee will be coming up stage in the person of His Excellency Senator Atiku Bagudu to address these august gathering as to how this election is going to be carried out. So please discountenance any message that you have received regarding any form of postponement at all. There is nothing as such. The primary elections to elect the next flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress will be taking place shortly after the speech of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Please, we are saying this again to those of you unknown faces and unscrupulous persons sending these messages to please desist forthwith. We thank you very much for your kind attention.
And please, okay, everybody on the right-hand side, you shouldn't be standing there. You should leave the right-hand side of the aisle. Thank you very much as you do that. We're just waiting to clear my right-hand side of the red carpet. And like I said, immediately after Mr. President's speech, we're going to hear from the governor of Kebbi State, who is the chairman of the Elections Committee, on the procedure for these very historic elections taking place tonight. On the right-hand side, you're still delaying us, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to listen to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, who will be talking to us tonight at this historic presidential convention. Please welcome Mr. President to the podium.
has always said his ambition is not driven by raw desire for power. His Excellency, the President wants to serve and make this country better. And that is the legacy that he's trying to leave behind by this epoch-making event at our special convention. His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, had said, and he always would say, I don't have money to buy.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, the First Lady, the APC National Chairman, President of the Senate, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the State Governors, members of the National Assembly, members of Federal Executive Council, party leaders, distinguished aspirants, party faithfuls, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow party members and compatriots, I commend you for your various roles and contributions towards the successful conduct of the various APC primaries across the nation. I commend the party stakeholders, officials, organs, and the Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee. I commend your efforts in organizing party exercises and urge you not to rest on our achievements so far. Now we have a big task ahead. The special convention for the presidential primary. I congratulate all the winners and our newly emerged party flag bearers so far for the 2023 general elections, and urge you to be magnanimous in victory, particularly towards your fellow aspirants who conceded to you. I urge you at all times to abide by the party rules and follow party reconciliation processes. In every competitive event, there are bound to be winners and runners-up. And as such, all the aspirants who lost or conceded at the primaries, I equally urge you to maintain the spirit of sportsmanship and to stand by our great party for the next challenges ahead. As we go into presidential primary, I urge all to keep to the same spirit. We must avoid acrimony and maintain the spirit of sportsmanship. The critical task ahead of the Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee remains to continue to forge for the unity of purpose among party members and to keep securing needed compromises in the interest of our great party. I enjoin you all to be fair to all and to create a level playing field for all the presidential aspirants in the coming crucial party exercise. Please follow due process in all the party decisions And I call on all party members, particularly the party officials and the delegates, to abide by all extant laws, rules, and regulations, and to consider voting for the presidential candidate with the best chances of securing victory for our great party in the coming general elections. I cannot overemphasize that the principal challenge before us is the need to keep a united front for the party. It is primarily why the party National Executive Committee has vested its powers in the National Working Committee for the time being, as requested and in compliance with the party constitution, to ensure smooth party administration and operations in these critical times in the overall interest of the party. Once again, Mr. Chairman, I want to assure you and the entire National Working Committee members of my support. Please do not hesitate to call on me and all other appropriate quarters for the help that will propel our great party to the victory that we all seek. To ensure a hitch-free presidential primary, please let us work collectively in the interest of our great party and our great country. Fellow delegates, fellow men, women, youth, citizens of our country. Many people have short memories, but let us remember the situation we inherited. A nearly dead economy, in spite of oil being over $100 per barrel for many years. Vast areas of our country under insurgent control. Salaries, wages, pensions, unpaid for months in many states. Problems were left unattended or ignored. Infrastructure left to decay. Internationally, we were despised. Your APC government has changed all that. Our response to any new challenges, whether banditry, kidnapping, insurgency, has been prompt and head-on. Rehabilitation of infrastructure has taken place on a massive scale. Our response to coronavirus is second to none in Africa. We have made substantial progress in governance, in implementing reforms, in democratic processes, and in social care. We are now respected in Africa and across the world. These major achievements by APC are historic and far-reaching. We now have to choose a leadership, not just to win elections next year, but to continue and improve on these landmarks. We must choose a knowledgeable, fair-minded nationalist with a very strong belief in the unity of our nation, Nigeria, and strength of character and purpose to steer the country forward. We should not allow the PDP to drag the country backwards. I thank you. May God bless our party. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That was a special Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR.
What a speech from the president. It looks to me, this is perhaps one of the shortest speeches of President Buhari at any of the APC National Convention. Short, straight to the point, nothing specific on who is supporting, definitely advising members of the party, vote for competence, vote for someone who has an interest in the country at heart.
Absolutely, and I think if you take a look at the president's speech, you realize that he also understands that time is fast spent. I mean, it's almost approaching 1 a.m. now, and it's time for the voting to commence. There are 2,322 delegates that will be making this decision today, and there are still quite a number of candidates across the board, even those who have stepped down, to be voted for. So yeah, it's necessary for the president to do that. Sharon, we had talked earlier about the speech of the only female candidate in the race, and it draws me to the speech of the youngest aspirant, Nicholas Felix, and how passionately he spoke about the need for youth to get involved in the process before stepping down for Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo. The passion in his voice said a lot, just like the passion in the voice of Obunaya Onu, who was calling for justice for the people of Southeast.
It's indeed very interesting speeches that we've listened to today. Some inspirational, some didactic, some creative, some touching the emotional, several shades of color speeches that we've heard tonight. But we get into the moment where the election will begin, and the chairman of the APC Governors Forum, the governor of Kebbi State, Governor Atiku Bagudu, will come up stage and speak about the process which will kickstart the exercise, the voting exercise. They're already clearing people from the arena where the voting will take place. Earlier, we couldn't see ballot boxes. Maybe the party never envisaged that an election will happen, hoping that there was going to be a consensus for the party will go into an election.
You know, I think based on the speeches we listened to here today, there are concerns as to whether these aspirants are comfortable with the outcome of this. The concern for many would be, yes, those who may have stepped down did that voluntarily, no doubt. But there are those who had concerns about what's happening here today and are wondering how this will go. We had talked earlier about the need for the process to be free and fair, and the president has also echoed that. And so it makes me wonder whether after this, and the candidate emerges, interestingly, the two candidates that were initially narrowed down by the northern governors, of the APC governors, have now turned out to be the leading candidates, the only ones who have had people step down for them.
I mean, I think one of the most interesting parts is the moment where we heard people stepping down for one another. I think that's actually a very dramatic point in all of these scenarios playing out. I guess we'll be seeing almost 10 people who might be going into this election. For those who did not step down, Hamid Lawan did not step down, Professor Osinbajo did not step down, Bola Tinubu did not step down, Rochas Okorocha did not step down, Rotimi Amechi did not step down, 10 Jack Rich did not step down. We have a few others who stepped down. Senator Kenny Naman, who had withdrawn from the race, spoke earlier and did not mention whether he's stepping down or not. So, you know, we're left with nothing less than 10 to 15 people still in the race.
Absolutely. So my observation as well is that all the male southeastern aspirants did not step down for anyone. I think it was the message of the Southeast needs this representation, and we would not step down for any region if it's not going to the Southeast. Of course, we saw the only female who is also from the Southeast step down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But beyond that, if we pay close attention to the speeches of these aspirants, it's almost clear to see that everyone realizes that the issue of security.
Thank you very much. But please, first of all, we'd like to remind all of you cameramen to dismantle your cameras. Please dismantle your cameras and move from there completely. And then only election committee members that are putting on the reflective jackets are allowed to remain at the periphery of this arena. Only election committee members and agents that are wearing their reflective jackets are allowed, and tags are allowed to remain in the center of the arena. Yakubu, you might want to add a few more words.
Delegates and the pressmen that have been here with us, especially the press, would like to thank you very much for all of your assistance. But the essence of this special convention is we'd like it to be transparent, visibly transparent, and every vote accounted for. This is a legacy convention, is a special convention. It is one that actually we're transmitting so much more beyond who becomes the standard bearer. It reflects the very essence and the values of the APC. So we'd like that you clear everywhere else, and we have this place very clear, visible, transparent, so that we can see everything that's happening. Pressmen, wherever you are, kindly leave. You may station your cameras. People who are milling around can move backwards. We want everywhere completely, implicitly clear, please. And thank you very much for having, cooperated with us all this while.
There is a lost but found ATM card, a bank card for Suleiman Idris. Please, if you're anywhere close by, come with proof of identification and collection. Thank you. We, at this point in time, invite the Chairman Election Committee for this convention, His Excellency Senator Atiku Bagudu, the Governor of Kebbi State and Chairman, Progressive Governors Forum. Your Excellency, sir.
Once again, Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the wife of Mr. President and the First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, and the Vice President of the Federal Republic, Professor Yomi Osibajo. And indeed, I will recognize all the earlier established protocol for want of time. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Election Management Committee, I will read out updates on the structure and the organization of the election this night. The Accreditation Committee of the Convention Planning Committee, which is the subcommittee of the Convention Planning Committee, headed by His Excellency Dr. Abiodun of Ogun State, provided us with a list of the total accredited voters for each state, and they total 2,203, smaller than the total voters, accredited total voters in the states, which is 2,320, meaning less people were accredited than there were actual delegates allocated to the different states. And for the purpose of the election, we are going to use the number of accredited voters for each state. The voting is going to take place in 2 voting points. And to those who are seated in the state box, there's one voting point to the right, and there's one voting point to the left. The voting point to the right will be used by the right of the state box, or the left of the podium will be used by delegates from Abia, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Delta, Ebonyi, Edo, Ekiti, Enugu, Gombe, Imo, Jigawa, and Kaduna State. While the voting point for delegates seated at the left-hand side of the state box will be used by delegates from Kano State, Katsina State, Kebbi State, Kogi, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Niger, Ogun, Ondo, Oshun, Oyo, Plateau, Rivers, Sokoto, Taraba, Yobe, Zamfara, FCT. So 2 states will be called simultaneously for the 2 voting points. And at the entrance of the walkways, each state delegation have assigned to them a member of the electoral committee who will guide them to the starting line of the voting process. And at the starting point, that is where they will receive the ballot paper, and they will have a scan of the QR codes, and then they will walk through the walkaway, and at the end of the walkaway, turn back into the voting areas. And each voting area have 20 ballot boxes for ease of voting, meaning if delegates from a state collect their ballot papers and they turn into the voting area, they have an option of 20 ballot boxes to vote in, or with a table and a pens are signed where they can enter the name of the aspirant they so wish to nominate. Equally, agents of the aspirants and INEC officials are encouraged to sit from whatever comfort point they are able to establish in order to observe the process from beginning to end. At the end, the boxes will be collated onto this stage where aspirant agents will witness the sorting and transfer into boxes which they will monitor of the respective aspirants' votes. Equally, before we start, as you all have heard, a number of aspirants have withdrawn their aspiration. 9 of them, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ken Ohanaye, Dr. Nicholas Pelize, Senator Robert Boniface, His Excellency Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, Senator Ken Inamani, His Excellency John Kayode Fayemi, Senator Ibukule Amosun, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and Right Honorable Dimeji Bankole. The list of aspirants still contesting is Honorable Chuku Emeka Nwajuba, His Excellency Engineer Nweze David Umahi, Pastor Bolahan B. Bakare, Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Ahmed Rufai Sani, Chibuke Rotimi Amechi, His Excellency Yomi Osinbajo, His Excellency Senator Rochas Okorocha, His Excellency Yahaya Bello, Mr. Ten Jack Rich, Dr. Christopher Onu, His Excellency Senator Ahmed Lawan, Senator Professor Ex-Excellency Ben Ayade, and Chief Ikiobasi Mokelu. The aspirant agents, these are invited to come to the Secretariat of the Election Management Committee so that we can establish how many aspirant agents are here, and they can divide themselves into both sides of the voting, the 2 points where voting shall take place. Yes. And those that are unable to write can be assisted by members of the delegation from their state. And each voting unit, there is a voting agent, there is a polling agent, there is a security man monitoring the ballot box. So with this, the Electoral Committee will proceed to begin the provision of ballot papers to the initial states of Abia that shall be voting to the right of the state box or to the left of this podium where we are standing, and Kano State that shall be voting to the left of the state box or to the right of the podium where we are standing. And then as we make progress, we will be calling on more states as the others have voted. I think I have covered all. Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for the honor to wait and observe the commencement of the voting process. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. The Executive Governor of Kebbi State and Chairman of the Election Committee, and he has announced to you how this election is going to be done. So the onus is now on the members of the Election Committee, the agents of the various aspirants that are contesting. Speaking English. Speaking. Waiting the governor of Kebbi State talk for English now be saying election one start, the primary election one start, and all of una will be delegates from the various states. It means say una go sit down, mona wait. Any moment from now they go call una state by state. Make una come drop una ballot papers for inside ballot box. And as una see am so, the ballot boxes, they don't inspect them, then they empty. Election committee members will be the persons where they put in charge of the primary elections where they happen today here for Eagle Square to nominate the next presidential flag bearer for the All Progressives Congress. Now them go come one by one, state by state. They go call them, they go line up. Those people will go give them paper where they go write the name where they want write, put inside the ballot box. They go come. The election committee chairman, Senator Atiku Bagudu, don't already announce the names of persons where we say Nadengo stand gidigba for this election. So before the election start proper, they go read out the names again for una. Make una for understand the people where they contest and how una go do the voting. So please make una listen to waiting the election committee members go to talk, as per say voting go soon start, and all of una way they spread rumor, say primary elections, say they don't postpone am, na babanla lie. They not postpone any election or na the election they want to do so. And it is going to be transparent. It go happen for everybody, koro eye. You go take your eye, see am, you go see as it happen. And that is waiting what happen be that. I go want my sister make it come break them down for another language, make we for here.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and to the MVPs of today, the delegates. Biko Nundibai from the east, Atinenwe ballot boxes, Nakani Naka FM, Ndi neba, unge tinye vote na boxes idi Naka FM. Ndi non aside ya, unge tinye vote unu na ballot boxes idi Naka Nim. Aya chọrọ onye ọbụla abụrụ accredited delegate. Iputa hana ndi police ga-eburukwa gị o. Chairman of the Electoral Committee, Dr. His Excellency Atiku Bagudu Ekuchagwe, abụkwa afa ndị ga-eme observation. Iwa na apụrụ afa gị, mana ịbụrakwa delegate, biko nọrọ ebe ị nọ ka ị nọ na-eme observation. Ebe unu nọ. Ekuchagwe nke a, biko ya chọkwa ife onye ọbụla, ife ebidoghara election, ka onye ọbụla nọrọ ebe ha nọ. Ka anyị wee fụ ife niile na-aga m. Ọkwa yọ ka anyị na-ayọ unu. Okay, àwọn èèyàn wa àbúrò yín kan ní Yorùbá máa wá sọ Yorùbá sí yín nísìnyí, ẹ wá sọ fún wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ ṣe bọ́ ṣe sọ, ẹ máa ṣe sọ.
Ẹ ṣé, a kí ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè àti àwọn àgbààgbà ẹgbẹ́. Ó ṣe pàtàkì fún wa kí a jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ bí a ṣe fẹ́ ṣe ètò ìdìbò yìí. A ti fi tó wa létí wípé ọ̀nà méjì láti ṣe sílẹ̀. Ọ̀nà kíní wà lápá ọ̀tún, ọ̀nà kejì wà lápá òsì. A dẹ̀ ti sọ àwọn state kọ̀ọ̀kan, ìpínlẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan bí wọ́n ṣe máa wá. Àwọn aṣojú wa ti wà níbẹ̀ láti pè wọ́n wá síbí. A fẹ́ jẹ́ kí a mọ̀ wípé mẹ́ta láti ìpínlẹ̀ láti yàn kí wọ́n jẹ́ bí aṣojú láti di ìbò yìí. Tí wọ́n bá dẹ̀ ti ń bọ̀, wọ́n máa nílò láti ṣe àfihàn ara wọn. A ti yan àwọn tí wọ́n máa ṣe accreditation yìí fún wọn lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Then a tún sọ wípé orúkọ ẹni tí ẹ bá fẹ́ láti yàn láti lè gba àsíá ẹgbẹ́ wa, ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ orúkọ yẹn kó mọ́lẹ̀ dáadáa lọ́nà tó fi jẹ́ wípé kò ní sí àríyànjiyàn. Orúkọ méjì ṣe pàtàkì ká kọ nítorí pé a rí àwọn olùdíje tí wọ́n ń jẹ́ orúkọ méjì. Ṣùgbọ́n tí wọ́n bá jẹ́ orúkọ méjì lẹ́ẹ̀kan, kò sí bí èèyàn kan ṣe fẹ́ jẹ́ orúkọ méjì yìí. Ohun karùn-ún tún ni wípé ẹni tó bá mọ̀ wípé òun ò mọ bóun ṣe fẹ́ kọ orúkọ, kò gbúdọ̀ pé aṣojú wa kó bá òun kọ. Aṣojú láti ìpínlẹ̀ yẹn ló máa bá kọ orúkọ yìí sílẹ̀. A tún ti yan àwọn aṣojú, àwọn tó dàbí agent fún àwọn olùdíje. Chairman ètò ìdìbò yìí, ọlọ́lá jùlọ Àtíkù Bàgúdù, wọ́n ti jẹ́ kó yé wa wípé kí gbogbo àwọn olùdíje ìbò yìí kí wọ́n wá síwájú pẹ̀lú àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ kán dúró fún wọn bí agents ní each polling unit, so that àwọn yìí ló máa mọ́nítọ̀ gbogbo ètò ìdìbò yìí bó bá ṣe ń lọ. A tún fẹ́ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé tá bá ti gba ìwé ìbò tán tá a dìbò, a gbúdọ̀ padà sí ibi tá a jókòó sí lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. Nǹkan míì tá tún fẹ́ sọ fún wa wí ni pé tá bá ti dìbò yìí tán, a máa ka ìbò lẹ́yọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan lọ́nà tó jẹ́ wípé ó máa ṣe àfihàn kedere sí gbogbo ènìyàn, kò ní sí àríyànjiyàn rárá. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i, chairman wa ọlọ́lá jùlọ Àtíkù Bàgúdù wọ́n ti ṣàlàyé fún wa àwọn tí wọ́n sọ wípé àwọn ò díje mọ́. Tá bá tún rí ẹni tó sì fẹ́ sọ wípé òun ò díje mọ́, ó lè wá. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó kù gbogbo wọn ló fẹ́ díje. Ẹ jẹ́ ká make sure wípé a kọ orúkọ lọ́nà tó ṣe é kà tí ò dẹ̀ ní sí àríyànjiyàn rárá. Ẹ ṣé.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Jama'a, delegates, akwai akwatunan zaɓe a hagu da dama. Za a kira jihohin nan jiha-jiha daga jihar da ta fara da A, wato jihar Abia kenan. Akwai wanda za a kira su daga hannun dama, akwai wanda za a kira su daga hannun hagu. In aka kirawo ku za ku fito ku yi layi, daga nan za a ba ku ballot paper inda za ku rubuta sunan ɗan takarar da kuke so ku zaɓa. Wanda ya iya rubutu ya iya rubuta sunan ɗan takarar kai tsaye, wanda bai iya rubutu ba zai iya wani delegate ɗan uwansa wanda ya yarda da shi ya ba shi dama ya rubuta masa. Ba a yarda da wani daga waje ko agent ko wani ma'aikacin zaɓe ko baturen zaɓe ya ma rubutu ba. In ka zo ka zago akwai inda za a nuna ma, sai ka zo ka jefa ƙuri'arka ko ka koma ka je ka zauna inda ka fito ko ka yi tafiyarka. Shi kenan ba ka da daman in ka karɓi ballot ɗinka ka yi wa wani ɗan uwanka magana. Saboda haka dan Allah a ringa saurara, za a ringa kiran jihohin nan ɗaya bayan ɗaya. Sannan akwatunan zaɓen nan guda 20 ne aka ajiye a kowane gefe. A kowane akwati in ka jefa ƙuri'arka ka yi daidai. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Just as we are getting ready, the chairman of the election committee, Senator Bagudu, has already mentioned and read out the names of the aspirants. And for emphasis sake, before election gets started, these are the list of aspirants still in contention. The first name is Honorable Chukwuemeka Nwajuba, Engineer Mweze David Umahi, Pastor Balahon Tunde Bakare, Ashiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Ahmed Rufai Sani, Chibike Rotimi Amechi, His Excellency Professor Yemi Oshimbajo, His Excellency Senator Rochas Okorocha, His Excellency Alhaji Yahaya Bello, Mr. Jack Rich Tien, Dr. Ogbonnaya Christopher Onu, His Excellency Senator Ahmed Lawal, Senator Professor Ben Ayade, His Excellency and Chief Ike Obasi Mokelu. Those are the 14 aspirants that are still in the race. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is very important and worthy of note to let the delegates know that we have 3 Ahmeds on the ballot tonight. So if you just write Ahmed, it will not be valid, please. Delegates should be educated, please. We're also going to reiterate this in the 3 major languages spoken in Nigeria as well as broken English. We have Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, we have Ahmed Rufai Sani, and then we have Ahmed Lawal. The three names carries Ahmed, so we want the delegates to take cognizance of that, please.
Let me speak to you.
So, I'd like to call on Honorable Princess to please come reiterate this to our Igbo delegates in clearer terms, because we're only Igbo.
Ndị be anyị unu ahụ nọ, ndị be anyị unu ekelele m unu. Ana m eme ka unu mata na ntuli aka anaghị bido, anaghị malite n'oge na-ete anya, na enwere mmadụ atọ na-azọ ọkwa, ha na-atọ nwere otu aha. Mmadụ atọ aha na-azacha Ahmed. Onye na-ede aha onye ọ chọrọ ịtụnyere ya marakwa na ọ ga-etinye aha ọzọ igosi onye o bu n'obi. Maka mmadụ atọ na-azọ ọchịchị a n'abalị aha ha bụ Ahmed, ka m gụsiara ya unu. Nke mbụ owo Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Nke abụọ wo Ahmed Rufai Sani. Nke atọ wo Ahmed Lawal. So ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịtụnyere onye ọbụla n'ime mmadụ atọ ahụ Ahmed, edekwele naanị Ahmed, maka ebe ọbụla ị dere sọọsọ Ahmed, votu gị ahụ alaala n'iyi, ọ ghọọla ihe furu efu. So ị chọọ ịtụrụ onye ọbụla nwere Ahmed n'aha ya, idenye aha Ahmed, denyekwa ya aha ọzọ. Udo dịrị unu. Thank you.
Aki gbogbo wa, gbogbo delegate wa lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin, a fẹ́ fi nǹkan tó wa létí wípé nínú àwọn olùdíje tó ń díje ní alẹ́ yìí tó ń jẹ́ tó orúkọ wọn jẹ́ Ahmed, wọ́n pín sí ọ̀nà mẹ́ta. So fún ìdí èyí, ẹni tó bá fẹ́ dìbò fún olùdíje kò gbọ́dọ̀ kọ Ahmed nìkan. Nínú àwọn tó ń díje, èyí tá a kọ́kọ́ ní, a ní Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, a ní Ahmad Rauf Sani, Ahmad Rufai Sani, then a ní HE Senator Ahmed Lawal. Fún ìdí èyí, ẹni tí a bá fẹ́ dìbò fún, a gbọ́dọ̀ kọ orúkọ ẹ̀ ní àkọjá tí ó máa fi hàn kedere wípé ẹni báyìí ni à ń dìbò fún. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀.
To na kuma dawowa dai, kamar yadda aka yi bayani, akwai Ahmed kusan guda uku da suke takara. Akwai Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, akwai Ahmed Rufai Sani, sannan kuma akwai Sanato Ahmed Lawal. To in delegate ya rubuta Ahmed kawai, to kaga ba za lalle a san wani Ahmed bane. Haka zalika akwai Professor Ben Ayade, akwai Professor Oshibanjo. Ta yi wani ya rubuta Professor kawai. In ka rubuta wannan ma za a samu matsala. Saboda haka a nemi suna ko a rubuta cikakken sunan, ko a nemi sunan da ba wanda yake da shi. In Tinubu ne ka rubuta Tinubu kai tsaye, ko Bola misali, ko Asiwaju an san babu mai wannan suna. In Ahmad Rufai Sani ne, ko ka rubuta Ahmad Rufai Sani, ko ka rubuta Yarima, ko ran makamancin wannan. Haka zalika in Sanato Ahmed Lawal ne, ka rubuta Sanato Ahmed Lawal ko ka rubuta Ahmed Lawal. Amma in ka rubuta sanata, akwai wajen sanatoci uku da suke takara. In ka zo ka rubuta mana sanata, za ka lalata ƙuri'arka. Saboda haka dala delegate a mai da hankali akan haka.
Thank you very much. As I don't hear everything, where the chairman and other committees of electoral committee don't get to tell una, we want tell una say categorically the main business of the day go begin now. The cocoa why we all day here, now to see say these 14 aspirants, una go vote for them. Those of una will be accredited delegates. And make una vote for no loss, now make we dey take our time to explain all these things to una. We say them get 3 aspirants, where them get Ahmed for them names. And these aspirants, we won't tell una so that nobody go just go there, write Ahmed. If you go somewhere, whether you write Amechi, whether you write Chibuike, whether you write Yahaya or Bello, we know say na only them they bear those names. But if na name wey carry Ahmed, I beg, may you carry second name, join them. Either you write Ahmed Tinubu or Ahmed Bola or Asiwaju Ahmed. Make we know say na Baba Tinubu you won't write in name. Or if na our Senate President you won't vote for, you must put the Lawal beside him Ahmed so that the vote for no loss. In the same vein, we also get Ahmed Rufai Sani. If you write Ahmed Sani, if you write Ahmed Rufai. So we believe say everybody for this arena don't get this message. So at this point, I go can't allow the election chairman plus the chairman of the convention, plus the chairman of venue, may they come tell us how we go start, may they give us go ahead so that we go start state by state. And as we talk the states where we say una dey my rights, when una podium dey my rights, una go stay for una pavilion, una go vote for this right side. Then all of una way dey for left, una go vote for the boxes where they left. For people where they them glass house, our VIP them, we still get 2 boxes, we still do them left and right. So if una know say una be accredited voters for this evening, I been a morning we don't enter safe. Una go vote for the boxes where they put in front of una. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We hear say something don't they cause katakata for somewhere. I beg, make the agent will follow delegates. Now him go write for delegates when no go school. It is very important, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that delegates who are not learned, those of them who are not well educated westernly, should please be assisted only by the agents from their states. Delegates, please. Delegates, please. We don't want cross delegates from other states writing for people. We heard it's already starting, so please. And you can't write for more than 1 or 2 people. You can't write, you're not allowed to write for more than 1 or 2 people. Delegates, please take note. Agents, fully unit agents to also take note. Excellent.
Dan Allah delegates mukula. Dan Allah wa'inda ba su iya rubutu ba kar su kira wa'insu daga wani jiha. Daga jihan ka zaka nemi delegate da iya rubutu ya rubuta maka sunan wanda kake son ka zaba. Ba a son kuma delegate idan ya rubuta ma mutum daya ya rubuta ma mutum biyu ya kai 3 ko 4. Ka tsaya delegate in ya rubuta ma mutum 1 2 an gama sai a nemi wani kuma a gaba wanda ya iya rubutu ya taimaka ma wanda bai iya rubutu ba. Kuma kar a manta sunaye da suka zo iri daya dan Allah a tabbatar da an rubuta abin da zai nuna shaidan ga wanda nake so. Akwai Ahmad Lawan, akwai Ahmad Bola Tinubu, akwai Ahmad Rufai Sani. Saboda haka akwai bambanci, in kuna son Rufai ne za ku sa Rufai, in lawal ne za ku sa lawal. Sa'annan kuma akwai Professor Ben Ayade, akwai Professor Yemi Osinbajo. In kuka sa prof kawai ba a san wani prof bane kuka rubuta ba, wannan zaben ta zama a iska. Saboda haka dan Allah a kula a bi a hankali, insha Allah za a fahimci juna.
Thank you very much. With the kind permission of the Chairman Electoral Committee, as well as the Chairman of this special convention, we are starting with Abia State and Adamawa State. Delegates, accredited delegates from Abia and Adamawa State should please proceed to the ballot area. Thank you very much. DJ. Abia State and Adamawa State delegates should please proceed to cast their votes.
Abia from the right of the podium, state box, delegates from Abia, delegates from Kano. There are other agents like no, you have raised it. What maybe you are confusing. What we say is if we form Abia and there is one person in Abia that cannot write, we want somebody in Abia, the delegation to write, not me, not the
We have already announced we have the announcement
that everyone can sign by himself. But we are saying
More clarification by the chairman of the Electoral Management Committee. Please listen to the chairman.
Thank you. Delegates from Abia State can now approach the voting area led by the member of the election committee. This is the voting area to the left of this podium. Delegates from Kano State can begin to approach the voting area to the right of this podium, and then we'll continue thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. So votings won't be done alphabetically. It's not going to be state by state. It's going to be how you are seated in the various pavilions. So the first state to my left is Abia State. They should proceed. They will be led by the electoral committee member there, while the first state to my right will be Kano State. So delegates from Kano State will be led by the electoral committee members on my right, please. And then we continue in that order. We continue in that order. So next year will be Adamawa, and next year will be Katina. Thank you very much.
Watching the continued coverage of the APC Special National Convention and the presidential primary live here at the Eagle Square in Abuja, the nation's capital. Now, we've heard all the instructions as to how the election or the voting process will go as far as this election is concerned. The deadline by INEC is for the 9th of June 2022 to conclude all primaries and for all political parties to submit or conclude on who will be their flag bearers. So the process for the ruling APC is what we're experiencing tonight. Speeches from the aspirants who have heard tonight. The president has given his speech, but he has since left the arena. But in all, what we'll be seeing in any moment from now is the voting proper to begin. And Governor of Kebbi State, Senator Atiku Bagudu, who is leading the election process, is speaking with some of the officials and agents of the different aspirants.
Absolutely, Sheon. We understand that there are 3 voting points, one to the left, another to the right, and then one in the middle for those in the glass house in case anyone in there is accredited, which we highly doubt. But as the delegates file out to cast their votes, which I believe will take about an hour or so, let's quickly run you through some of the speeches of the day and see how that turned out. We understand the first to give a speech was Senator Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he sounded really confident, talked about justice for victims of terror and forever erase the terrorism from the country. That's what he will do if he became president.
Absolutely. Interesting that it was Bola Tinubu that began the speeches, opened with him and ended with Professor Oshiomole. Interesting speeches that we have seen today. And one thing that will be very important is the delegates. Who are those that will be voting in today's exercise? Of course, we are in another day, a second day into the convention, or the third day. Third day actually. Since Monday, arrival of delegates and all of that, registration, and started yesterday with accreditation, and now we have come to the point where the decision will be made by the delegates. And of course, let's show you some statistics that might be very important for this race. Terry, 3 delegates per local government, and we have 774 local governments across the country. And so a state that you find with a larger delegate tells you one thing, that they have more local government areas, because you simply will do the math. 3 delegates multiplied by the number of local governments in the state. That is the calculation, which gives you about 2,340 actually. 2,340. If you do the mathematics, I may not be very...
3 by 704 would be 2,322 delegates. And I think what's interesting about what we see here is how busy this place is. This is where voting
an announcement coming.
All right.
Of the aspirants that are still contesting, that are in the race, and delegates. This is to give us the total number of accredited delegates per state. Abia State has a total of 50 delegates accredited. Abia, 50 delegates accredited. Adamawa, 62 delegates accredited. Adamawa, 62 delegates accredited. Anambra, 63 delegates accredited. Anambra, 63 delegates accredited. 5, Bayelsa. Bayelsa, 24 delegates accredited. 24 delegates accredited. Bauchi, 55 delegates accredited. Bauchi, 55 delegates accredited. Benue, 64 delegates accredited. Benue, 64 delegates accredited. Borno, 81 delegates accredited. Borno, 81 delegates accredited. Cross River, 54 delegates accredited. 54 delegates accredited for Cross River. Delta State, 73 delegates accredited. 73 delegates accredited for Delta State. Enugu, 51 delegates accredited. Enugu, 51 delegates accredited. Ekiti, 48 delegates accredited. 48 delegates accredited for Ekiti State. Edo, 52 delegates accredited. Edo State, 52 delegates accredited. Ebonyi, 38 delegates accredited. 38 delegates accredited for Ebonyi State. FCT, Federal Capital Territory, 18 delegates. Federal Capital Territory, 18 delegates accredited. Gombe, 33 delegates accredited. Gombe, 33 delegates accredited. Imo, 52 delegates accredited. Imo State, 52 delegates accredited. Jigawa, 81 delegates accredited.
No, this is Abuja Consultations.
All the delegates and the proportions in which each of the states have them. In total, Terry, for the northern region of the country, there's a total number of 1,257 delegates. And for the whole southern region, for the APC, there's a total number of 1,065 delegates.
Quick correction. Edo is 64 delegates accredited. Imo, 81 delegates accredited. Imo, 81 delegates accredited.
All right, the voting is has since commenced, and if you look at it, this is what we have. In total, the Master of Ceremony has been ruling out the numbers of delegates so far. In the entire Northwest, there are 558 delegates, and the entire Northeast, 336 delegates up for voting, and North Central has a total number of 363 delegates, and the Southwest has 411 delegates. The Southeast has 285 delegates, while the South-South has 369 delegates in total. And that's what should be the number that should be counted at the end of the day.
Shawan, it looks like a very fast process. It's almost like you just pick up a pen, pick up a piece, the voting pad, put the name of your candidate and put it into the box, and then you're done. And it looks like it's going really fast, I must say. And I think one thing that's interesting from one of the announcements that was made earlier is the fact that agents of candidates from a particular state are allowed to assist those delegates who are not educated enough to know how to go about putting down the names of their candidates. And but then there's a limitation to that. You understand that only you can't help more than 2 or 3 people. But then it will be nice to see how this is being checked, and hopefully we can get one of the officials here to explain the process of checking, to actually verify that the agents are not allowed to help more than 2 or 3 people with that process as earlier announced. And it was painstakingly done to announce in the different languages, Igbo, Yoruba, and outside, of course, Pidgin, that the entire voting process to make it easy for the delegates. You know, it's now serious business.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, this is just one phase of the voting exercise or the election exercise. People are casting their ballots now. After the cast of ballots comes the sorting of the ballots, and afterwards is the counting of votes, then announcement of winners. So it's interesting what we're seeing so far that is unfolding right here before our eyes. A third presidential primaries of the APC.
Absolutely, and just as you mentioned, if this wraps up in the next 1 hour, voting may not take as much time, and the reason is that we have just about 2,322 delegates as we had initially mentioned, and since we don't have up to 7,000 as we did during the convention itself, this will definitely not take as much time compared to then.
This is definitely. But it's interesting that all this is playing out. But I'm still worried though. I mean, shouldn't this be very much cleared? It looks like we have a very crowded space for the voting. A crowded space for the voting, and you know, look at it. Look at the number of people in the background of the voting. It's indeed going to be some long hours of the night, and how all this play out is in the hands of the delegate. Actually, they are the beautiful brides of this exercise,
and they seem orderly.
Yeah, it looks
they really do seem orderly, and if this continues...
I'm just worried about the crowd. You can see it looks like all the...
So I find that the security agencies are well positioned all around the voting area, so to ensure that nobody crosses paths where they shouldn't. And I think that's the crowd that we see here from the image picture before us. Because if you look closely at the boxes, there's no crowd. Looks like a single file. You just file in, cast your
vote
and walk away.
Should there be any kind of agitation, this might lead into some chaos. Because it's obviously the arena, the inner barricade may look free, but on the outer space, it's not looking pretty much
absolutely
what we... let's get some views about this process, especially those who have taken the responsibility of securing this entire space. He's a retired general in the army, a former Minister of Defense, Interior. We've been joined by General Adambazao. Thank you so much. It's good to see you, General.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
The security seems to be lightened, and there seems to be some laxity. What's caused that? It was tighter earlier in the day.
Yeah, well, you have to appreciate we started deploying about 2 days ago here, and to ensure that there is no chaos, to ensure that there is free flow of traffic, both human and vehicular, and ensure too that the seating arrangement is well provided, so that everybody, once you come into the arena, you know where to go to. So all that has been done. We also deployed to ensure that we don't have a situation whereby people come in to occupy the place before the beginning of the event itself. So far so good, and up to this point, this is the last lap of the whole exercise. Whereby the arrangement is ongoing for the voting, and this is a process we want, just the way we've started, to end well, peacefully, because every Nigerian is eager to know the results, and we want as much as possible to make sure that the process is transparent, that is free and fair, and the only way to do that is to ensure that we have excellent security backup, and we'll be able to provide that, and this is why we are staying here. We've been deployed, we've been here since yesterday, and now we have not even gone back to our homes. So we will be here until the end of the exercise to ensure that it sits free.
All right, General, I mean, I'm worried a bit. If you look at the picture there, the inner circle or inner space of the voting area seems a bit, looks well coordinated, but the outer space, are you worried about a possible chaos that may erupt from any kind of scenario that may play out? Because it looks so much like a lot of crowd that, you know, around.
Yeah, if you observe well, the whole area has been cordoned. The whole area has been cordoned to ensure that nobody does anything stupid there. I want to assure you, this is why I came along with most of the members of the security committee, including the DIG in charge heading the security agencies, to ensure that this thing goes smoothly. Of course, there are a few issues that some of the representatives of the aspirants were trying to clarify. And of course, the election committee has been handling that, and I'm sure by now they would have finished handling, sorting that out. Other than that, I think things will go on very well.
General, I must first of all say that maybe this is just who you are based on your military training. You're wide-eyed. It doesn't look like any sleep is coming to you anytime soon. But beyond that, while you talk about the confidence you have in the security within this area, just outside, we see a large crowd building up, and we were hearing concerns about a possible damage to the fence for some persons to gain access. Can you confirm that?
You know, as you observed, Joe mentioned, throughout from morning up to late this evening, everything has been smooth. But of course, we've gotten to a period of excitement whereby everybody is waiting to know the actual results coming out. So there are a lot of people coming in. The space, you can see, we still have space, but we are ready to control the crowd. We have positioned the security personnel and at strategic points. In case of any eventuality, we do not hope there's going to be anything serious that will come up. But as much as possible, we are prepared to handle that. But first thing first, we want to ensure that the process of voting is done very well, transparently, and that is free and fair. Yeah. Because once you do that, then you won't have any need for people to doubt anything and even try to create chaos within this.
I mean, can you give us, okay, we're hearing some instructions now. All right, I was going to ask you, General, how many security operatives are deployed here today?
Well, like you know that ours, not the only security team that we have. There's those that were deployed by the presidency for specific purpose of taking care of the president, including the military. But on our side, the security committee, we made arrangement for police 2,500, civil defense 2,000, and of course we have the fire service. We have even including immigration in order to keep off the security. So we have close to 5,000 personnel deployed around the area. And of course, you add up with to what, you know, including the DSS, we also deployed DSS. But of course, you know that the president also has his own security team and so on and so on. So we have adequate number to take care of.
Did you invite the EFCC?
No, we didn't invite the EFCC.
They came on their own volition.
I've not seen you cited them. I've not cited
seen them. So.
But I have not. Yeah, we did not invite the EFCC because we are here for physical security. The security of VIPs, the security of the venue, and so on and so on. So we are here for security, physical security. Of course, we invited federal road safety because of traffic, and so on and so forth. But the FCC will not invite them.
So, but, I mean, what we're seeing today, if you give us an understanding of how you hope that this will end, I mean, did you envisage that there could be any kind of excitement or any kind of, because it's a political gathering, what was the worst case scenario that you...
Well, you know where you have crowds, there are possibilities of certain things. So in security, you don't take anything for granted. This is the first principle. We don't take anything for granted. We assume that there is possibility that one or two things could happen. So in order to not to allow that, we prepare for it in case it does happen. We have taken preventive measures adequate enough to ensure that we do not have any breach of security. We don't know if there is any threat we identify, we eliminate it. So this is a gathering of all kinds of people and of different interests. And certainly you would research that there is that possibility, but we take preventive measures in order to secure the environment.
General, when we were talking about the EFCC, the question I was going to ask the General was, did you envisage any kind of vote buying? And how do you want to guard against it?
Envisage what?
Vote buying.
Vote buying. I think that's why the EFCC was on ground with it.
We don't put that as part of our responsibility. Our responsibility is entirely physical security.
General, there were some issues initially with journalists who were trying to access this place. There were issues initially with journalists who were trying to access this place, and there were some journalists who were tear gassed just outside here trying to access this place. Even though that was eventually resolved, it raised the question of what was the initial instruction to the security agent as to know who is allowed to access this place or not.
Well, I don't know if there's any time that people were tear gassed. But the fact of the matter is that one of the journalists, came with the Minister of Information to let me know that the police used tear gas somewhere at the gate, and he had some of his crew at the gate. So I asked the DIG to go with him to the gate to find out what was happening, and also facilitate their entry into work. And I also later visited the place myself. The arrangement we had, and it was perfect arrangement at the beginning, was that this main gate was meant for only VIP. Then we have the other gates that the delegates and all other participants will pass through. And we secured, there were gates with 3 entries. One entrance was for members of subcommittees, all the subcommittees, and journalists. So the arrangement was that everybody will go through that gate, park their vehicle, walk through into the arena. But unfortunately, I think it was around evening, other people started coming through this gate, and the security personnel were trying not to allow them to come in. And I think from their explanation, they were trying to overpower them. And so that was why I said no. There are other options they could take first before they use tear gas. But fortunately, there was no harm on anybody, even after the use of tear gas. And I also, of course, apologized to the journalists that reported the case and also facilitated his entry.
Before we allow you to go, General, can you confirm to us, is it true that a delegate slumped and died?
That
a delegate slumped and died? Have you gotten any reports in that regard?
No, I just read it from you people. I haven't, not, it didn't happen here. Probably they say it happened, you know.
At the ICC?
No, maybe at their state lodges or something like that. But it didn't happen here. I also read it, you know, as news provided by journalists.
We must sincerely thank you.
Thank you,
General Numbers, it's good to see you again. Since you left office, we rarely.
That's happened 12 years ago.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like
Former Minister of Interior
and
the co-chair of the Security Committee of the APC National Convention.
Thank you
so much for coming to our studio.
Thank you very much.
That's General Abdurrahman Dembazal, the co-chair of the Security Committee of the APC National Convention.
So it was really important for us to clarify this issue of the journalists, because you know that even us had a slight challenge coming in here. At some point I questioned the kind of information or the rules of engagement that the security operatives at the different points had, which prevented them from allowing us prevented us from gaining entrance into this place, despite the fact that we had our tags and our identity cards. We were eventually let in, but some journalists were not so lucky. They were tear gassed, and he's also confirmed that and said that that's been sorted. It was a misunderstanding somewhere, and it's very important.
It's interesting where all this scenario play out, and sometimes you have overzealous security agents, and it just go overboard. And it does look like at some point the energies of some of these guys had drastically reduced. I mean, as the day went by, but as it is right now, the arena that was, hyper and preventing people from entering. You can see everywhere. I mean, everybody is now in here. So you can see some delegates casting their ballot there.
And you could hear the announcer emphasizing that please do not help anybody to write anything. Make sure you don't. I also heard them mention Anambra and Lagos, so I think that they are so they're counting up from A on the left and then counting down from Z on the right.
Okay.
So that's why you find that at this level, I think we have Kogi going in now, and then there's I think Anambra. So they'll meet in the middle somewhere, and then probably in the next 30 minutes or thereabout, this should wrap up.
Okay, hopefully. Well, let's go through some of the statistics, and as far as what you need to know in terms of those who are voting. First and foremost, we told you earlier that is 3 delegates per local government. We have 774 local governments in all, and that gives you about 2,332 delegates and are expected to vote here. And of course, a further breakdown will show you how they emerge as delegates for this presidential primary. And of course, then if you look closer and you break it down further, you will get a sense that the northern region of the country has, for the APC and the delegate system, they have about 1,257 possible delegates. And for the southern region of the country, we have about 1,065 votes up for grabs from the southern region of the country. So, if we put it together by region, you'll be able to make sense of, by zone.
The North Central with 363, and then the Southeast with 285. How many aspirants do we have from the Southeast again? 4 aspirants.
4, yes.
4 aspirants from the Southeast.
Ogbonaya Onu, Rachel Okorocha, Mr. Felix.
Then Barrister Ohene.
Yeah. There's about 4 or 5 of them.
So that's 285.
And Senator Ken Namani.
You know, they had quite some meetings, the Southeast candidate, aspirants at the time, and they tried to come up with a consensus candidates. That didn't happen. Imagine if they did come up with one, and then they had 285 for one person. That would be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been significant for them. And you know, what is happening here is putting the popularity of some of these aspirants to test here, and how much of the way they can pull across the country. Not only that you want to be president, but how much of work have you done to the structure of your party, where you come from, and how much of networking they can make, because all of this will be called to question to them.
Absolutely. Sean, let's do a quick tie back. So in 2014, when the APC held its primaries, it was the indirect method that was used at the Teslim Balogun Stadium in Lagos. We had about 7,218 delegates. That's a huge difference from what we have today because of the statutory delegates that are not included, and which is why I always say we will leave here anytime. But really soon. So President Muhammadu Buhari scored 3,430 there. Atiku Abubakar had 954. Rabiu Kwankwaso had 974. Rochas Okorocha had 624 from that. And then we had Simon Isaiah with 10 votes. If we go to 2018, direct method was used. And President Muhammadu Buhari emerged from that process. So if you compare that to what we have now, so before we even do that, it draws me to this. You know, the National Assembly had said that direct method should be used in the Electoral Act for party primaries. And if that had held, if that was not contested or rejected by the president and eventually expunged from the Electoral Act, what sort of process would we have been seeing now? How would the process be managed with that kind of crowd if direct method was the compulsory method for party primaries?
Well, direct primary, like we saw in 2019 or so, when President Muhammadu Buhari emerged as a candidate of the APC seeking re-election, was pretty much voting that happened in the local area. So members of the party are involved directly in the process. So, I mean, it's a very tedious one. But it also has its advantages, like drawing the attention of the younger ones to learn how these whole exercise play out. But, you know, Terry, give it to politicians in terms of organization sometimes. Politics is a very difficult thing to administer. Human beings, wherever you see them gather, it becomes terribly difficult to to coordinate. But when you see any successful convention, know that a lot of work has gone into it.
And that's why you find that party officials always pride in their work when eventually they're able to conduct one. I recall clearly how the APC convention that held in March, that had people questioning if it would hold or not, and eventually it did hold, and then this one as well. So every time you speak to these officials, they always tell you that regardless of what had happened, regardless of those who were aggrieved, we have been able to come through with this, and we've held a successful convention. This started pretty late, 7:30, and we're about 7 hours into this convention. Still have some more to go. So clearly, the deadline for the INEC dates of 9th will be met.
Yeah, maybe we should just give some moment and allow our viewers to have a feel of the arena. The voting is still ongoing, and of course, we're hoping that we'll get some more thoughts and perspectives from chieftains of the party as the night grows.
we need you all to go back to your seats. For security reasons, please. Please, we don't want anyone mingling with the security of voters, please. Can you give us a clear thoroughfare here? Thank you. God bless you as you listen. So please, we need you to leave the front of the stage, please. Okay, sir.
Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us right here on Channel Television, our continued coverage of the APC Special National Convention and the Presidential Primary 2022, where the exercise is going slowly and steady, and, well, slowly and steady to say.
Wins the race.
So we've been joined by yet another chieftain of the APC, one of a major and leading voice of the APC at the initial stage of the formation of the party. Especially in the Northeast, he was one of the leaders of the party, popularly called Pastor Lawa at the time. Now we're being joined by the former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Babachi Lawa. Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So far, what are your views about the process so far?
It has been very smooth. The accreditation process was satisfactory as much as it can be. And the whole process from the beginning to the end, I'm very happy about the way it's being conducted. Minor hitches here and there, but it's to be expected of an occasion as massive as this.
Could you just put on, absolutely, because we're outside so that our viewers can hear you. As it is now, I know you spoke out. You were reported to have responded to a lot of things that have happened. What were you disappointed about in the course of this exercise? If you think that people said, what were your disappointments?
On the side of APC?
On the side of some of your friends?
My disappointment was that the planning process for this convention left much to be desired. For example, information management was atrocious. As I did say some other time, 3 days to the convention, the list of contestants were yet to be released. and you don't plan a convention like that. The contestant needs to know whether he's qualified to contest or not by the system. So that put a lot of pressure on the contestants, and again it gave rise to so much rumors, and conspiracy theories that being someone close to one of the contestants, I could see the enormous pressure that was brought to bear on him, and of course other contestants as well. So the information management was atrocious.
Were you also disappointed that some of these committees were inaugurated about, I think, 48 hours before the day? And what impact did that have on the outcome of what you're seeing now?
Well, not disappointed per se, but I was in the National Working Committee. I participated in about 2 or 3 conventions, and we knew that the convention committees usually are set up 1 month or earlier, and the subcommittees also 1 month or earlier. When you set up a convention committee 3 days to election, you find out that you'll be rushing. So many things and errors creep in, avoidable errors creep in. So in that sense, this convention, the planning process was not well done.
But what does this say of the outcome? Does it, despite the fact that the planning process wasn't well done, what you've seen so far, does it suggest that it's gone well so far?
Well, Nigerians have a habit of turning a very bad situation to be very positive. And politicians in particular have a way of getting good out of a bad situation. We have a way of changing our expectations, changing our modalities, so that the outcome that is desired eventually gets done.
What are your thoughts on the speeches? I mean, you listen to all these aspirants speak. What did you think? What did you make of what they said? Did you feel convinced by any one aspirant that, based on what this person said and the dream, hopefully this is the man that wins?
The environment was very noisy. Activities were going on in all directions from all sorts of people. So I don't understand. I don't know whether a few people were able to focus on what they were saying. But as far as I was concerned, I didn't have the time because of other commitments that were on me.
But were you surprised by those who eventually stepped down? Did you see this coming?
No. In fact, I was surprised by those who didn't step down.
Who did not step down?
Yes, those who did not step down. It's an outcome we have been working on for years. And I know the president's body language, he doesn't like a crowded election field. And he had continued to harp on the need to have a consensus in the sense of reducing the number of contestants. And as time was going on, as time went on, other interest groups, other stakeholders started talking to the candidates to either step down for one another. So the outcome was not a surprise to me, but the surprise was that some of the other people that expected ought to step down did not.
Like who?
Like those who did not step down.
Are you saying that Vice President Oshiomole should have stepped down, or Asiwaju Tinubu should have stepped down?
No. Those who did not step down. Going into this convention, we know the front runners, and you don't expect front runners to step down.
Who were your front runners?
My front runner was Oshiomole Tinubu. One front runner, not one.
That was the only front runner you had.
To me, is the only contender in this convention. That's the reality.
So you would be surprised if he didn't win tonight?
No, there's no way Ashaji will not win tonight. It's not a possibility I consider. Since 2 years ago, it's not a possibility I've always considered.
Can you put us through the mathematics? Any of your thoughts? How you think Asiwaju Tinubu may emerge winner?
I've been planning this election for quite a long time, part of the planning process, and as you know, Asiwaju is a very modern person, very intellectually inclined, and we deployed all the scientific tools necessary to determine the outcome of this election hypothetically. And to the extent that from my own state, for example, our estimate going into this convention, we have 63 delegates to this convention. Adamawa, our expectation was 55, go for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, plus or minus 2. And we're there. We have just finished our election, and going to that election, the commitment was still there. In Tarawa, we had similar figures. In Bauchi, in Gombe, we had similar figures. In Borno, we have higher figures. I mean, Borno was close to, hypothetically, we are talking about 100% in Borno. Yobe was 55, 65. And in fact, all over the north, there's no state in which we expected less than 60%. And these are the states with the highest number of delegates. Going to the southwest, almost the same thing. The truth of the matter to me is that during our permutations, there's no state, for example, that we considered the vice president will win outright, in which he will beat us. There's none. We considered Ekiti, Kayode, plus or minus, with not 0 for us, something like 5, 6, 10 for us. And we considered Akwa Ibom to Godwin Opabio, but even there too, we expected about 10 or 11 delegates. We considered Rivers to Amici, where our highest expectation was for 5 or 6, on and on and on. In Bayelsa, our expectation was about 80. So where we are not at the top, we are second, though the margin might be big.
As it stands today, I'm very sure that you were monitoring what was happening all through the night when the governors were consulting, and there were permutations as to from 5 candidates down to 2, now down to whether or not there will be a consensus. Well, I mean, in all of those who have stepped down, a lot of people thought that they were not probably in a very good relationship with Ashwaju, but they stepped down today. I mean, how much of consultation did you make with them? What did you tell them? What was the trade-off?
Well, I can tell you that since Thursday last week, I've not slept up to a total of 5 hours working on this project, permutations. We collect information, we pass it to the appropriate quarters that can handle that information, and it's a group thing. Everybody was in on it, trying to talk to this governor, sending this man to talk to this governor, all of us. And where we needed Ashwaju's input himself, we would tell him. Where we needed somebody else's input, we could tell him. So our consultation was massive. I can tell you that as at Saturday last week, our expectation was that all 22 governors would declare their support for Ashwaju. That was our expectation. It didn't happen, but as in our what-if analysis, we had foreseen, we have prepared a possibility where it will happen like it did happen today. And we are comfortable that we've done what we needed to do.
How many votes in total out of the 2,232 possible votes do you think Ashwaju could garner?
As at 2 weeks back, we planned our budget on a total of 1,407 delegates. As we're coming closer to the D-Day, it increased until by 2 days ago, when the delegates started arriving, we started projecting 1,700 delegates. And by the end of the speeches today, we have upped our expectation to something close to 1,900 votes.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, I mean, could there be any kind of surprise? Or should there be any surprise that comes up to? Would it be a surprise? This is politics. Anything can happen.
I can tell you that every politician goes into an election thinking he will win based on the strategies and the information gathered. But, you know, given the method we have adopted, given the expertise that we possess, given the expertise that we deployed and the technology that we employed to arrive at our figures, we are confident that there will be no surprises. Surprises may be we overprojected with maybe 100 votes, or we underprojected with 100 votes, but that's about all we expect.
What happened with the delegates from the southeast? Did Ashwaju give up on the southeast? He did little consultation, public consultation in the southeast.
It's good you said public, but we did consultations. We have quite a number of key stakeholders in the southeast through whom we were working. What has been apparent to the public is that we didn't go for that type of visitation that we normally did to other states. And the problem was very simple. By the time we started going around, we had run out of time. And we had to, for obvious reasons, go to where we could optimize our results. But consultations were going on intensively, extensively. We were contacting major stakeholders, our friends, our colleagues. We were contacting the governors. We were contacting everybody, but we were not physically there. In any case, we also had invited quite a number of the delegates to Abuja, where we interacted with them. And so we've done well in the Southeast.
Just before we let you go, of all the candidates tonight, I know Shem had asked if you would be surprised if Ashiwaju didn't win, but of all the candidates tonight, do you think he stands a better chance of defeating former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and say Peter Obi, who is now gaining some attention, quite an attention, despite the fact that he is in the Labour Party?
I don't want to disparage any contestant. It's not in my character to do so. But also, it's only fair that I rate my own candidate high. And when I look at the horizon, I don't see anybody comparable to Ashwaju that can face Atiku. First of all, both of them have the same experience on this train. Bola has been in politics, winning elections either for himself or for others. Atiku has been in it, at the last count, I think six times since 1990 now or something. So he's a very skilled politician. He has accumulated quite a lot of structures that are, they are lying low but dormant, which you could just activate with the. And so is Bolatino has structures all over the country. All these others are just starters. And Peter Obi talks well, but talk is cheap. And talks on social media, and that's about it. If you are not literate on the social media, you don't know who Peter Obi is. But when you listen to him, you think, oh, this is the angel we are looking for. But as we always say, social media campaigns don't win elections because majority of the voters have no access to the social media.
Mr. Babachi Lawa, former NCM, thank you so much. It's good to see you again. Did you miss being in government?
I enjoy being out of government. What I've told you, I would not have been able to say this while in government.
Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. If Ashwaju Bola Tinubu...
Don't eat me. When? It's only tomorrow. It's only today, but
it's a matter of hours.
Yeah. Maximum 6 hours.
Yeah. Should he get a ticket? Should he be on the ballot? Should he win the election? Are you hoping to be in a government where he becomes the president?
Two things. All of my life, I've never applied for a job. I don't have a CV that I afford for job application. I finished university at the time when they were recruiting engineers while they were still in part 2. So I've never applied for a job. And I don't always accept jobs offered me that I don't like. Now I'm comfortable. I'm a very good big farmer. We eat from my family. Very, very good, very comfortable. And I think, of course, I'm sorry to say, but at 67 years old, I tend to consider that my opportunity, my time is running out. I should better engage the remaining years of my life in better vocations that are self-satisfying and that might lead me to heaven.
Mr. Babachi Lawan, thank you so much indeed for coming tonight. I appreciate it. Well, that's the former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Babachi Lawan, speaking to us about his expectation. Of course, you know that he's an ally of Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. one of the presidential aspirants. Of course, the arena is still calm and the exercise is going slowly and steady. Will allow you to feel the quiet, the ambience, and the scenario as it's playing out right here from this ground.
Information.
Information reaching us that delegates whose states have not been called are on the queue. Obstructing those who have been called upon from casting their votes. Please, we need to be orderly. The chairman of the committee have craved your indulgence to please remain seated while in Adamawa to my left. Anambra should please hold on. Delegates from Anambra State should please hold on. Anambra State delegates should please go back to their tents. You will be called upon, please. You will be called upon. Kindly go back to your tent and allow the Adamawa delegates to have their turn now. Ndị be anyị ndị si Anambra biko na-achị a na-adụ bịa gwara ha do. Ndị Anambra biko laghachinụ n'oche ndị podium unu nọrọ ka echere ka ndị Adamawa ha mechaa unu abịaghachi. Ndị Anambra biko asị ka unu laghachi ga-ewere oche ka unu ghara ị na-akwụ ọtọ. Ndị Adamawa mechaa unu abịaghachi unu. Ọrụ na-enye ha efe onwe ka a ga-esi bido nke unu ndị Anambra biko na ayịyọ ka anyị na-ayị unu na-achị a na-azụ ụkwụ ndị nọrọ ana emechaa Adamawa apụ unu. Thank you very much.
Please, if you are not a delegate that has been called to cast his or her vote, and you are not a member of the election committee, please vacate every area near the ballot boxes. We've discovered that the election is being interrupted at the moment. So please vacate these premises.
Please, if you're done with your complaint, can you leave the podium? This podium can't take more than 20 people at a time, please.
Okay, let's decongest this platform. Madam, this is more important. But I will stop the process. Stop the process. Let's only get back up here. We don't have
Please, if you have any complaints, relay your complaint to the electoral committee members assigned to your states, members of accreditation committee as well as election committee to please.
Can you announce that chairman of the election committee?
The chairman and co-chairman of the election management committee should please come to the podium, Your Excellencies. Your attention is needed for some very critical official assignment. Thank you very much.
Please, for the delegates and agents, I've been asked to inform you that they will understand it. They will know if one person writes more than one name for an aspirant. And so we are asked to make this announcement that no agent is right to write for a delegate. A fellow delegate can write for a fellow delegate, either the one that has just finished voting and is about to leave, and the delegate will just mention the name and the person writes it. But no one is allowed to write for more than one person. Please take this announcement very seriously, and that if they get to understand that you've written for more than one person, it will be voided. That's the announcement. Please, let's take these announcements very seriously. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Chairman of Election Management Committee, Alhaji Senator Atiku Bagudu, should please come to the podium, sir. Your attention is urgently needed on the podium. Thank you very much. Bakare Mani, a delegate from Katsina State, from Mani, Katsina State. Your delegate tag is here. Another delegate from Lagos, Shegun Odumbaki, your delegate tag is here. Please.
One person cannot cite, then a member from that we didn't authorize anybody to direct. Listen to what we said. We said we want as much as possible everyone to write for himself. That's what we want. But we feel that in case there is a situation where somebody cannot write, a member from his state can assist him. But we do not authorize or sanction somebody writing on behalf of the delegates from another state. We do not encourage that, we do not welcome that. We even said not more than 2%. So
We are not encouraging it. So I will talk to the government. Unfortunately, this is a human process that we all need to help.
Sorry, sir, the line is picking up.
No, it's not.
It is. Ismail just called me. Ismail just called me. Let me get it right. His ears just keep tears. So you put it up now. You turn it. Turn it that way. Let me get it right. One away from the mic.
I've been asked to reiterate that delegates who are not learned and can't write the names of who their choices of aspirants are should be assisted by fellow delegates from their states and not any agent or any party member for that matter. Please let's put this into cognizance that those, and we don't expect more than 2 delegates from each state not to be able to at least write the name of the aspirants they want to vote for. The chairman and of course the chairman of the electoral committee as well as the chairman of the convention are looking into that right now. So I'd like to please encourage state delegates to as much as possible write for themselves who they want to vote for. Thank you very much.
Security. Please, we need the assistance of security operatives very quickly to the right flank of the stage. Please, security operatives, can you assist us and ensure that there is peace and tranquility around that area, please? Thank you. I've pleaded again with the security operatives and Chairman Security Committee. Please, we need your attention here. Please. Please, we need your attention here, please. Thank you. Chairman Security Committee and the security operatives, please, we need your attention here, please.
Once again, good evening, Your Excellencies, delegates, security agents, agents of aspirants, what we announced earlier was that voting will take place in the two different voting points, one state at a time. One state at a time. No state is allowed to designate a person to write names for everyone. What we announced is that it could be the case that amongst the delegates from a state, there is 1, 2, 3 persons who are unable to write properly or to write without mistake. And in that case, the agents from one of the delegates from their state can help them, not an outsider. It is by no way meant to be that you can designate a person to write the names for all your delegates. I hope this clarifies it, and please, we are stopping the voting to ensure that we are doing voting one state at a time so that there will be less confusion, and aspirant agents are allowed, as expected, to observe the process but cooperate with security agencies and election officials so that we can do this with less hitches. There are 2 or 3 states that, there are a number of states, about 5, that had one issue or the other. What we requested was where there is a problem with the state, they should kindly allow others to vote while we are working to resolve that problem. And indeed, we resolved about 2 states, but there are still others that might come up. Most of the problems are not problems that arose here. They are problems that arose from the accreditation stage. So please bear with us. And the chairman of security is here to, maybe he may want to say a word or so.
You've heard what the chairman has just said to you in terms of the rules. Now, this is the last phase of this exercise. We want to ensure that we conduct it transparently, in a way that is free and fair. And we can only do that if you give maximum cooperation. So what will happen if you have no business at all? If you have no business at all within this vicinity, please simply leave it. If you have no business at all within this vicinity, please simply leave it. Because we are going to send out security personnel to get rid of anybody who has no business here. So please leave if you have no business. If you have any complaint, come to this stage and make it and go back. It will be addressed. So if you have no business, once more, leave this vicinity, please. Thank you very much. Yes, yes.
So maybe you can see it yourself. The security committee are going to need about 5 to 10 minutes to clear the arena of all the voting area of all persons who are not supposed to be there. The election committee, the security committee, we are all here standing. If anybody has any complaint, he can come and complain to us. But like I said, we are determined to ensure that we listen to all complaints and resolve them. Thank you very much.
Dan Allah idan kai ba delegate bane ka fita gaba ɗaya daga tsakiyar fili. Dan Allah a yi fita irin na 'yan gayu kamar dama ka manta da wani abu ne ka zo ka ɗauka za ka fita. Domin jami'an tsaro fa sun riga sun ce ba sani ba sabo. Tunda abin na son ya kawo hargitsi kuma ba abin da aka shirya ba kenan kuma ba inda aka tsara ba kenan. Saboda haka muna roƙon jama'a da Allah mu ɗan dubi yawan shekarunmu mu ja daga gefe kamar daidai mun zo gaisuwa ne kawai za mu fita ba sai an kore mu ba tunda arziki ne ya tara kowa a nan to muna roƙon mu da Allah mu dubi wannan arzikin mu ba da dama a yi aiki yadda ya kamata idan kai ba delegate bane ka fita gaba ɗaya dan Allah don jami'an tsaro za su zo su yi aikin su sa'annan kuma ana son a daina kada kuri'a yanzu saboda ana son a bi jiha ɗaya bayan ɗaya to idan ba an nutsu ba ne abun ba zai abun nan ba da sha'awa ba so don Allah muna son abun na ya samu kowa ya koma wurin zaman shi idan kai delegate ne kana da mazaunin jiharka saboda haka mu koma mazaunin jihar mu zauna sa'an nan kuma in kai ba delegate bane kana dan yawace a tsakiyar fili a gaisa da wannan a gaisa da wancan ana godewa da yawan gaisuwan amma dan Allah a yi haƙuri a fita mun jami'an tsaro sun ce an gama abin da ya kawo mu ya kamata ana yi amma yawan cunkoso na mutane da ba su da abin da suke a tsakiyar fili yana kawo cikas ga wannan aikin saboda haka dan Allah muna roƙon jama'a a fita daga tsakiyar fili idan ba delegate bane kake ko kuma kana da wani abin da kake mun gode. Please, we're still appealing to us that if you're not a delegate, kindly exit the center stage. Please, if you're not a delegate, and if you're a delegate, go back to your state stand. Please. If you're not a delegate, let's clear up the arena. We want the voting process to be as transparent as the definition of the word transparent. Please, so I'm appealing that if you're not a delegate, leave the center stage. If you're a delegate, go back to your state pavilion. If you are a delegate, go back to your state pavilion. If you're not a delegate, please kindly look for some space away from the center stage. And voting will proceed each state after the other. We won't have 1, 2, 3 states coming together to vote. And then if you have delegates from your state that cannot write their names, only delegates from a particular state will assist, is allowed to assist the delegate from their state. And you cannot assist more than 2 persons. You cannot assist more than 2 persons. So we're appealing that you listen, cooperate, and let's have a successful primaries, please. The security operatives are going around to ensure that the arrangement is properly as pre-arranged so that we have a very clean and transparent procedure. But we cannot have that. We have a cluster of people going around the arena and not just doing anything. So if you're a delegate, go back to your state stand. If you're not a delegate, please cooperate and leave the center stage. Thank you.
The announcement now.
Oh no. Please, voting should stop forthwith until the security, a chairman, security committee, and the security operatives gives them the go-ahead for voting to continue. And so please, all delegates, hold on to your voting for the time being. Please. We need to make sure that this arena is cleared. And if you're not a delegate, just as my colleague had announced to you, if you do not have any business being where you are, and you're not a party, an agent to any of the aspirants, please leave the arena now. We have given you the security operatives the go-ahead to pick. And an aspirant is entitled to 2 agents only, and no other person is expected to be with them. Observers should stand far away and observe the proceedings. We thank you very much for your kind attention. Until we get the go-ahead from the chairman, Lieutenant General Dambazo, who is meant to give the go-ahead for voting to continue, voting will be stopped for the time being until we get the clearance. Thank you.
To jami'an tsaro dai sun ce sai sun tabbatar da komi ya nutsu chip, ko ina ya nutsu chip, kowa na ganin kowa na ganin komi kafin za a ci gaba da kada kuri'a. Kun ga ko idan ba mun natsu ba gaskiya haka ba zai kasance ba. Yanzu fa karfe da yawa ne daga jiya, karfe kaɗan zuwa gobe. Saboda haka mu yi ƙoƙari kar mu sake shiga jibi kuma cikin wannan aikin. Da Allah a yi haƙuri. Please, security people talk say nothing will happen. So, make sure say we clear the space so that everything will happen, make everybody go there happy. Make it not be say somebody no go see what happen and they go say, I don't know what happen when you finish. I don't even know it when you finish. Please, may people no gather within the voting areas. May people no gather. Security, make sure people no gather, make crowd know the where they vote. Dan Allah, idan ka kada kuriyanka, kaja. Ba a san a samu cunkoso a gurin da ake kada kuriya. Please, security people make sure say crowd no gather for where they cast vote. I beg.
We're going places.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, we've been told not to, to make this announcement, that no delegate is allowed to take pictures of the ballot paper after you must have filled it. No delegate is allowed to take pictures of the ballot paper after you must have filled it. Fill your ballot paper and approach the ballot box and drop it in, please. Because when they see you do that, they will void that vote in question. This is an announcement from the Electoral Committee. Please take this announcement very seriously. Thank you. The same make we tell all delegates, so make them know they use phone, take picture of the ballot paper where you don't write the name of the aspirant where you they vote for on top. They don't want, they say make una know they take picture of the ballot paper after you don't vote finish. Say you vote for somebody, you go snap and we want to show somebody, say, see who you vote for. They say they know they allow that one. I beg. Thank you.
We are the lions and the champions, no lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. Working harder, love of Nigeria. From Edo, we move to Ekiti, from Enugu, we get to Gombe. We are unshakable, unstoppable. Try. We are the lions and the champions, no lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. Working harder, for love of Nigeria. From Imo, we go to Jigawa, we go to Kaduna, from there we go to Kano. We are unshakable, unstoppable, the north to try. We are the lions and the champions, no lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. Working harder, for love of Nigeria. We are in Katsina, we go to KB, from KB to Kogi, from Kogi to Wara. We are unshakable, unstoppable, the north to try. We are the lions and the champions, no lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls.
This announcement is coming from the chairman of the venue, the Governor of Zamfara State. He has asked that we make this announcement that every aspirant is entitled to only 2 agents. If there is anyone wanting to foment trouble by imposing himself as an agent of an aspirant or to an aspirant, that such a person will be bundled out of the arena. So please take these announcements very seriously. 2 agents only are allowed at the voting area per aspirant. 2 agents per aspirant. Please let's comply with these instructions. This announcement will be made in Pidgin English, in Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo, respectively.
If you know be agent and you know say you dey stand near the ballot box, if you no come out there now, if them carry you, you no go back house until Saturday. The chairman on venue, His Excellency Governor Mata say make I tell una say no aspirant suppose get past 2 agents. Anybody where them see, where no be agents, and you dey stand for where them they vote, say them go carry you. So we dey advise everybody now, say make una go sit down, make una agent do the work, and make una observe as they observe from the past. And then talk say if they get any particular aspirant where them agents they give them wahala, they go kukuma pursue all the agents from there. So please let's adhere strictly to the rules of the game. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe say everybody don't hear waiting I talk. No be until we talk am for the Wazobia. As we don't talk am for Oyibo English, we talk am for our own broken English too. Anchebe Kamada,
love of Nigeria. We get better, united and stronger we are.
We can still see a number of people around the voting area. We need to proceed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And without your cooperation, we won't go anywhere. We've just done 3 states. And we still have 33 to go, including the Federal Capital Territory. I'm craving your indulgence to please take your seats, go back to your pavilions, and then leave the ballot boxes areas alone. If you're not a party delegate, it's not the turn of your state. And if you're not an agent of an aspirant, please go to your pavilions. This will be part of the last announcement. After now, it's just enforcement that we're going to, the chairman of the security committee had also communicated that earlier. Please, we won't want to resolve to that, so we are begging you as civilized Nigerians to please go back to your seats. Thank you very much.
United and stronger we are. Working harder for love of Nigeria. We got better, united and stronger we are. Working harder for love of Nigeria. We do it right. Oh yes we do. We're doing fine. Yes, we do. We're going places. We're going. Everybody, come join the winning party. We are unshakable, unstoppable, them no pride. We are the lion and the champions, no the lie. In love and unity, we raise our brooms. We wave our flag and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. We got better, united and stronger we are. Adamawa, going, down to Akwa Ibom, Abbas, APC. We are unshakable, unstoppable, I'm not the tribe. We are the lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flag and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. APC. Working harder for love of Nigeria. APC. From Anambra, Joma, we're going to Bauchi, we're moving to Bayelsa. From Bayelsa, we're going to Benue. APC. We are unshakable, unstoppable, the North tribe. Lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. APC. Working harder for love of Nigeria. APC. From Bornu, going, to Cross River. Going, let's go. And then to Delta. Going, we're going to Ebonyi, APC. We are unshakable, unstoppable, the North tribe. We are the lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. APC. Working harder for love of Nigeria. APC. From Edo, we move to Ekiti. From Enugu, we get to Gombe. We are unshakable, unstoppable, the North tribe. We are the lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. APC. Working harder for love of Nigeria. APC. From Imo, we go to Jigawa, we go to Kaduna, from there we go to Kano, APC. We are unshakable, unstoppable, the North tribe. We are the lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. APC. Working harder for love of Nigeria. APC. We are in Katsina, we go to KB, from KB to Kogi, from Kogi to Wara, APC. We are unshakable, unstoppable, the North tribe. We are the lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. APC. Working harder for love of Nigeria. APC. From Lagos, we go to Nasarawa, we go to Niger, from Niger, we're going to Ogun, APC. We are unshakable, unstoppable, the North tribe. We are the lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, united and stronger we are. APC. Working harder for love of Nigeria. APC. We get for Ondo, From Ondo to Osho, from Osho to Oyo, from the to Jos, Plateau, you can see the fall. We are unshakable, unstoppable, them know we try. We are the lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom, boom. We get better, united and stronger we are. APC, working harder for love of Nigeria. APC, we are in Rivers, from Rivers to Sokoto, from Sokoto to Taraba, from Taraba to Yobe, from Yobe we go to Zamfara, Zamfara, Zarada. We are unshakable, unstoppable, them know we try. We are the lions and the champions, know the lie. In love and unity we raise our brooms, we wave our flags and down the drum rolls, boom. United and stronger we are. Work harder for love of Nigeria. We get better, united and stronger we are. Working harder for love of Nigeria. Cross River, to Delta. Going to Ebony, we are unshakable, unstoppable, the Norfolk tribe. We are the lions and the champions, no lie. In love and unity, we raise our brooms, we wave our flag through them, the drum rolls, boom, boom. Bigger, better, harder and stronger, we are. Working harder, love of Nigeria. From Edo, we move to Ekiti. From Enugu, we are unshakable, unstoppable, the Norfolk tribe. We are the lions and the champions, no lie.